One day, unexpectedly for everyone, the gates in the sky opened, and through them, terrible monsters poured out onto the earth. But along with the monsters, there also appeared those who were able to suppress the monsters with their strength. These creatures from another world who came to Earth and interfered in the lives of people were called Celestials. After one of the monster attacks began, the Republic of Korea's alert announced the beginning of an event for which the country had been prepared since its founding. The alert asked all citizens not to leave their homes under any circumstances. Lock the doors and don't go out. A rescue team of Celestials will arrive soon. After the day the monsters appeared, people discovered that they had abilities. People received abilities they never even dreamed of. The human thirst for life was not inferior to the endurance of the monsters. In the hands of humanity lay a great power to confront the monsters. This meant that anyone in this world could take power into their own hands. The source of the power of the Celestials was the Divine Foundation, and it is divided into 3 types. The first is owned by those who control the laws of creation. It is called the Heavenly Foundation. The second is owned by those who control the energies of wood, fire, earth, iron, and water that form the entire surface world. This is the Earthly Foundation. The third, owned by those who can control the human body with the energy of the sun, moon, yin, and yang, is the Human Foundation. But there is a force that does not relate to either heavenly, earthly, or even human principles. These creatures that possess this foundation are unpredictable. An unknown creature appeared in the middle of the city, destroying everything in its path. The creature possessed crushing strength and a very terrible appearance. People, seeing this monster, fled away from danger. The creature with wings swept away everything around itself with just one flap, and after her swing she began to growl. But suddenly something caught the winged creature's attention. A guy with a sword at the ready was heading towards the monster. Active ingredients, nicotine. The result is hyperstimulation of the central nervous system, the release of dopamine and adrenaline. The main character, under buffs, headed towards the monster. Seeing the monster in front of him, the dark-haired man laughed. The winged creature growled at the sight of the main character. The monster and the man's gazes met, and the guy was the first to attack, making a jump. Standing above the monster, the protagonist swung his sword. This was followed by a blow accompanied by a blue light. Unable to withstand the blow, the monster slammed its head into the wall of the building. But the main character did not stop and decided to strike again. The blow was directed at the side of the monster's body. The sword, having reached the monster's body, carried it away under its own weight. The dark-haired man raised his meth for the finishing blow. This creature had an inexplicable basis. After the battle was over, people saw a defeated creature without a head. In a world where people have gained strength from a divine foundation, and the Celestials, who rose above them due to their status and committed atrocities, now an unpredictable creature with an inexplicable basis has appeared. His ability allowed him to consume chemicals to bring out his potential. Throwing the cigarette butt on the ground, the dark-haired man recalled the words of some ancestor of Lady Yuhua, Han Yul, the owner of a unique foundation, who wielded catastrophic power. The main character, looking at the defeated monster, thought that they would pay for their atrocities. Fucking monsters, the dark-haired man concluded. Using his unusual abilities, he fought against the Celestials. After their victory, people were very surprised, because they believed that a new celestial being had appeared. But now let's get back to the present. In some warehouse, each worker was doing his own thing. But someone tried to open the bottle. The workers, talking to each other, complained about how hard the work was. The man opened the bottle and drank from it. This man was the main character, who warned everyone about his departure. Hearing the boys' farewells, the man called out to him, inviting him to go with them to dinner. But Hanyul refused, to which the men were very surprised why he still had so much strength. The men suggested that the main character was on stimulants or vitamins. The main character, Park Han-yul, is 22 years old and is different from other people in that medicine works better on him. While in the army, the dark-haired man discovered his peculiarity there. 2 vitamin tablets were enough to make his fatigue disappear after a whole day of exhausting work. Taking omega-3 made the boy's mind clear, and his concentration increased. Looking at his phone and heading somewhere, Hanyul thought about stopping for coffee on the way back. But it was the apology that caught his attention. The girl asked the main character to wait for her. The girl added that this was the first time she had asked for something like this. And after hearing the girl's words, the guy had already started to think about it. The main character, of course, agreed to listen to the girl. But she asked if the guy had a minute to talk about do. This is a famous phrase in Korea, which is often used by scammers and cultists. Seeing the reaction to her request, the girl began to justify herself, saying that she was not a bad person. But this did not stop the main character, and he decided to hide from such a proposal. While running away, Hanyul thought about how unlucky he was that the girl turned out to be a member of a sect, because he loves everything connected with celestials and sex. The dark-haired man's father was generally a very hard-working and stable man. However, the father suggested to Hanyul's mother that he would create a medicine with the help of which he would later become a celestial being. After this, he quit his job and went to his parents' house, which was in the village. There, he mixed medicines with different ingredients and consumed them in large quantities. because of which I ended up in hospital many times with stomach pains. But one day he left home in an unknown direction, because he could not achieve what he wanted. He left a letter where he said that he would return as soon as he restored his energy. But 20 years have already passed. The main character was 2 years old when it happened. After this, the dark-haired man's mother had a hard time. Father could simply take vitamins like a guy, rather than try to create a magic cure, Hanyul concluded. Coming out of the supermarket, what caught the attention of the main character? A circle rose in the sky above the entire city. Hanyul himself thought that this did not happen when he entered the store. The main character suggested that it was done with filming equipment, or that it really was a spaceship. But suddenly, the dark-haired man was very surprised. And he was surprised that an earthquake began. A red hand emerged from the newly formed hole, and then the entire monster began to crawl out. A monster appeared in full growth in front of the main character. Without waiting for long, the monster began to roar at the sight of people. At the sight of the creature, the guy couldn't even move from fear. The boy was distracted by a voice that said the nutrients had been absorbed. The red creature decided not to delay, and he swung his club to strike. And then a blow was delivered, which Hanyul successfully dodged. The protagonist's eyes lit up, and he wondered why the blow was so slow. The dark-haired man gained the ability to see everything in slow motion. The boy wondered why this happened. He had similar abilities before. The main character assumed that he received these powers from drinking coffee. In his surprise, the guy didn't even notice that monsters were everywhere. Having realized this, the guy decided to cut out all the vile monsters. With such strength, he will be able to resist them, the protagonist concluded. Finding the closest monster to him, the guy kicked it with his sword. Under such force of the blow, the monster flew to the side, releasing the club from his hands. But the vile creature was not so pitiful. It managed to group itself and land on its feet. The club fell between the man and the monster. Each of them, seeing her, rushed towards her to get a chance to defeat the opponent, and so the hands of each of them were at the same distance. But the first was the human hand. Hanyul grabbed a club in his hands and swung it to strike. And then came the blow to the head of the pathetic monster. Having defeated the monster, the guy thought how weak he was. Something distracted the main character from his thoughts. It was a large number of monsters that were heading towards the dark-haired one. Seeing a large number of targets in front of him, Hanyul wanted to finish off everyone. With these thoughts, the guy headed towards the monsters. He hit the first one on the head with a club. After 2 more equally well-aimed blows, he neutralized it. Being completely surrounded by monsters, Hanyul fought, defeating one after another. Raising the club for the next blow. The main character hit 2 monsters at once with 1 blow. And finally, having killed the last monster, the dark-haired man was among the defeated vile monsters. Wiping the sweat from his face, the protagonist assumed that that was all. Walking among the killed monsters, the main character saw something approaching him. The guy was horrified when he realized that something was approaching him. And in front of him stood a huge goblin king, who angry looked at the main character. The guy thought that he had nothing to do. He had to join the fight, because he could be much weaker than he seemed at first glance. Connell was torn from his thoughts by a monster. The monster pointed his iron club towards the boy, and seeing the monster's blow heading towards him, the guy realized that the effect of the caffeine had disappeared. While in the store, the employees watched the monsters fight in the window. One of the workers ordered another to close the window by lowering the shutters. While people were deciding who would close the shutters, the main character was already flying towards them. Having broken through the window, people were carried away by the wave to another part of the store. The man landed between the grocery aisles, and then he rushed away from the windows, because there was a monster there. The goblin leader entered the supermarket. In front of him, the monster saw a trembling man. Having noticed the man, the monster reached out to him. While in this store, Hanyul found cigarettes and a lighter. The stimulant was taken. The guy threw the lighter and headed towards the monster. Seeing the man the monster was reaching for, the dark-haired man decided to save him. The guy with the cigarette flew into the monster's head with his foot. From such a blow, the vile monster flew out of the store. Flying across the ground, the monster finally stopped. The Goblin King was completely smashed into the asphalt of the road. The monster, having recovered from the blow, began to get up, but the main character was already heading towards him. Hanyul took a drag on his cigarette. Hyperstimulation of the central nervous system, saturation of the body with energy, release of adrenaline. Throwing away his smoked cigarette, the guy announced the start of the second round, and then he rushed towards the red goblin to attack. Approaching the monster, Hanyul struck him in the face, and then followed a series of powerful blows. The monster did not expect such strength from an insignificant human. Having escaped the blows, the monster growled at the main character, and then he struck a blow, which the guy managed to dodge. Then came the next blow from the red goblin. Dodging the monster's attacks, the guy noticed that he was strong. The guy tore himself away from his thoughts by delivering a direct blow to the monster's head. The goblin fell onto the asphalt from the boy's strong blow. The guy, not having time to finish beating the monster, kicked him, and thus, for the second time, he smashed the monster into the asphalt. After the battle was over, Hanyul looked at the monster he had defeated. Then he said out loud, "Cigarettes, it means also work." Looking to the side, the main character wondered if everything was okay with his mother. Suddenly, Hanyul felt something behind him. It was the hand of the red goblin that slammed the dark-haired man into the asphalt. The blow made the boy feel sick. But the monster did not calm down, remembering how the dark-haired man beat him. And then came the next blow to the boy. When the goblin decided to hit him again, something surprised him. Hanyul caught the blow of the vile monster with his hand. With the words, "Stop," the guy clenched his fist. And then came a blow to the goblin's chest. After the blow was struck, at first it was not clear who won. But then the monster fell down next to Hanyul. Finally, after a real victory over the monster, the dark-haired man pushed its body off himself. Exhaling, he said out loud how tired he was that he couldn't even move a finger. The protagonist was torn from his thoughts by someone's cry asking for help. It was the man who was attacked by the red goblin. Seeing this picture in front of him, the guy decided to call the goblins to him, but no one heard him. Seeing goblins attacking defenseless people in front of him, the guy wondered where they come from. Gritting his teeth in despair, the dark-haired man asked the monsters to stop. Again, the main character heard a cry for help. Looking up, he saw a monster approaching the fat man with the intent to kill. Having caught up with him, the goblin grabbed the man by the neck while he was asking him to stop. Seeing all this, Hanyul shouted at the back of the vile monster, "Stop!" But the monster, without even hearing the main character, raised his club to strike. Suddenly a man in white clothes appeared in the sky, came to save people. Upon landing, everything around was enveloped in a blue aura. Then, taking out the ritual sheet, the girl looked at the monster portal. That's where she sent the sheet. Having flown through many monsters, the leaf reached the crack from which the monsters were climbing. It turned out that not one ritual leaf was launched, but many of them. By creating a spherical shape around itself, the electrical element was activated. With this power, many goblins were defeated. The boy watched this whole picture with surprise. He thought about how in one moment all the monsters were erased. Looking at the approaching girl, the protagonist asked himself many questions about how this man ended up here. But out loud, Hanyul only said one word, impressive. Approaching the main character, the girl asked him how he managed to defeat one of the monsters without any preparation. The girl asked the boy who he was. Hearing the question from the man opposite him, the guy didn't know what to say. Then came a request from the Celestial to the main character to give him a hand and see his abilities and potential. Not expecting such a request, the guy asked again. Give him his hand. Without waiting for any action from the boy, the girl herself used her strength to raise Connell's hand. Dropping down to the protagonist's hand, she said, "Let's see." Having looked at the dark-haired man's hand, the girl did not expect to see this. Hanyul's foundation did not belong to the heavenly, not to the earthly, not even to the human. It was the real, inexplicable foundation. Looking at the main character, the Celestial being thought about destroying this guy, because with such a foundation, he can only create a catastrophe. And so the girl, having created her power in her hand, began to aim at the guy, but she was stopped by gratitude from the main character. The dark-haired man told the man opposite that he couldn't even imagine how to thank the girl, to which the Celestial replied that she was sorry that the guy was wasting his talent and pure energy. After her words, the girl sent the sphere towards the guy. The sphere flew into the main character's mouth, and then he swallowed it. Then Hanyul asked what they fed him that was so bitter. But after that, the main character was overcome with pain. The girl told about this remedy, which is used to seal the energy center, although it was originally used to seal away fierce demons. But this remedy is the only way to save the guy's life. Because one day, the uncontrollable abilities of your inexplicable foundation will destroy it and turn the world into chaos. Your body may be feeling really bad right now, but soon the boy will understand that it was for the best, the girl concluded. The main character only saw the girl take off and heard her farewell. Looking at the girl in the sky, the dark-haired man, through pain, asked her to stop. Lying on the ground, the dark-haired man wondered why the girl had given him this medicine, and what kind of inexplicable basis this was. This just didn't fit into his head. Could this possibly be related to his ability? The guy concluded. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist began to rise from the ground. The guy stood up and said, "Don't make me laugh. If it weren't for his ability, he would already be lying on the ground with a fractured skull." The main character returned back to the supermarket. There, the dark-haired man picked up the bottle, and then he opened it with his teeth. After drinking from the bottle, the boy thought that he would use his strength to survive. After some time, while in the apartment, Hanyul threw a bag filled with various drinks on the floor. The main character sat leaning against the bed. The guy drank one drink after another. After another can, the guy said out loud why he even thought that trying to cure a hangover would help him. Still feeling numb, Hanyul remembered the celestial being and the substance she gave him. Having thought everything over, the main character decided to take everything he needed and go to his mother. When the main character got up from the floor, his phone vibrated, which scared him. An emergency alert message arrived on the dark-haired man's phone. After reading the main character's message, something caught my attention. The emergency alert informed about the emergency situation. You can download the application for review. Hanyul was attracted by the link to the application. After clicking on the link, the guy saw an app called Special Measures 24. The guy noted that the application looked like it had been developed in a hurry. Once downloaded, the app required scanning of an ID for authentication. Authentication is complete. After registering in the application, red hieroglyphs appeared around the guy. The guy was so surprised when he saw them that he almost dropped his phone. A system window appeared in front of Hanyul, confirming the presence of a divine basis in the body. We begin analyzing the type of abilities. After reading the system window, the dark-haired man immediately remembered the words of that celestial being. If something related to the inexplicable foundation pops up now, then he's guessed right, the guy concluded. A message about readiness appeared on the system window. But afterwards the main character felt bad. The guy himself thought that the effect of the girl's medicine was still in effect. While waiting for the system to load, the guy drained the jar. After drinking the drink, the guy thought that he felt better. But the system window reminded me of itself, saying that the base type was detected. Looking at the text of the system in front of him, Hanyul was very surprised by what he read. Empty blue, the color of this substance. Blue, it symbolizes wood. In very rare cases, it is based on water and is called empty blue energy. Among the various types of ingredients in the surrounding world, it is considered one of the best. Raising his hand to his face, the guy remembered about his stomach, and then he released the entire contents of his stomach onto the floor. The empty blue energy was contained in the pill that the Celestial had given to Hanyul earlier, and the hangover drinks helped neutralize the toxic ingredients in the pill. And in his body, only empty blue energy remained in its pure form, after which something interesting began to happen to Hanyul's body. Sitting down on the floor, the boy realized that he had a fever, and he decided to wait until the temperature dropped. But the main character felt uncomfortable staying in one position. After trying many, the guy found the one that suited him. It was a meditation pose. Noticing the pose he was sitting in, the guy said it was pretty funny because he looked like the guy from the movie Under the Waterfall. But at least it's convenient, the dark-haired man said. Reaching for the phone, Hanyul decided to sit like that until he felt better. After reading the system window, the guy was surprised by his type. Divine base type, earthly, strongly developed tree energy. After reading it again, the guy got angry and thought why that girl gave him the medicine for the unexplained foundation. And I wondered what the energy of trees means. After some thought, the guy noticed that the poison had been neutralized. The dark-haired man suggested that some components of the medicine remained in his body, and because of this, his predisposition and abilities changed. In any case, it was good that if the inexplicable base was displayed, then he would have to go on the run. Suddenly another window appeared in front of Hanyul, but it was dark in color. It was a news alert system window. Having surprised the man, the guy was surprised because it was the president. The man himself on the news fervently asked the citizens of his country to listen to the announcement. 10,000 years ago, the world was a much more impressive place than the world today. Creatures that people now call monsters walked the earth, while beings from other worlds crossed galaxies to come to this world. In those days, people were brutally exploited and had no rights. In the midst of all this chaos, a select few gained divine foundation, an incredible power they never knew they had. People's life expectancy increased, their endurance increased, and the world became one where anyone could have power. Later, people with abilities were called Celestials, and they sacrificed their lives to close the gates and allow only humanity to flourish on Earth. The exploits of the Celestials were celebrated in legends and myths for generations, as they continued to protect the gates as human civilization developed. Well, or at least they continued to do so until recently. People were horrified when they watched the news with the president's participation. At this time, the main character was also watching the news. The process is complete, the solar wind's letters are opened. Looking at the new notification, the boy wondered if this was what they meant when they said they would match skills to abilities. After activating, a large number of system windows popped up in front of Hanyulia. Looking at all the windows, the guy realized that these were all his skills. But there was a window of the system that caught the dark-haired man's attention the most. Top, middle, bottom, center. After reading, the boy realized that these were the places where he felt the heat. The guy read the information he was given. After systematic training for some time, a person will feel heat in one of 3 zones. Once the heat has spread to all 3 zones, a person can begin training the earthly directions. Note, the earthly directions are a breathing technique that serves as the basis for training. After reading, the dark-haired man realized that he was at the stage of practicing breathing techniques. The guy himself thought that just yesterday he couldn't stand everything connected with the Celestials, and now he's sitting here and practicing the technique of mystical breathing. After some thought, the protagonist took a deep breath, and he thought that it was much easier than he thought. Then Hanyul exhaled thoughtfully. Even though he had a divine foundation, it still took quite a long time to feel the heat in 3 zones. For some people, this process takes months or even years, depending on their abilities. With intense training, you can reach a state where you lose track of time. Hanyul took his first step in becoming a Celestial. Opening his eyes, the guy saw trees sprouting around him. The dark-haired man was surprised when he saw how the roots covered the entire floor. Then he began to get up, wondering how long he had been sitting there. After leaving the apartment, the guy noticed that his phone was dead, and he went out into the corridor to look at his watch. Walking down the corridor, Hanyul finally found what he was looking for. There he saw that it was now the 22nd of June, 1025. Seeing the time, the dark-haired man was very horrified, because 100 days had passed. Walking through his overgrown apartment, the main character exhaled. Wiping his head, the boy noted that it was good that there was water, but something was bothering him. The wounds had healed, and he didn't feel hungry at all, even though 100 days had passed. Hanyul even noticed that he had not lost weight. On the contrary, his muscles had become more pronounced. The dark-haired man headed towards his phone. Taking it in his hands, the guy wanted to know the latest news. When was the last time he looked out of the window as a boy? Outside I saw a huge dome-shaped barrier. The guy assumed that because there were so many monsters here, they decided to isolate this place. But something tore the boy away from his thoughts. Looking out the window, Hanyul saw a huge monster. The monster was so big that it towered over all the buildings in the area. The dark-haired man was very surprised when he saw this creature. Looking away, the guy noticed something else. It was a crowd of monsters standing outside the main character's house. Monsters were swarming all over the city. They were everywhere. Hanyul thought that it was time for him to get out of here quickly. Taking the recently charged phone in his hands, the guy saw a limited mode. There is no connection anywhere, so the app is the only option, the guy said. The main character immediately remembered the moments 100 days ago. How he spent those days trying to calm the fever. Welcome, Park Hanyul. Some features require a network connection to function properly. Disappointed by this news, Hanyul began to search the entire system for at least some information. And the only thing that could be opened without the network was information about him. The boy noticed a line, 2 ability cards. The dark-haired man decided to click on this line. A system window popped up with information about the 3 available copies of ability cards. Light Steps, a technique for fast movement, rank 9. With words, the guy activated it with ease. An unknown force acted on the boy's body. And just as quickly she disappeared. Getting out of bed, the guy noticed that nothing had changed. Hanyul decided to go for a walk to experience the changes in his body. Having taken 1 step, the guy instantly crossed the entire room and crashed into the wall. Kneeling and holding his nose, the boy declared that this space compression magic really works. Continuing to hold his nose, the main character wondered what other abilities remained. An ability called Weight increases the user's muscular strength. The Light Strike ability is somewhat reminiscent of a flash, the boy thought. Having familiarized himself with all the abilities, the guy wanted to try them out on the roof. But monsters can react to the light and come there. Maybe something else will be found, Hanyul wondered. And then something caught the main character's attention again. A system window called Training Techniques appeared in front of the main character. Achievements in training are divided into 10 stars. When the owner reaches 5 stars, he can use techniques related to the tree. The more accumulated energy of the tree of experience in the body, the higher the level of the owner. After reading it, I thought that I could raise my level. But later he realized that it takes at least 10 years to get 1 ride. Hanyul, greatly disappointed, concluded that he would be 70 years old before he could use it. Having resigned himself, the dark-haired man decided to see how many stars he had in total. The boy concentrated all his energy in his hands, and then he stretched his left hand forward. The number of rings that appear on the hand is the level indicator. Concentrating to the end, the boy's hand lit up with a green glow. But something distracted the main character from the process. It was a monster that made its way through the corridors towards Hanyul's alluring power. Sensing the power nearby, the monster began to drool. Realizing that a battle was inevitable, the guy began to search for something in the system in a hurry. And so the main character found what he was looking for. But at this time, the monster had already discovered the main character. The guy felt movement behind him. But it was too late. The monster grabbed Hanyul's shoulder. The creature began to try to bite off at least a piece from the main character. The monster sank its teeth deep into the bite. In ancient China, there was a technique called the absorption method. This technique was considered the most ruthless, because it allowed the lives of animals to be taken. Touching the monster from the main character's hand, the energy of the tree went into the monster's body. The 6th art of planting seeds. Having escaped from the dog's grip, Hanyul swung his arm to strike, and then came a blow, from which the monster flew to another part of the room. Looking at the defeated monster, the main character's body began to glow green, and then this glow completely enveloped the guy's entire body. Seeing that the body stopped emitting light, the guy noted that without this power he would not have survived. But suddenly the main character's body was overcome with pain. A green sphere appeared around the guy as it fell to the ground. Hanyul absorbed the power of the defeated creature. The boy received new powers. A golden glow suddenly emanated from the monster's body. This was the last of the monster's powers passing to the dark-haired one. Looking at his hand covered in a golden glow, the guy was at a loss to understand. The guy felt something seething inside him. He thought it was because of the nutrients that entered his body when he destroyed the monster. This energy should be enough to last after the light strike is applied. At that moment, the guy was attracted by the body of the dead dog. Sprouts sprouted from the monster's body. The main character decided to pick them. Saying that they would come in handy later, he threw them into his bag. Walking down the corridor, the dark-haired man learned from the system that the skill for planting seeds on an enemy can be used once. Hanyul realized that he had to fight the monsters alone in order to suck out their energy. The protagonist realized that he needed to hold out until the rescue team arrived. And for this, the guy will use everything he has. But the dark-haired man was torn from his thoughts by a strange movement in the corridor to the side. It was a blue lion with a golden mane, who, seeing Kanul, rushed at him. The lion's teeth felt the hardness of this guy's skill was used. The fifth technique is layering. With the words, "Let go of the creature," the boy raised his hand to strike. Then came a blow to the face of the vile monster. Having thrown the monster aside, the guy rushed to run away. While running, he was only thinking about how he could quickly get to the roof to give a signal. Running up the stairs, there was another colored lion there. The monster jumped on the wounded protagonist. Having neutralized one lion in a jump, another one ran towards Kanul. The second monster sank its fangs into the boy's leg. Without losing his composure, the dark-haired man kicked the lion in the skull. But after the victory of one monster, several others appeared at once. Noticing the arrival of the monsters, the guy decided to run to the roof. Strange sounds were coming from the entrance to the roof, and then the door flew off its hinges and went flying. It was the main character who knocked down the closed door. When he entered the roof, the guy was horrified. The huge carcass of the monster was on the roof of the building. The dark-haired man saw a toothy monster that had its teeth stuck into the building. But then the first pursuer appeared behind. Hanyul realized that there was nowhere to retreat. The dark-haired man ran forward, straight into the mouth of a huge monster. Suddenly the light strike skill was activated. The boy glowed golden while surrounded by monsters. The huge monster was covered in a glow, and other vile monsters were also enveloped in light. The entire roof was under a huge golden pillar. After some time, the guy finds himself hiding, stunning the monsters with light. Hiding under the door, the dark-haired man heard a human voice. Realizing that this was a chance for salvation, Hanyul came out of hiding and called the man. Seeing the main character, the man went down to him. Standing in front of the guy, the man asked the boy why he was here. He didn't have a flight or jump card. The dark-haired man, confused, said that he only had 3 cards, which he received at the beginning. At this time, a monster appeared at the entrance to the roof. The man asked the protagonist to extend his hand, but the boy only pointed behind the man with a cry from behind. Turning back, the man saw a monster dog attacking him. The man was surprised when he saw the monster. But then came the blow of skill. The celestial being next to the main character crushed the monster in one moment. Then the man looked at Hanyul and asked him to extend his hand again. Hearing the request, the boy was very surprised, remembering how the last time he extended his hand, and how it ended. Afterwards, the dark-haired man extended his hand to the man opposite, and the guy found himself in a red sphere. Having taken off, the celestial asked the boy what he was doing there. Hearing Hanyul hesitate, the man told him to forget it. He didn't need to know. Flying up to the dome, the boy thanked the celestial being for saving him. And so the main character left the place teeming with monsters. Having flown out of the dangerous territory, the boy's phone began to catch a network, and a lot of messages accumulated over 100 days arrived. Having flown away from the dome, the young man exhaled and was glad that everything was fine with his family. Hanyul was very interested in how much the world around her had changed. Sometime later, being in a safe part of the city, the main character said goodbye to his mother on the phone. Hanyul told his interlocutor that everything was fine with him, and there was no need to worry about him. With the words, "See you later," the protagonist ended the conversation. After the conversation, a policeman approached the guy and asked if he had finished talking, to which the main character, reaching for the cup, responded positively. But suddenly a man in a green jacket burst into the room. Staring at Kanul, the blonde asked the policeman if it was him. Seeing the man who burst in, the policeman responded positively and introduced him to the boy as Commander Cha Hyojin. Afterwards, the commander ordered the man in uniform to come out, but he replied that he could not, because he had not yet taken a statement. Staring angrily at the policeman, the blonde said that he wouldn't repeat it a second time. Left alone, the commander asked the dark-haired man if he had studied techniques before the heavenly gates opened. The guy answered negatively. Having heard the answer, the blonde angrily asked the boy if he was the worthy one who was able to wake up his sleeping teacher. The guy thought about the question. But Cha Hyojin interrupted me from my thoughts and suggested looking at the system window. Pointing to the word ascending blonde, he began to tell the boy about the levels of the celestials. There are 9 levels in total. The first is ascending. The second is high. The third is great. The fourth is mystical. The fifth is heavenly. The sixth is magnificent. The seventh is divine. The eighth is spiritual, and the highest celestial beings of the earth. Those who awakened are called disciples. But the teacher recognized the blonde's abilities and granted him an ascending level. Age, where a person is from, all this does not matter. The only thing that matters is that if he has just started, then he is Huba. And if he has already advanced, then he is Sunbai. And the Hube must do everything for their Sunbei. That's the rule, the commander concluded. But the guy didn't care, and asked what level the man's teacher was then. Hearing the question, Choi Hyojin became angry and grabbed Hanyul by his shirt. Insulting the dark-haired man, the man stated that he was obliged to obey his ancestors. I won't repeat it twice, the blonde concluded. After some time, Cha Hyojin found himself in front of his angry teacher. The ancestor learned how his student bullied the new celestial. The man slammed the table and declared that the blonde was a stupid idiot. And how could a student, having a bandit fighting technique in his arsenal, give in to this puppy? After listening to the teacher, the blonde apologized for his behavior and began to make excuses. But the voice was interrupted by the voice of the ancestor, who was talking about the main character, and he suggested that the guy had an inexplicable basis. Suddenly the man was interrupted by Cha Hyojun, who was then interrupted by the teacher with his insults towards the blonde. The bearded man began to explain to the ignoramus that the main character has an earthly base from birth, but there is simply a bit of wood in his nature. Does this mean that his training speed will be faster? The ancestor asked. The student had no idea. People with the wood element are quite rare to see. People came from the water. They stepped onto the soil, lit a fire to drive away the cold, and smelted metal to extract it in its pure form from the ore. Although all living beings have one thing in common, but there is no harmony in their relationship. His message was probably a request to him, because his case was extremely rare, the teacher suggested. If the student understood everything, then let him try not to mention anything, the ancestor asked, and suggested that the blonde take medicine to stabilize his breathing. The ancestor himself considered the story of the main character to be quite amazing, because he had never heard of the solar wind ability. Returning to Hanyul, he was quickly typing something on the keyboard. He searched the internet for information. The dark-haired man searched for a long time, but I couldn't find a single person with an inexplicable divine foundation. It is said that all those who tested with an inexplicable divine basis were isolated. Looking at this information, the boy realized that he had not yet been identified. The divine foundation is mainly divided into 3 types: heavenly, earthly, and human. But a 4th type has appeared, the strength of which is simply impossible to measure. This is the inexplicable basis. In recent decades, when the Celestials have almost disappeared, those with an unexplainable foundation have tried to interfere with the world. Then the Celestials united to drive them out, and leave mention of them only in legends and myths, such as Hong Gildong and John Wuchi. After reading Hanyul, I was upset why these two were presented as heroes. The guy said it was stupid to think that if a person is different, they should be cast out of society, while Hong Gidong and Zhong Wuchi are revered. Taking a sip of tea, the dark-haired man's body received active substances, catechin, tannin, caffeine. The dark-haired man noted that even tea made from brown rice contained many substances that he was able to absorb. The main character assumed that when he took the empty blue substance, the system considered that he had an earth type of basis. And because the effect ended, some people found out about the real base. So he needs to find something with a similar effect, the guy thought. Having found nothing, the guy assumed that the state had restricted such information for ordinary people. Stretching out on a chair, the guy wondered what to do. Suddenly an idea came to him. The dark-haired man typed a request into the browser. Medicine. The guy was brought in by an anonymous person's request for observations. These observations described some seeds that contained a lot of nutrients. Hanyul was very surprised by this discovery. These were the seeds he had collected from the monster. Apparently, these seeds were more widespread than he thought, the dark-haired man suggested. But something gave Connell peace. He never saw where these seeds sprouted. The boy immersed himself in information from an anonymous source. Purgatory grass is a wild plant that grows near the Sanzu River. If eaten raw, it can make you sick, but the sprouted seeds are an elixir that gives dark energy. After reading Hanyul, I noticed that they are difficult to grow, but the seeds that the guy had quickly sprouted. After thinking it over, the dark-haired man decided to experiment with the seeds. The main character took the seeds in his hands. Then he created a sphere of tree energy around himself. Having finished his meditation, the boy looked at the seeds and was surprised. They were able to sprout. But suddenly Cha Hyojin burst into the room. But the blonde didn't find anyone there. The commander assumed that the boy had escaped. Realizing that Kanulya was not in the room, the blonde began to check the room to see if the guy had stolen anything. Cha Hyojin was surprised when he opened his refrigerator. The dark-haired man stole one piece of fruit. At this time, the main character was on the street. After planting the seed, the boy concentrated and shared his energy with the seed. After some time, the boy finally opened his eyes. Kanyul saw a small tree growing in front of him. The guy only needed 2 hours of breathing to achieve this result. The dark-haired man, touching the tree, thought about something. With the solar wind ability, the boy will be able to grow medicine much faster. Having finished one experiment, the dark-haired man wanted to start the next one. Taking the medicine from his bag, Hanyul ate it. The stimulant has been taken. Active ingredient, purgatory grass sprout. After taking the medicine, a red sphere formed around the guy. Later, heat began to spread throughout the protagonist's body, but suddenly the energy surrounding the boy disappeared somewhere. Hanyul tried again to create red energy around himself, but she disappeared again. Taking the sprout in his hands, the boy noticed that he felt heat only in the stomach area. The dark-haired man suggested that the empty blue substance was much better in quality as a medicine. This means that the sprout effect will not be enough, the dark-haired man concluded. After eating the sprout, Hanyul wanted to try activating the energy again. The main character was stunned by something. The heat in the boy's body changed. The boy immediately remembered all the information from the anonymous person. This is dark energy. This plant has a dark nature, Hanyul remembered. And the blue substance has the nature of wood. The method of breathing the solar wind. The method of absorbing the energy of wood. Does this mean that he must learn the breathing method to absorb dark energy? The boy wondered. No. If they found out that the energies had mixed, then his life would be in danger, the dark-haired man thought. But the guy decided to continue using the seeds to increase his strength. Moving away from his thoughts, the guy remembered the tree. Approaching the plant, Hanyul stuck his hand into the soil nearby, and then he tore the tree out of the ground by its roots. But something scared the guy. It was an emergency alert. Level 2 disaster warning. The main character was interrupted from reading by a conversation between two running men. We need to evacuate immediately, one of the men said. After some time, the main character and those men hid in a shelter. There were a lot of wriggling earthworms lying in front of the entrance to the shelter. One of the men assured the other people that they were safe here. Hanyul overheard people talking. Looking outside, the boy noticed a transparent dome around the shelter. Suddenly, the main character was attracted by someone's voice, located behind the shelter. Some man was begging for help. Next to the man, there was a vile monster eating worms. It was a monster that looked like a bird with a sinister look. The dark-haired man felt all the horror and fear from this creature. Next to the monster, there was a woman with a dog who asked for help. Suddenly, the monster grabbed the man with its claws and lifted him from the ground. And then the creature threw the woman into the sky. The man found himself in a jug half filled with earthworms. Seeing the creatures around her, the woman became very scared. Then the winged creature noticed the people in the shelter. Watching the monster's actions, one of the men thought that if he had hesitated for even a minute, he could have found himself in the girl's place. The man asked the person standing next to him if he also smelled cigarettes. It was the main character who lit a cigarette. Taking a drag, Hanyul declared that it shouldn't be like this. We cannot leave ordinary, innocent people to die. After his words, the dark-haired man rushed to attack the winged creature. Running closer, the guy jumped to the level of the monster's head. And then he dealt a crushing blow to the monster. Not expecting such strength, the winged one began to salivate from the pain. Having flown several meters, he crashed into a wall. The main character himself did not expect such strength from himself. He assumed it was with the help of the purgatory herb. Drops of water ran down the boy's face. In the middle of the battle, Poseidon's tears began to rain. The stimulant has been taken. Active ingredient of Poseidon's tears. Water nourishes trees, thereby making them grow faster. What makes them stronger? By activating and strengthening the energy of the wood element. Hanul's hand holding the sprout lit up. The boy said that with the help of the rain, he gained new strength. The tree in the dark-haired man's hands turned into a sword. Holding the new weapon, the boy decided to kill the monster in front of him. Having recovered from the blow, the winged creature roared throughout the area. The monster looked angrily at the main character. And then the monster lunged at the dark-haired man with its claws. Having seen the attack from the winged boy, he began to prepare for it. By holding out the sword, the power of man and monster touched. A huge force was directed at the boy's body. If the guy loosens his grip even a little, the monster will immediately throw the guy back. The dark-haired man decided to hold out until the protective barrier. There wasn't much left. While in battle, the boy discovered the monster's weak spot. The protagonist struck with his sword. Having received an attack from Hanyul, the monster flew back 10 meters. After his attack, the dark-haired man looked at the swords, but there wasn't even a scratch on him. The boy assumed that this was the peculiarity of this sword. But the Celestial was distracted from his thoughts, because the creature was not defeated. The guy, seeing the monster's gaze on the sword, the guy assumed it was because it was peach-colored, and it drives away ghosts. Suddenly, the creature was distracted from the battle and noticed its recent target nearby. The woman was able to escape from the jug. As she crawled away from danger, she felt a keen gaze on her. Without losing his composure, Hanyul decided to attack. The guy struck at the claws holding the woman. The monster relaxed its grip under the blow and let the girl fly free. The main character immediately rushed towards her and was able to catch her. The girl in the arms of the dark-haired man thanked him for saving her. It's too early to relax, the monster is furious. And then the monster aimed its claws at the boy. The vile creature was able to reach the guy. The monster threw Hanyul aside, but the girl was still safe. Having flown tens of meters, the dark-haired man crashed into a wall. The boy's lifeless body was enveloped in a red glow. Finding the strength in himself, Hanyul tried to stand up with the help of his sword. But as he got up, he saw something in the sky. It was a monster that was advancing towards the main character. The monster, seeing the state the man was in, seemed to smile. Looking at the monster, Hanyul thought that when you have such a size and attack in flight, it is absolute cheating. While thinking about what to do, the guy realized that he wouldn't be able to run to the evacuation site. Maybe I should plant some sprouts, the dark-haired man thought. Having thought over all the options, the young man realized that no matter what he chose, it would be a gamble with minimal chances of survival. Hanyul decided to use his weapon. The demon-crusting blade is not just an ordinary sword. It has the properties of a plant that has roots deep in the earth. It can be made more durable by using magic to absorb this rain of Poseidon's tears. Hanyul told himself that he could defeat the monster. Direction of solar wind energy. 7th ancient technique, lightning strike. Standing in front of the winged monster, the boy's body was surrounded by a golden sphere. Then the dark-haired man stood over the monster and raised his sword. After a strong blow, the monster's face was smashed into a nearby building. Then Hanyul approached the winged creature. Having come to his senses, an ominous aura began to form around the monster. Finally, the monster came to its senses, and it looked back and was very surprised. The monster was able to dodge the main character's sword strike. But the guy did not stop and raised his sword for the next blow. The head of the vile monster was cut off. People nearby witnessed the scene of a man's victory over a monster. Some people even filmed the main character's battle. The girl was very surprised to see how Hanyul defeated the winged creature. Looking at the defeated monster, the guy thought that this creature was the favorite of a powerful deity, and therefore, when someone died from her claws, the government did not react to it in any way. And in such a situation, there appeared someone who didn't care about it. Someone who saved a person in danger without hesitation. He's like a superhero. Someone started filming the main character. Suddenly, a skill flew at Hanyul's back. The boy was blown away like a feather. After using the skill, the dark-haired man was called out. The ancestor, who was very unhappy with the boy's actions, was captured on camera. The old man stated that the boy had just killed Lady Yuhua's favorite creature. The ancestor ordered to capture Kanul. At this time, the main character was lying unconscious. People watching the broadcast were outraged. People were confused as to why the poor guy was treated like that. Some were even able to hear the old man's words. The girl standing at the window asked her subordinate if the baby had been killed. It was Lady Yuhua. She asked if the impudent fellow who dared to raise his hand against her pet had been burned. The subordinate answered the question by saying that the man had been taken into custody. Having heard the answer, the girl was very unhappy. Lady Yuhua ordered her subordinate to betray the people so that the boy would be killed. After hearing the lady's request, the woman said that the recording of the crime became the hottest topic of discussion. And she added that the new leadership hopes for the lady's leniency, so that there will be no unrest in society regarding the actions of the Celestials. After listening to her subordinate, Lady Yuhua said what a boring world it is. Their government is afraid of its own citizens. Realizing that there was no point in discussing the murder of the main character, the lady asked if they had found another way to calm her anger. The woman replied that the tribute was already ready. Lady Choi said that she would wait with impatience. Looking out the window, the lady noticed that the rain had stopped, which meant that Poseidon had stopped grieving. It is just an illusion that higher beings are free from their desires. Poseidon will not mourn the death of the boy, who is not even his legitimate son. He must be pleased with the rain-making ritual. Finally, Lady Choi received her tribute. After examining it, his girlfriend agreed and said it was suitable. This plant is called a treasure of fantasy even among the deities. Its flowers bloom once every 1,000 years, and it takes at least 3,000 years for it to bear fruit. This magical tree grows in the garden of the Queen Mother of the Western Paradise, and it is called the Peach Tree of Immortality. Lady Choi shared that if she could grow this tree, she would become the new Queen Mother of the Western Paradise. A little time has passed since that day. The guy will remember that day for a long time. After killing the monster, the guy was thrown into a cage and severely scolded, and they ordered not to do anything else in public that would be conspicuous. Hanyul didn't do it for the sake of praise, but still the guy doesn't think that his act can be considered a sin. Even though the boy's sword was taken away, he still received a trophy. Returning to the moment when the battle had just ended, the boy's gaze caught on something. The dark-haired man discovered some object in the body of the winged monster. When the boy saw this object for the first time, he thought it was just a fake. Hanyul wondered why it was tied to the monster's leg. Suddenly it dawned on the boy that the fireman was alive. He concentrated his tree energy into it, but was distracted by his ancestor. And the boy decided to tear off a recently grown shoot from the fire. It was a sprout of the Peach Tree of Immortality. A year has passed since then, and the news has reported growing public discontent over the smells that continue to appear everywhere. The government is discussing various measures to clean up water. The old man watching the news said that water purification is not a problem. It's all from that monster. A month ago, when there was complete chaos with the heavenly energy, there is a monster hiding in the river, a 1,000-year-old spotted snakehead. Having passed through the world of monsters to the river in the world of people, he became powerful enough to claim the role of a god. And calling himself the Lord of the Han River, he declared that no one would be able to use the water of the Han River until they met his demands for a human sacrifice. Some guy was watching this news. "This snakehead is such a dumb Dumbo," said Yang Giju, a disciple of one of the 8 sacred celestials on the Korean peninsula, the Heavenly Wolf King. Someone called out to the boy after he made such statements, telling him not to express himself like that. After asking for silence, Yang Giju began the presentation, asking everyone to take their respective seats as best they could. This girl's name is Shin Somin, the youngest disciple of one of the 8 sacred celestial beings on the Korean peninsula, Immortal Taebaek. The guy interrupted the girl, saying that the topic of our meeting would be her butt. Shin Soman got very angry from this, to which the guy added that this was not a problem that they could discuss and solve on their own. And Yang-gi-jun suggested that the girl herself thought that it would be wrong to solve this problem. Yang-gi-ju told Shin Soman to act like everything was fine until the mortals were in serious trouble. This proposal made the girl very angry, and she exclaimed, "Why is the guy behaving like this? The master taught him this. More than 10,000 civilians are already suffering from infectious diseases, including intestinal infections. So it is imperative to find a solution as soon as possible. That is what the master told her," the girl said. And she added, "How dare the guy, a disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King, insult her master?" After listening to Shin Soman, the guy asked her if she could kill the ruler of the Han River. The girl did not expect such a question to be addressed to her, but Yang-gi-ju added that just yesterday, 4 mystical celestials came to the Han River to destroy the ruler, but failed. How many of those who are in the rank of great celestials, whose rank is lower than the mystical, are here? The guy asked. The reason why the Han River Lord is difficult to defeat is because he uses both earth and water techniques at the same time. There are only a few people who have mastered 2 techniques like the Lord of the Han River, so only a celestial being can defeat him. Who has a territory remote enough to drive him out by force, or one that has a rank higher than earth and water combined. For example, Tree. Blue-Eyed asked what the difference was between this concern about getting a job when the girl hadn't even passed the college entrance exam. After these words, the girl became even more angry and broke the remote control in her hand. Getting up from the table, Yang-gi-ju said that he would rather go and practice. Left alone in the room, Shin Soman thought that there could be someone to destroy the snakehead. This would be the fastest solution to the problem. After some time, the girl went to her training place. Stopping at the tree, Shin Soman reached into her bag. The bag contained the main character's sword, with which he cut off the head of Lady Yuva's bird a year ago. Although he was arrested and eventually released, the peachwood sword he used was confiscated and kept by the Celestials. Even those of low rank could use it, because it was in the form of a sword. The disturbances it caused in the heavens were noisy. But after the energy that this sword was filled with gradually disappeared, the disorder ceased. Park Han-yeol has not left Gwanak-gu in recent years and works at a nearby restaurant. Sometimes he goes to various establishments with his mother or friends, or goes to the cinema. The girl thought that wasn't he the one who said that he no longer uses the app and that his phone is always on. Well, considering what he had to go through, it's not out of the question. But Shin Soman was distracted from his thoughts by a running man. This was the main character. The dark-haired girl immediately identified it as Park Han-yeol. Shin Soman made a decision not to let him go. She used the skill, the 6th technique of sudden pursuit. Using the technique, the girl rushed after Park Han-yeol. Suspecting that he was being followed, the boy picked up speed. The dark-haired girl realized that she couldn't catch up with him. Although he runs with all his might and even uses talismans, the distance does not decrease. But suddenly Shin Soman ran into the bushes following the boy. And then she ran out into the clearing, but she didn't see Park Han-yeol there. The girl thought that she had missed the guy. Suddenly, a man appeared behind her and asked the girl if she was connected with the Celestials. Taking off his hood, the dark-haired man said that he didn't want to run away. He was just surprised that someone was chasing him. Shin Soman, looking at the main character, noticed that he was sweating. She assumed that the guy did not use talismans, and escaped using only physical force. Then the violet-eyed girl threw the phone to the guy. Park Han-yeol didn't understand why he needed the girl's phone number. And then a system window appeared on the phone. Shin Soman was waiting. The protagonist was stunned when he saw the information on his phone. And then he showed it to the girl, telling her to leave him alone. When the dark-haired girl saw the phone screen, she couldn't believe it. The guy is still a high celestial and lower in rank than the girl. Types of divine foundations and ranks of celestials. Walking through the forest, the boy asked the girl again about her taking his wooden element to kill the ruler of the Han River. "Do the Celestials really wish death on monsters?" the boy asked. The girl didn't know how to answer her. But the guy continued talking, saying that perhaps this was his vision of the situation. Shin Soman exclaimed, saying, "No, the reason why the heads aren't taking any action is because they want to see how the students can handle themselves." After listening to the girl Han-yeol's justification, he stated that thousands of people are suffering right now because the masters are waiting for their students to develop. And then he asked if he cooperated. The sanctions imposed on him would be lifted, and he would receive compensation. And then the protagonist asked Shin Soman if he could take the sword back. After listening to the boy's request, the girl asked him how he knew about the sword in the bag. Han-yeol replied that when he entered, he could interact with the trees around him. This was a function of the technique he was studying. The dark-haired girl assumed that this is why the boy can run fast in the forest, since the earthly base of the Celestials is influenced by the environment that matches their element. Longhair asked if he could get rid of his curfew first. The girl said that she had already temporarily cancelled it. The guy was stunned that it happened so quickly. After Shin Soman told the boy, "This is an important task that attracts the attention of others. Besides, there is no one here who will scold him just because he helped." The girl herself thought that the curfew was set by the authorities to punish Park Han-yeol for killing Lady Yuwa's bird. Now this incident is almost forgotten. The problem will be easily solved if she, the disciple of the celestial Taebek, the riverbank near Yoinaru. One of the people asked the girl if they had to go all this way. While the man was strongly objecting, Shinsumin noticed the protagonist from behind. Finally, having listened to the people, the dark-haired woman asked them to calm down. Looking at Park Han-yeol, the girl wondered what he was going to do. At this time, the main character looked at the Han River, which had become red from the monster, and then he began to open his bag. Having taken out the box, the guy poured soil with sprouts into his hand. Seeing the main character at the edge, the girl ran to him asking him to move away from the edge. Having dipped my hands into the water with the sprouts, they began to develop. Shin So-min looked at Park Han-yeol and was very surprised. The sprouts that the boy had dropped began to increase in size. The dark-haired man asked the girl if she hadn't seen this when she was in elementary school. This is water hyacinth. Looking at his plants, the guy said he was half done. And after his words, a huge snakehead appeared from the water. Seeing his target in front of him, the dark-haired man drew his katana. With the words, "Let's start fishing," the guy swung his katana. The attack was followed by a cry of pain from the monster. The snake-headed man looked angrily at the main character and said that he was the god of this river. "And he is not the one who should obey," the monster concluded, and directed his attack at Han-yeol. The boy jumped from the pier, dodging the red storms. The main character jumped on his newly grown hyacinths. Having dodged several more dark-haired ones, he jumped towards the monster. And then, while in the air, he created 3 arrows, which headed towards the snakehead. Seeing the blue arrows, the monster created storms around itself to protect itself. But it didn't help. Having passed through the entire defense of the monster, the arrows ended up next to him. Having pierced the body, the monster growled in pain. The snakehead began to insult the main character. Shin So-min only managed to dodge and save the people around her from the waves. The beauty noted how amazing it all was. Using hyacinths, the guy completely purified the water polluted by the ruler of the Han River. However, the boy will not be able to win with his rank, the girl concluded. The Lord of the Han River himself spoke to the protagonist, although he deals with energy that is difficult to see. "But your puny tricks won't work anymore," the monster declared. After the monster's attack, Han-yeol unfastened his bag, and he threw it to the side, and a large number of sprouts flew out from it, which, when interacting with water, began to sprout. In a matter of seconds, the entire surface of the river was covered with buds. The main character landed on one of them, and then saying, "This is the last one," he created a green arrow, and sent her towards the monster. When the attack hit its target, the snakehead spat out blood. But this attack did not defeat the monster. Then Han-yeol said that he put his heart into this toy. The monster, realizing its hopelessness, decided to escape. Seeing the monster trying to escape, the guy said that he wouldn't let him go that easily. He then created a golden sphere in his hand. When I placed my hand with the sphere on the water, lightning started to run across the entire river. The attack began to reach the monster, and then it completely reached and enveloped the monster. After the lightning struck the monster, the entire river was covered in lightning. The people who watched this spectacle were very surprised. The roasted carcass of a snakehead floated to the surface in the middle of the Han River. Han-yeol noted that it was now quite refreshing here. Park Han-yeol destroyed the self-proclaimed ruler of the Han River. The guy, standing on the defeated monster, thrust his sword at it. Having made an incision, the main character put his hand inside. The dark-haired man himself thought, if the reason why the Celestials had ignored Lord Han until now was really because of trials and growth. But the guy was pulled out of his thoughts by his discovery. The inner core of water-dwelling creatures, the crystal of effort that appeared in the hope of becoming a dragon, Chintamani. Suddenly someone called out to the main character. The man and his security guards asked Kanul what he was doing. Then he used the skill, and chains appeared around the dark-haired man, which then grabbed the main character's hands. One of the 8 sacred celestial beings on the Korean peninsula, the Heavenly Wolf King, asked the protagonist if he knew what he had done. Shin So-min was watching this whole scene. When the girl saw the Heavenly King, she remembered the words of Yang Giju, who said to do nothing. The dark-haired girl ran up to the people and greeted the Heavenly King. The girl tried to talk to the man, but he interrupted her, asking if she wanted to tell him how they would be safer and what they were allowed to do. "You are Taebek's disciple?" the Heavenly King asked. The girl answered positively. The man added, "The disciple of such a brilliant master does not understand the seriousness of the situation." To which the man explained that the guy she had dragged here had only been studying for a year, and that without a teacher, even though the wooden element was rare, the guy without any skill had mastered the technique in just a year. And you doubted his intentions. If the girl opened her mouth even once more, she would bring Taebek to great shame. But the Heavenly King's conversation was distracted by laughter. It was the laughter of the protagonist, who was watching people talking. The ancestor asked the boy if he had lost his fear, to which Han-yeol responded with a question about what he had to be afraid of. "Did he do something bad to the man?" the boy asked. The Heavenly King did not expect such courage from the man opposite, but the main character did not stop, and asked the man if he thought he had an unusual foundation, and the dark-haired man also noticed that about 3 minutes had passed, which meant that they appeared immediately after the death of the fish. "Just as people planned," the guy added. People must have been watching the fish quite closely, since they appeared after it was killed, Hanyul suggested. The Celestials thought that if you killed the fish, the public would show them favor, and after the boy destroyed the stage that was supposed to elevate their disciple, the ancestors came running here as fast as they could. After listening to the main character, the Heavenly King said that he had had enough. The man sent the main character flying, and he concluded that it was his own fault. The men were horrified that the boy had been killed, but the Tsar's gaze changed surprisingly. Hanyul survived such a strong attack for a novice Celestial. The protagonist noticed how the Heavenly King took advantage of the blow to the stomach. The people behind the ancestor were stunned. The Heavenly King became angry and asked the boy if he knew what it meant to point a sword at him. The man asked if the boy wanted to say anything before he died, to which Hanyul replied that he was not going to die, which meant there was no point in it. The man shouted towards the boy, "Get down to earth, you arrogant brat!" And then he unleashed his power on the main character. Hanyul was waiting for the opponent's attack. The blow was getting closer and closer, and then there was an explosion. Everyone was waiting to see what happened to the boy. The main character was saved by some man. This is a high-level spiritual celestial of the 3 heavenly kingdoms, Poonbaek. The elder said that a request had been received from Lady Yuhua. I hope it's not too rude of him to intrude on the show of force, but it was so unjustified and cruel, Poonbaek said. After listening to the man in white, the Heavenly King asked if the lady was trying to drag the boy away because she wanted to take out her anger on him for the death of the bird a year ago. Hearing the man in the air, Poonbaek said that he was even more stupid than he thought. If he chose to fight, the elder would not run away. If you don't want to, then please don't get in the way of the elder, the man concluded, and seemed to disappear along with the boy. Watching this, the celestial being wondered why this cunning and treacherous lady had to call for help from Elder Poonbaek to save this brat. After leaving, the protagonist and the elder found themselves together in a very luxurious building with an indoor garden. Poonbaek asked Hanyul if he knew about his arrival, and that was why he was so impudent. The guy didn't hear the question, and the man added that he would give one piece of advice. The guy may think he's exceptional, but extreme arrogance often leads to his downfall. Having heard the advice, the guy thought about it, and then he said that he would think about it, and thanked the elder for the advice. Walking down the corridor, the dark-haired man thought about the elder's words. A year has passed since that day. The guy still clearly remembers how confused he was, and what he encountered that day. Despite how good my intentions were, no one understood it. Therefore, the guy had been carefully prepared ever since rumors about the ruler of the Han River first began to appear, so that he doesn't have to go through this again. Entering the huge room, Hanyul saw Lady Yuhua in front of him. The boy decided that he would no longer act rashly, and he won't let himself be treated like a fool. An anonymous person asked why a celestial named Yuhua is included in the Heavenly Trinity, since she is significantly weaker than the other 2. Someone replied, this lady claimed to be the deity of land ownership, but in reality, she was just appropriating divine medicinal herbs to test whether she had the same abilities as them. Anonymous heard that this is a scam lady and bought these drugs to feel at least some effect. Lady Yuhua has a garden. It is not an ordinary garden, but a room where divine medicinal herbs are carefully selected and grown. The story of this garden is most likely just a rumor, but Hanyul came up with a good plan to get solid evidence. A plan for a boy to attract the attention of Lady Yuhua, the owner of the garden. And now the plan has already begun to be implemented. The lady asked the main character if the guy knew what it was. The woman's subordinate showed the seeds of the purgatory herb. These precious seeds were found on mortals who bought them on the black market, lady said. And she added that she asked the seller in order to punish him. And guess who he turned out to be, the woman said to the main character. Realizing that these were his seeds, the boy bowed before the lady, and he asked her to have mercy. The woman, having listened to the boy, asked him to raise his head, and she said that Hanyul had already paid enough for his sins. Despite the fact that she had spared him, the boy was still obliged to bear punishment for killing her bird. But the guy will be spared again, the woman said, and the guy was very surprised. Lady Yuhua invited the protagonist to work in her garden. The woman said that she owned a garden with trees and herbs. The boy was able to grow the purgatory grass, and he had enough skills to purify the river water with ordinary aquatic plants. This means he will be able to make the garden smell good too, to which Hanyul said that he was very grateful for this offer. And he added that he knows this technique solar wind, the use of which will make an ordinary plant bear fruit in a day or 2. But the grass of purgatory does not grow further than these sprouts, no matter how many times he tries, Hanyul declared. Hearing this information, Lady Yuhua became thoughtful, and then she said that the guy didn't have the guts to argue with her. After finishing her conversation with the main character, the woman called Jajongbi to her. Lady Yuhua ordered to keep an eye on this boy. The redhead hopes that it will prove more useful than regular fertilizer. Hanyul himself was thinking about one thing. The strength of the Celestials in one room exceeded 300, and Lady Yuhua had almost 400. The boy achieved 10 solar wind stars in a year, so he can roughly calculate other people's strength. The Heavenly Wolf King had 600, and Poonbaek had about 400. While thinking, the main character took his phone out of his pocket. The system greeted Park Hanyul and asked him to wait for the update to install. The dark-haired one's rank was Mystic. The boy deliberately deceived Shin Soman. He has about 45. Hanyul decided to try to gain new power. The main character came out into the clearing. And then the dark-haired man said out loud that he was here. In front of the main character there was a blossoming peach tree. Coming closer to the tree, the boy said that he had brought something for him. Kanyul dug in Chintamani, the ruler of the Khan River. Having buried the blue core, the main character began to get up. And finally standing in front of the tree, the boy asked the tree to give him something in return. After the request, he sat down on the ground to meditate. Hanul's body was covered in an aura. The dark-haired man's mouth began to water from spending so long in meditation. And then he suddenly woke up, realizing that he had fallen asleep. Having come to his senses, Hanyul noticed the delicious smell of peaches. It had been a year since he learned to strengthen his attacks with his breath. But only a week ago, the flowers on the tree blossomed and bore fruit. The boy thought the fruit was small, but he looked juicy and ripe. The protagonist was distracted from his thoughts by someone's voice. A little bear cub called out to him. Hanyul was very surprised at the sight of the brown bear. After thinking about what had happened, the boy asked the bear who he was. The beast replied that the elder had given him the name Gwanak. Hanyul thought that the person in front of him was the god of Mount Gwanak-san, because after the gates of heaven opened, the deities stopped hiding their presence. The master of Mount Gwanak-san was not such a happy spirit. Hundreds of years ago, when Hanyang was made the capital, the earthly officials believed that the fire energy of Mount Gwanak-san would have an adverse effect on the city, adding water energy using the mythical horned lion statue. By digging the south pond and so on, they terribly damaged the energy of Mount Gwanak-san. The boy assumed that this was why he was so small. Gwanak said that he noticed Hanyul training and came here because of that. But the bear cub was distracted from his speech by the main character, who ate the fruit of the perch tree. This peach from the holy tree made the Monkey King and Dong Bangsak into celestial beings. And what will happen to the main character? Gwanak thought. After meditation, the boy opened his eyes. Seeing that the guy had finished, the bear cub asked him how he was feeling. Kanyul replied that the fruit was very tasty and fresh. Gwanak didn't expect such an answer. And then he started insulting the main character. Ignoring the chibi, Hanyul noticed that warmth was spreading throughout his body. But no matter what technique he tried, the heat was not concentrated in one point, but continued to spread throughout the body. Resigned, Gwanak said that technically, it would take 3,000 years for even the smallest peach to grow. But the effect of one grown in a year would be weaker. After listening to the animal, Hanyul asked him if he wanted to help his student. The bear became angry and replied that he could not because he did not have the same strength as before. Gwanaka's whining caused him to tear off a sprout that had flown into his forehead. Chibi got very angry and asked the dark-haired guy what if he couldn't help. The guy decided to throw a stone at him. The guy replied that he thought the bear would catch it. The bear picked up the thing that was thrown at him and was surprised. It was a seed of the purgatory herb that sprouted. Gwanak asked Hanyul if he was giving him such a treasure. After the question, the dark-haired man decided to pour more sprouts into the animal's paws. The boy said that this was all he had, and he asked the little bear if these sprouts would be enough to replenish his strength. Gwanak was delighted and exclaimed a positive answer. Looking at the bear, the boy asked what he could do now. Gwanak replied that he could now sell the caves. Having heard the answer, Hanyul was very upset. Chibi added that 3 seeds would not help to return all his powers. The guy asked him what else he could do. Gwanak confidently stated that he could put the dark-haired man's enemies in their place. Taking out his phone, the guy thought about how he could check the location of his enemies. Having called up the system window, the guy noted how correctly he thought. Having seen the system, the little animal noticed that it was a map of the area. Kanyul confirmed the bear's words and added that he had discovered an enemy. After listening to the dark-haired Gwanak, I thought that the guy would lose. At this time, the enemy was approaching the main character. It was Yangiju, who had already discovered Hanyul. The protagonist was on a cliff in front of Yangiju. The dark-haired man in front of him asked, "Is he a disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King?" Hearing the main character, Yangiju was very surprised. After Hanyul asked the Heavenly Disciple, his master ordered him to be brought. Pulling on his jacket, the guy agreed with the main character. And he added that the master even gave him this. "This is the 9-tailed fox's fan." Gwanak on the tree cried out in surprise. Even the 5-tailed fox had only been seen once, and that was 300 years ago. It's hard to believe that such a treasure was made from a 9-tailed fox. It's truly rare. Chidi suggested that if the tail was intact, then the energy of the cloud ghost must be enormous. After listening to the animal, Yangiju confirmed that it was the fan of a 9-tailed fox. Hanyul asked the Heavenly Disciple if he was going to use this thing to blow up Seoul. Yangiju responded by asking the protagonist if he could feel the energy around him. The Heavenly Disciple declared that in this barrier one can do whatever one wants, and no one will know. And all this with the help of the flag of the Northern Dark Squad. Hearing the enemy, Gwanak realized that this energy contained the powers of the 4 heavenly beasts. Then the bear cub shared his thoughts with the dark-haired one. Hearing the little animal, Yangiju screamed as the creature tried to interrupt him. Gwanak answered the boy's question that he didn't know. Hanyul said that the top of the tree plus the explanation is the Namaviki. This made the heavenly disciple very angry. And he thought that first Shin Soman told him something, and now these two. Clenching his teeth, Yangiju declared that the snakehead was his prey. And then he shouted that instead of the snakehead's life, he would take Park Hanyul's life. Looking at the man in front of him, the dark-haired guy noticed that the enemy's strength had increased. The main character began to prepare for battle, but he remembered how Shin Somin came to him. He distributed all his energy and skills throughout the mountain. After his thoughts, green energy formed around the main character. First star, energy distribution. Hanyul returned all the energy he had distributed, and so Yangiju used the nine-tailed fox's fan. Seeing the summoned foxes in front of him, the dark-haired man swung his sword. The two opposing attacks were getting closer and closer to each other. But the main character's attack turned out to be stronger. Gwanak couldn't believe how the boy had entered into complete symbiosis with nature. He wondered if this was even possible. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Hanyul asked the heavenly disciple if everything that happened would be within the boundaries of this barrier. Pointing his sword at the man, the guy said that if he decided to point his sword at someone, he should be prepared for a counterattack. The heavenly disciple was greatly angered by the protagonist's statement, and then he began to object. But not for long, some kind of blue energy began to flow throughout my entire body, and then Yangiju's entire body was covered with blue veins. Seeing this whole picture, Hanyul was horrified, and then he decided to go down to the man. Approaching the body, the boy called out to the heavenly disciple, but his lifeless body made no sound. Gwanak explained that the man's soul was absorbed by the artifact. The protagonist wondered if the sacred artifact had such great power. The boy decided to take this thing for himself, but the guy was distracted from his thoughts by some kind of glow nearby. And then there was an explosion at the place where the boy was. This attack was an ancestor. The man rushed towards Yangiju's body, shouting his name. Having lifted the boy's body, the ancestor realized what had happened to him. The ancestor blamed the main character for all this. As he emerged from the flames, the boy said it was self-defense, and then he insisted that these words also applied to him. Having laid down the student's body, the ancestor said that he should have killed the main character a year ago. And since everything has come to this, the man will burn Kanul, the ancestor concluded. The main character himself looked at the man, waiting for his actions. After which, the entire forest was in flames. At this time, Hanyul was only dodging his ancestor's attacks, but the man's attacks were getting closer and closer to their target, and I was not lucky enough to dodge one of the attacks. The dark-haired man was able to fight her off. The next fireballs came, which the guy also couldn't dodge. Without fighting back, Kanul's body went flying. The guy, having recovered, realized that everything was bad for him, because the difference in their strengths clearly doesn't play into his hands. The dark-haired man wondered why, out of all the elements, the enemy had fire. Gwanak was watching this whole spectacle and advised using a fan, and after his proposal, the chibi found himself engulfed in fire. Hanyul thought about the animal's proposal, but he was afraid that this artifact would absorb his soul. The main character had no choice but to use the new weapon. After the dark-haired man waved his hand, several green foxes appeared. The ancestor was surprised by the boy's audacity, and he sent his attack after him. The foxes advanced and closed the distance, destroying everything in front of them. Hanyul was very surprised. How destructive is the artifact? After his attack, the boy relaxed his gaze and went to look for Gwanak. And that was his mistake. The protagonist's belly was pierced by a fiery attack. From such pain, Hanyul coughed up saliva. Then he hung over a pool of his own blood. The attack was too strong and unexpected. At this time, the ancestor was approaching the almost defeated boy. With his last breath, the man said how angry he was. The dark-haired man, looking at his angry ancestor, wondered how he managed to survive. But the man's next attack interrupted his thoughts. Most of the fireballs hit their target. Hanyul flew into a tree from the incoming attack. The dark-haired man flew in with his whole body and already coughed up blood. But the ancestor wanted to launch the next attack. But he came to his senses and wanted to bring the boy to the Heavenly Wolf King. At this time, the main character was thinking about how not to die. But suddenly a pink glow appeared from the wound. And then the whole wound became covered in a glow. It was the effect of eating a peach. Active ingredient, sacred peach tree peach. Long ago, the Monkey King wanted to get rid of possible injuries, so he got his skin. He endured 49 days on the Eightfold Path. Despite the pressure exerted by the Buddha's 5 fingers, his skin saved him for 500 years. Dong Bangsak wanted a body that would make him invulnerable to death, so he was given the immortality cells. Even the most brutal techniques devised by the messengers of death could not kill him, and eventually even the king of the underworld gave up trying. Nutrients have been absorbed. Active ingredient, sacred peach tree peach. The function creates individual devices that fit one of the elements, and this is how Hanyul got what he wanted. The devices responsible for various metabolic actions, including neutralizing poison. Hanyul's new liver filled his body with warm water from head to toe. The ancestor was very surprised when he saw this energy. The man wondered how the dark-haired man was able to obtain the energy of water. The man was very angry at these arguments. The ancestor assumed that the boy had an unexplained foundation. He began to shine all over from the fire. The main character just looked at the angry face of the man opposite. Hanyul told the man that he himself did not know how he managed to do it. But he feels fine, because the fever has gone away, the guy concluded. And after his words he waved the fan again. The blue foxes surrounded the ancestor. The man was very scared when he saw the animals, and he asked the guy how this was possible. After his words, everyone around him ended up in the water. After some time, Hanulya woke up Gvanak with his paw. The dark-haired man finally woke up. Chibi immediately began asking the boy how he made everything stay in the water. The dark-haired man caught the words in the water. Opening my eyes, I saw a huge lake of water in front of me. After the battle, the trees around were broken. The land was destroyed in places, but the guy was surprised by only one thing. How did he manage to do all this? Having moved a little forward in time, Hanyul dragged his ancestor's body along the ground. Throwing the body, the dark-haired man said that he remembered there was a flag that was responsible for the barrier. While searching the body of the deceased, something surprised the young man. He was able to find some kind of bag. Gwanak explained that the bag was a treasure. Simply put, it is a magic bag that is designed to store small and large artifacts. Afterwards, the guy thought that Yangiju should be like that too. But Hanulya was torn from his thoughts by the chibi, who said that help was probably rushing here. After the reminder, the guy thought, looking at the body of his ancestor. He decided to take it. After some time, the dark-haired man threw the body on the ground. The bear cub, frightened, asked why the boy needed his ancestor's body. He also added that if the boy stays here for a long time, they will find a peach tree. After listening to Gwanak, the dark-haired man told him to wait, and then he thrust the newly created sphere into the ground. The execution of the solar wind, the second star of the art of chanting. Compilation of falling leaves. Watching this whole picture, Gwanak was surprised. The guy forces the tree to absorb the body of a superthermal Taoist in order to ripen a new fruit. The duo managed to finish everything on time. Hanyul, looking at the people, said that it was quite close. The peach tree blossomed and reopened the barrier. Gwanak became sad and said how sad it was that the Taoist had the element of fire. Otherwise, they would have been able to grow fruit. Hanyul asked the chibi if the fruit had any medicinal properties. The animal replied that he himself did not know, since the fruit had not been fully studied. The dark-haired man noticed that if he passes the power through the liver, the water energy grows, and quite intensively. Gwanak noticed how the boy grabbed his side and fell into thought. And then he called out to Kanul, having asked him to show him around. Hearing the request, the main character asked the chibi if he could walk outside. The bear cub responded positively and added that he just needed to release his alter ego, but that it would take a lot of effort. But if people come here, no one brings offerings. But with the help of the main thing, he will be able to see the world, Gvanak concluded. Hanyul agreed, but asked for something in return. Having heard the dark-haired man's answer, the bear cub immediately gave him the thing in return. It was matongsan, a mace-shaped peanut snack. Including the Korean peninsula, someone strange appeared. A fantasy race with intelligent abilities called goblins. They had not only excellent physical abilities, but they were also born with a spiritual foundation. Their nature is quite outstanding. They created special tools that made their abilities more precise. And this is a helmet and a mace. Holding the mace in his hand, the boy thought that he had already read about it somewhere, that only the owner could use it. Gwanak said that this was true, and it was impossible to create a mace and a helmet twice. And this means that if the owner loses it, he will lose half of his power, which means that the owner can be blackmailed with this. Kanyul then asked him where he got this mace from, and the little animal replied that he had picked it up by accident. The guy himself thought that according to Gwanak it wasn't that bad, and in any case he didn't expect much. The dark-haired man said that everything suited him, and he was ready to take the chibi. Gwanak was already looking forward to being outside. Hanyul suggested that the bear cub go to work in Lady Yua's garden. The guy got a lot of interesting items from the bags. In connection with the upcoming New Year, the Seoul Summit will be held on the 31st of this month. The government is preparing to welcome the heads of state and the highest dignitaries. At this time, the main character was riding in a taxi. The taxi driver was telling how he heard that the reason for this summit was some tower. Hanyul immediately realized that this was the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babylon is a unique tower built by people to reach the heavens. Although history is slightly different from the myths, the Tower of Babel existed before the gates of heaven were closed, and thanks to the current dynasty of Celestials, it will be reconstructed. If the Tower of Babylon is reconstructed according to the Babylon Project, won't they unify all the languages of the world? They say that this is the future, but the consequences will be quite difficult. For starters, there are a huge number of businesses related to translation. Hanyul himself thought that this was a different story, and he thought that it would never affect him. Suddenly, the car began to brake sharply. There was a man standing on the road in front of the car. The main character immediately asked the taxi driver what happened. Looking forward, the boy was stunned. The man in front of the car began to remove his hood. It was Jejongbi who asked the guy to get out of the car. The guy got out of the car and the girl introduced herself. The girl said that she was asked to become his partner for a while. As she walked away from the car, the girl added that this was the lady's order, and she hoped that it would be of use. and she added that if her name was involved in some stupidity committed by him. Hanyul immediately replied that he understood everything. Suddenly the bear cub started talking on the phone. He said it wouldn't be easy. Gwanak said that he knows her and can tell the guy her weaknesses. This girl likes cute guys. The main character didn't expect this. Long known for its elegance on Jeju Island, Moon Doryong, the son of a deity named Moon Gokseon, was said to be a very handsome man. One day Jejeongbi, an ordinary girl, accidentally seeing Moon Doryong swimming, got my power. She awakened her spiritual core. When the guy heard the story, he didn't believe it. And the bear cub added that there are people who awakened their power in a state of shock. Even though the heavenly gate was closed, because Jejeongbi had the same foundation as Moon Doryong's family, Moon Gokseon accepted her. That's why the daring Jejeongbi pursued Moon Doryong. But isn't it obvious how Moon Doryong perceived Jejeongbi, who was an ordinary young celestial without connections and support? Gritting her teeth, the girl asked Moon Doryong if he had any reason to see her. Then, she will create it with her own strength, Jejeongbi concluded. In less than 100 years, Jejeongbi conquered Jeju Island. She became known as the flower that would reach the heavens and destroy the entire world, the withering flower of Sura. After establishing the dynasty, Jejeongbi formally proposed marriage to Moon Doryong. However, Moon Doryong and his father, scared of her, came up with a plan to drive Jejeongbi out when she was preparing for the wedding, dreaming of a happy future. The father and son discussed the plan with all the residents of Jeju Island. On the day of the wedding, while she was hastily drawing Yeonji and Gongji, the one who came to find her, we were already close. Many people attacked Jejeongbi. At first it seemed like she was scared. It was not her beloved Doryeon. Instead, she saw an armed army. She was angry, and then she rushed into the attack. Jejeongbi used her power, and she spared no one. She knocked everyone in the area down with just one attack. And despite the fact that they attacked her, thanks to the ability of Sura's withering flower, no one was able to escape from her. The battle of that day was documented as a great battle that almost swallowed Jeju Island. But in the end, the loser was Jejeongbi, because she was the one who was betrayed by her love. Gwanak said that many bachelors with beautiful faces were sent to her, but not one of them survived. And most likely, if Baridaiji, who was her friend, had not intervened, the girl would have been expelled. The bear cub asked the boy if he felt better, but the boy did not understand why. Chibi explained that Hanyul didn't look very handsome, for which he paid the price from Hanyul. The conversation was interrupted by Jejeongbi, who asked the guy what he was doing. After all, they have already arrived. The main character deftly began to climb the steps. And then they entered. The girl immediately told them that there were 6 gardens here and everyone looked after each one. And so the main character, together with Jejeongbi, approached the door. The girl said that the 6th one is the only one the guy is responsible for. The boy thought that the 6th garden was not the most important. But when he opened the door, Hanyul was very surprised. There were 2 suns in the garden at once. The dark-haired man noticed that the whole area was miserable. The boy immediately asked where the previous master of the garden had disappeared to, and Jejeongbi replied that he had been gone for 100 years. The main character himself thought that since the world is changing, and there are more and more new celestials, and the importance of medicinal herbs has increased, the 6th garden was reopened. Jejeongbi said that they won't pay him, but will only pay him when it's time to harvest, and he will be paid for everything he grows. The conversation was interrupted by the sudden sound of music. It was a song coming from Jejeongbi's pocket. Suddenly the girl's phone fell out of her pocket, and flew towards the main character. A screen appeared on which were the princes. Hanyul was immediately flooded with flashbacks of the recent stories about Jejeongbi. The dark-haired man immediately remembered the words of the bear, who warned him to be careful. The boy began to sweat nervously, and then he declared that he respected the girl on the contrary. After some time, the protagonist's eyes began to open. When he opened it, he saw a brown bear in front of him. Gwanak told the dark-haired man that 2 hours had already passed. Hanyul immediately began asking what happened to him. The bear cub said that the guy was hit and passed out. The boy thought that in any case, the girl said that they would monitor how well he was doing. Hanyul decided to show off a couple of his abilities so that they would ask him to grow more significant plants. For example, the sacred peach tree, or something more precious. The dark-haired man thought that he should become even stronger. The guy won't let anyone touch him or his family in the world of uncontrollable celestials. To achieve this, first of all, he needs to do something about this stagnant field. Hanyul reached into his bag, and there lay his burnt blade, because he overdid it last time. And then the boy thrust his sword into the ground. Then he pressed his forehead to it. Gwanak couldn't believe he was sincerely praying for this. It was just a plant, but he could take it to heaven without any regrets. After the prayers, a tree sprouted from the blade. The ground under my feet began to shake, and then the roots poured out. They wrapped themselves around everything in their path. A fence of roots appeared in front of the tree. The little bear was surprised because the peach tree, which had been burned and needed a month of rest, grew back in 4 seconds. Later, the protagonist poured his energy into other trees. The execution of the solar wind, the 9th star of the arts of chanting agricultural work. The boy told his 2 new subordinates that he would allow them to become the main ones in the duties of an experienced farmer. Afterwards, the golems went to carry out Hanul's orders. They began to create their own kind. Gwanak was very surprised. The skill of reviving trees. The main character himself said that he should rest, and the animal offered the guy a Chinese date. There was the sound of a door opening. It was Hanul who entered the house. Entering it, the guy expected it to be wider. Seeing the memoir on the table, Gwanak read out loud that the previous ruler of the Sixth Garden was named Park Hai-yoon. The dark-haired man put his backpack on the ground, after which I began to meditate. The guy spent too much energy. Suddenly, the main character felt something. It was the call of the plant. The boy immediately started looking for him. Hanul assumed he was on the ground floor. The boy used date seeds, and he created a pickaxe, which began to pound the floor. Finally, he was able to break through it. The main character was thrown back by an unknown force. Something landed in front of the guy and started glowing red. The dark-haired man wondered what it was. The bear cub explained that this was a special barrier drawn in blood. Hanul determined that the call was coming from there, and then he swung the pickaxe, and he hit the barrier. After a strong blow, the guy was able to break through it. There he saw a secret room. The owner of the memoir introduced himself as Park Hai-yoon, the ruler of the Sixth Garden. He is also known by his nickname, Guminjinin. The master wanted to notify about Lady Yuhua's atrocities. One day on the way home after parting with my friends, Park Hai-yoon accidentally stumbled upon the shrine of the patron deity, and a ghost entered the man. While he could do nothing, a good scientist who was passing by helped him get rid of the ghost. Park Hai-yoon thanked his savior. The scientist explained that if the ghost chose him, it meant that the man's spiritual essence had awakened. If a person leaves everything like this and remains in the human world, he will be persecuted by people obsessed with obtaining the powers of a celestial being. The scientist suggested leaving this place and joining another celestial being. After hearing the words of the venerable scholar, Park Hai-yoon followed him and entered Lady Yuhua's pavilion. He said that if a man works hard on himself and practices, he can become stronger. But because the man was born as an ordinary person, wanting to become a high-level celestial being was like counting the stars in the sky for him. Without any progress, Park Hai-yoon did all this weird work, and eventually his debt reached its limit. When he was around 30, the man met a girl similar to him, who also came from the world of people with an awakened spiritual basis. The reasons why this child was here shocked him. They were exactly like the ones that had brought him here. It came to him that he was possessed by a ghost, not because he had entered the shrine of a deity, and because of the scientist who set him on Park Hai-yoon so that his spiritual foundation would awaken. After which he forced the man to come here. The man was an ordinary cog, a scapegoat for those who wanted to live comfortably. After studying the stories of others, Park Hai-yoon realized that he could not live his entire life as a servant. So Park Hai-yoon bowed down in supplication to all the masters of the earthly arts he knew, so that they would teach him. Every time, if he was given bits of information, he tried to put them into practice. However, his mortal body, which had no strength, became flabby with each passing year. While he was in this state, they even managed to come up with a mocking nickname for him, Foxtail. Every time he bent down to do some work, they compared him to a foxtail. And that's how Park Hai-yoon got the nickname Gumi Jin. When this happened, he seriously considered suicide. But then a miracle happened. Lady Yuhua rewarded him for his efforts and sacrifice. Having proclaimed Park Hai-yoon as the ruler of the Sixth Hall, she awarded him with martial arts, the element of earth that was passed down through generations from one ruler of the Sixth Garden to another. Park Hai-yoon promised not to forget Lady Yuhua's mercy, and vowed to fulfill his duties as the Lord of the Sixth Garden until his death. From that day on, he devoted himself to studying the arts of the Earth Dragon, practicing in the Sixth Garden. His strength grew every day, and finally grew to the level of a mystical celestial being. However, despite all he had achieved, his body became weaker. Only then did Park Hai-yoon understand the secret of the zombie dragon arts. The effect of the Earth Dragon arts is excellent, but the power was absorbed by the medicinal herbs themselves. Around him, not by him. He turned into living fertilizer without realizing it. And then Park Hai-yoon realized that he didn't have much time left. After reading Hanul, I didn't expect such a sad story. The boy assumed that there was nothing unusual here. Gwanak added that this is a fairly common practice of comfort among the Celestials. The main character realized that he could become the same. Since someone was able to get through the barrier the man had put up with blood, he had no doubt that this person was strong enough to burn this damn pavilion to the ground. Gwanak discovered the things of the Sixth Garden's lord. These are mandrake seeds grown overseas. Taking the second thing, the guy wondered what it was. Nothing was written about this thing, and it looks like a container. The dark-haired man found this strange. The call that the protagonist answered comes not from the seeds, but from this thing. Should he let him out, the boy wondered? Suddenly, Kanulya was thrown to the side. Gwanak asked if everything was okay with the main character. The guy answered positively. Hanul noticed that this thing does not want to grow. What is this thing? The guy wondered. Suddenly, something caught the main character's attention. It seemed like a familiar feeling to him. The dark-haired man assumed it was the hilt of a sword. Gwanak asked where the blade itself was then. Having moved to Lady Yue, she became very tense. An important guest came to visit her. Seeing the guest in front of her, The woman thanked him for his visit. It was Isunakami, the shrine master, who warned that she would get straight to the point. The master heard that the woman had a treasure for her, the hilt of the seven-pointed sword. Isunakami demanded that the item be returned to her. The seven-pointed sword was a strange artifact, and the same could be said about Baekje, where it was created. Baekje was originally a state that could not be founded. This is because of the three states. Only Baekje did not have the strength to support the country. Silla was founded by Park Hyeokjios, who had an unexplained background. The Kongoro state was founded by Saint Jumong, the son of Lady Yuwa, with the blessings of the spirits and ancestors of the Korean peninsula. But as time passed, the Baekje state withered away due to the poor abilities of his successors, and the traces of the mighty king soon disappeared. There was only one person who resembled him. He was as much a genius as King Onjo, the prince who spread Baekje's influence throughout the continent and archipelago. King Gunchogo, the seven-pointed sword, was a rare artifact inherited by the prince. Lady Yuwa asked again about the hilt of the seven-pointed sword. Wasn't it handed over along with the blade? The master replied that they thought so too. In the past, there was a record that said that King Junchogo was about to give the sword to the Heavenly King, but the ambassador did not arrive. Luckily, the ship that carried the sword was quickly found, but only the blade was delivered back to us. After listening to Lady Yuhua, she said that she didn't know that the seven-pointed sword had a handle, and she assumed that the master himself seemed to have recognized that there was a handle. Inosokami responded by saying that she had not come here to talk. The woman stated that on behalf of the sanctuary, she was here to propose a heavenly battle in 6 months. Lady Yuwa asked what the conditions of the battle were. The master replied that this battle would be for the blade of the seven-pointed sword, and if she wins, she can take one item from Lady Yuwa's collection. The celestial being agreed to these conditions. However, she wanted to add one more condition. 6 months later, as they walked, the warriors talked about the upcoming heavenly battle. One fat warrior said that Lady Yuwa wants to become famous through this battle. The group's guide announced that they had finally arrived at the 6th garden. The whole group stood in front of the gate, waiting for it to open. Opening the gates before them, the most beautiful views appeared. People were very surprised when they saw a wide variety of plants. At this time, the main character, eating, watched the guests. And then he said, "Here are the guests." Seeing the dark-haired man in front of them, the people considered him rude. One of the warriors objected, "How dare a guy sit slouched and eat a melon?" But Hanyul didn't pay attention and decided to greet him. He introduced himself as Pak Hanyulam, the lord of the 6th garden. The escort shook his hand and introduced himself as Li Yun, and he was here to check on the boy's progress. Hearing the man in front of him, the protagonist sighed, and he said why his subordinates act as if the guy is weak. When they saw the heavenly level, Hanul was very surprised. After some time, the main character and the escort sat in the gazebo while the subordinates carried out the punishment. At this time, the guest told the boy about the heavenly battle, in which 2 players from each rank from heavenly to supreme participate. Hanyul replied that he had heard about the battle for the first time, and asked the guest if he was participating. The guest answered positively. Li Yun, during the Korean War, awakened his spiritual core due to the shock of losing his family in an explosion, and later entered Lady Yuwa's pavilion. Hanyul himself was thinking how he couldn't trust most of the Celestials. But the man opposite him seemed like a rather interesting person, because earlier he apologized for the inappropriate attitude of his students towards the dark-haired man, and then he added that they can call each other brothers. Hanyul told the guest that he couldn't believe that Li Yun would participate in the heavenly battle. Brother said that the best celestial being is Go Chawul, who will soon become a magnificent celestial being, and he would be happy to participate in the same battle with someone like him, Li Yun concluded. The main character thought about this celestial being, Go Chawul. Moving to Lady Yuhua, she began to tell about the battle with her followers. She said that the mortals also supported the battle only because they killed a couple of monsters, and if they actively take part in the issue of national dignity, they can gain more fame than Shin Soman, who sometimes kills monsters. But the woman was distracted from her speech by a woman who asked her to wait. After listening to Lady Yuwa, he was surprised that a guy from the 6th garden wanted to see her. The woman replied that the boy should wait, since she was having tea with her family. But then the subordinate whispered something in her mistress's ear, and she became very angry. Go Chawul heard the whisper and exclaimed how the guy had the courage to challenge him. One girl at the table said that there was nothing wrong with it. This girl's name is Go Hyunhwa. She said that she heard a rumor that Go Chawul was stuck at the heavenly celestial rank because she was afraid to fight the magnificent rank in this heavenly battle. After hearing the conversation, Lady Yuwa agreed with the girl that she had also heard this rumor. And then she asked Go Chawul if he was ready to deal with the ruler of the 6th garden. The guy was taken aback by this proposal. And then, overcome with anger, he clenched his teeth. And after some time he stood opposite the main character, waiting for the battle to begin. Lady Yuwa was also waiting for the battle to begin. There were also many spectators gathered near the battle. Suddenly, Go Chawul approached the main character, which created many blue spheres around itself. He said that let Park Hanyul not blame him if he made the dark-haired man burn in agony of pain. The main character himself noticed that the man in front of him was looking at him as if he wanted to kill him. The boy noted that this would be his advantage in battle. The battle of the heavenly celestials begins. But when I digress a little, the main character's head began to boil over why there are so many subspecies of celestial names. Gwanak explained that they exist because each celestial has its own ability. Returning to Hanyul, he thought about how to win. Go Chawul saw the arrogant face of a man in front of him. Enraged, he sent his attack towards the protagonist. The dark-haired man himself began to generate golden spheres in his hand, and then he used them to repel the opponent's attack. At this time, Go Chawul asked Hanyul if he could repel another attack. Seeing the main character's technique, Go Chawul said that he had no chance of winning. After all, his equipment is falling apart like leaves. The opponent then created a cloud of energy in the sky, and he declared that the main character was finished. At this time, Hanyul's equipment was fully charged. The execution of the solar wind, the second star of the art of chanting. The protagonist released a powerful blast of his power. The main character's rival was very surprised by this. The dark-haired man's attack was getting closer and closer. At this time, some stranger rushed onto the battlefield, and then he created a huge sphere. The stranger apologized for barging into the battle. The main character was very surprised. Damdok stated that there was no point in continuing the battle. The winner had been determined. And after that, Go Chawul shouted that he could fight further. At this, the man pointed to the dark-haired man and repeated that Taoist Pak was the winner. And then he added that with his strength, he would not have been able to repeat such a pavilion. Lady Yua listened to all this attentively. Then, folding her fan, she agreed with Damduk and called out the winner. The main character, after listening to the conversation, did not understand how the woman agreed with her nephew's losses. And then he looked at the man next to him and wondered who he was. After some time, Hanyul was already standing next to Lady Yua, who asked about how the guy learned the techniques. The boy said that he had a rapid growth of wood element power, and he could grow something for the lady. And then he assured her that he would be faithful to her and would never betray her. To this, Lady Yua said how bold it was, and suggested that the guy had been thinking about this the whole time. Afterwards, she said that now the guy should concentrate on the competition, and she would think about it. The dark-haired man was taken aback by this proposal, and then he said that he wanted to ask one more question. Moving forward, Hanyul and Damduk were heading somewhere. The main character asked what his companion's name was. The man introduced himself as Damduk and suggested that Hanyul call him Diok. Hearing the name, the dark-haired man was surprised and thought of Damduk Kwangte the Great. Looking at the dark-haired man next to him, he noticed how he had become softer since the first meeting. Suddenly, something tore the main character away from his thoughts, and then Hanyul offered his companion a strawberry banana cocktail. After some time, the two tried a lot of food. Diok said that he never thought that the human world was so fun. When he first died in the human world, Lady Yua helped him become a celestial. Hanyul listened attentively to his interlocutor and thought that this man had probably been disappointed in the human world more than once. Diok went on to talk about how he tried to become famous so that people would remember him. But now he thinks those were his good-natured thoughts. Having finished telling his story, the man thanked his interlocutor for listening. The guy said, "You're welcome." The dark-haired man looked at his phone and said that they might have time to see Guancamoon. Walking down the street, the duo noticed a protest. In this protest, people were shouting loudly, "Stop turning a blind eye to the deaths of innocents." People wanted to force the Celestials to respect human rights, even if it was the Dragon King. Seeing this whole picture, Diok asked the boy if he understood everything correctly. And then, getting angry, he said that he couldn't believe that the head of this country was killing his own people. The man asked the boy to go to the chief, but the boy was very surprised when he saw something. Diok looked in the same direction as the dark-haired man and wondered why it got dark so quickly. Hanyul suggested that it was a solar eclipse. After the guy's words, the man asked him to protect ordinary people, and let him do it faster. Suddenly an explosion thundered near the people. A man with white hair and blindfolded eyes appeared in the crowd. This stranger stated that people do not know their place. The main character became very angry when he saw the white-haired man. Having jumped, he asked him what he was doing. Using a fan, he sent the foxes after the killer. After the attack, only a bloody rag was left in place of the white-haired man. Hanyul thought he had won. But along with the white-haired one, others also attacked. The killers killed everyone in their path. Seeing this picture in front of him, the main character became angry. But at this time, an attack was approaching the surprised dark-haired man. Hanyul managed to react and jump to the side. The stranger said that he did not expect to see the main character here. It was the white-haired Yeon Sin. He said that the guy was a wanderer from the wrong world. Yeon Shinye declared that she would take the protagonist's life in the name of Hwalbin. To this, Hanyul replied that this was nonsense. The white-haired man did not expect this. The dark-haired man added, assuming that the man in front of him was a minion of the Heavenly Wolf King. Afterwards, Hanyul asked if the man in front of him was familiar with Yanggiju. This question made Young Senyu grit his teeth in anger. And then the white-haired girl said that the guy would answer for his crimes. Hearing this statement, the dark-haired man laughed. He then concentrated his energy into the ground beneath him. Trees began to grow from the concrete slabs. Yeon Senyu was watching all this. Hanyul stated that she would be the only one who would answer for her crimes. Behind the main character, many of his wooden creatures appeared. And then the boy ordered his henchmen to attack. Each of the creatures rushed to kill the white-haired girl's minions. Yonsenu watched as her people began to be defeated, and then she ordered the release of the Dronzer. The white-haired girl's minions summoned one-horned monsters. Seeing how the advantage of strength had shifted to the enemy, Hanyul thought about what to do. Having taken some object out of the bag, the dark-haired man thought that he didn't want to use it. Then he took out a smoking pipe. The substance was absorbed. Then the main character exhaled. The active ingredient was mandrake. There was an improvement in muscle strength. Concentration has been improved. Maximizing sensory and reflex nerves. Maximum activation of muscle cells. After receiving new effects, Hanyul began to concentrate energy into the ground. A few seconds later, a coniferous tree appeared. The protagonist grabbed him. Hanyul declared that he would spare no one and created a sword in his hand. After his words, the dark-haired man rushed into the attack. Every enemy in his path died from one swing of his wooden blade. The main character did not stop, but on the contrary ran towards the enemies. Hanyul blew into the pipe and then attacked the monsters near him. At this time, the white-haired one was observing the superiority. She thought that no matter how many pieces of wood the guy created, she would still win. Then Yongseni ordered her pawns to summon the gnats, and finally catch the attacking main character. But suddenly the white-haired girl was pressed by an unknown force. The minions did not pass by either, and they fell into despair. The pawns of Yongseni prayed for salvation and descent to them. Yongseni herself did not understand what was happening to her and her people. Sitting on the edge of the statue, the girl's hands trembled from the pain affecting her. And then the white-haired girl collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Noticing the falling leader, the guy ran towards her. In front of her, Yeon-semi saw the main character standing on her sacred bandage. The main character took the substance. The mandrake component has been activated. Exhaling, Hanyul said that it was all with the help of his smoke, and that this smoke had no effect on him. Due to the detoxification process by the liver, it extracts only the beneficial components from the smoke. And for the rest, this smoke will be a real poison. After listening to the main character, the leader began to call for her father through pain. Behind Hanyul, some kind of glow appeared in the sky. Then an explosion occurred near Yeon-semi. Then a stranger appeared and asked the white-haired girl who she called her father. "She's talking about him," Daok asked, holding the head of the Heavenly Wolf King. Seeing his companion with the beaten Heavenly Wolf King, Hanyul was very surprised. Before the daughter's eyes, her father's body fell to the ground, making a loud sound. The Heavenly Wolf King, wincing in pain, rose up, and he asked if people knew who they had affected with their power. To this, Damdok replied that it did not matter, because he had sinned before the people. Listening to the man behind him speak, the Heavenly Wolf King laughed, and then he stood up, enveloping himself in a dark aura all over his body. The white-haired girl's father stood up completely and declared that he would kill everyone and spare no one. The dark aura of the Heavenly Wolf King covered the entire area of the recent battle. Watching everything that was happening, Hanyul realized that the king was absorbing the bodies of the dead. The main character himself wondered why these attackers were maiming innocent people. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl's father was absorbing more and more dark energy. Looking up, the main character saw a dark sphere around the king. The dark-haired man thought about what to do, and then decided to use the fan. But suddenly the boy was torn from his thoughts by Damdok's voice, who, upon seeing the dark sphere, asked for the main character's sword. From his gaze, Hanyul could tell that Daok's intentions were strong. And then the boy threw the sword to his companion. Damdok caught the blade and thanked the protagonist. And after swinging once, the body of the Heavenly Wolf King was cut in two. After destroying the dark sphere, the man said that he had no right to execute someone who was a celestial being, even despite his sins against innocent people. But if we are talking about what the king did to his subjects, Damdok, as one of the Celestials, will take responsibility and implement the necessary security measures, the man concluded. But unfortunately, the white-haired girl's father was not killed. Flying into the sky, he screamed loudly through all the pain that he hated everyone. But after his words, Damdok inflicted many cuts on the king's body. Having cut the enemy into many pieces, the man shook the sword from the blood, and with a proud expression on his face, he headed towards the main character. Some time has passed since that battle. The news covered how terrorists were arrested with the help of the quick reaction of the gods, from a national organization called Falban. At this time, Lady Yuhua was watching someone stream. The streamer greeted his subscribers and said that he had obtained photographs from the incident. Having shown the already familiar duo, the streamer declared that these are the heroes. Afterwards, he asked his subscribers if they knew this person, and then he recalled his heroism a year and a half ago. When she got to the story about the bird's murder, Lady Yuhua turned off the stream, and then something caught her eye. It was the duo that Damdok began to apologize for his actions, and he added that he was ready for any punishment from Lady Yuhua. Looking at the main character, Lady Yuhua asked him if after all his actions the guy dared to look straight into the eyes. After hearing the remark, Hanyul did not immediately understand what they wanted from him. Having come to his senses, the dark-haired man bowed his head and asked for forgiveness from the lady. The boy himself thought that the woman wasn't even particularly angry. Afterwards, Lady Yua asked Daok to look at her, and the woman said that she didn't think his actions were wrong, but that he should be more careful. And looking at the main character, the lady said that the guy should prepare for disciplinary action. After such a productive conversation, the dark-haired man returned back to the 6th garden. As he walked through the garden, he thought that it was as if he hadn't been here for a long time. Sitting on the threshold of his gazebo, the main character thought that he could finally check his find. After some thought, Hanyul took out his find. Holding it, he thought that he didn't expect someone to hide this in the statue of the great Senjong. Holding the old paper in his hand, the boy thought to himself that this thing would give him nothing. But Hanyul was interrupted from his thoughts by the sudden appearance of Gwanak. The little bear noticed that this was Do's handwriting, which was Senjong's real name. The little animal added the author a small nasty boy from the Yi family. After listening to Hanyul, asked this Senjong did something bad for him. Hearing the question from the dark-haired chibi, he replied that he looked like this now because of this family, because they suppressed the energy of Mount Gwanak-san. Out of anger, the bear cub began to pull out the boy's hair. At this time, Hanyul read the scriptures. Today, Hyang wiped away the blood that was spilled. After reading it, the boy noticed that Hyang was Munjong's real name, which meant that the author was King Senjong the Great. He wrote to the author that he doesn't have much time left, but he's not afraid at all. And yet he is troubled by one thought, that he will see his son first close his eyes forever. Seeing Hyang losing more and more weight every day due to the curse of the deity is terrible, and cover the island with the blood and tears of innocent people. Long ago, there were a huge number of people who gave their lives in the name of the deities. Before the era of the rule of the Celestials over people comes again, people who have not yet awakened their spiritual foundation need to gather strength and courage to confront the Celestials. On a distant northern island there are letters called runes. They say that if you use them correctly, they will show their strength and power. After reading this, Gwanak suggested that perhaps he wanted to create power from a language system similar to the Oracle's bone language. And then the little animal added that if he were given another 100 years, then perhaps he could. This someone will be able to use the power of the runes. And the author's last wish will be to not let these 28 symbols fade away. After reading this, the main character smiled and congratulated the author, because the future that the great king so desired has arrived. After some time, Hanyul stood in his garden and thought about something. And then he began to slowly and carefully move his finger, creating energy. A symbol began to appear under the dark-haired man's index finger. And after finishing, a lot of firewood and tree branches appeared from the air. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. Hanyul just needs to visualize the words in his head, and then he will be able to use their power simply by speaking. Then after some thought, the guy said one word, burn, and the newly appeared firewood began to burn. Seeing that he had succeeded, Hanyul was very happy. And then he got carried away and started shouting many times, burn. The protagonist woke up Gwanak with his screams. Seeing the boy and the fire in front of him, the little animal asked him why he was doing this, and how did he do it if he can't start a regular fire without help. To this, the young man replied that sometimes he wants to push the envelope a little. Hanyul himself thought that the louder he screamed, the bigger the flame. This means that he needs to say the word as loudly as possible if he wants to squeeze the potential out of it. Or the louder the word, the more power it absorbs. Or if several people say it, the effect will be wider, the dark-haired man suggested. Thinking about this, the boy was confused, and then he thought, if instead of using one word, he creates a long and polysemantic sentence, will the effect be stronger and more effective? Since power lies in the intention of words, Hanyul wondered. Having thought about his question, the young man started something, and after shouting, he turned to the heavens so that they would cry. But after that, only silence followed. The dark-haired man thought to himself that shouting this was rather embarrassing. But my thoughts were interrupted by the recently arrived Jajongbi, who, seeing Hanul's screams, smiled ominously. Having come to his senses, the young man asked the girl how long ago she had arrived. At this, the girl began to repeat the dark-haired man's recent request to the sky. Jajongbi continued to repeat Hanyul's words, and Hanyul became very embarrassed. Having calmed down, the beauty told the boy that it was normal. And then she said that she respected Kanul for this. Listening to the girl, the main character became very embarrassed. Having moved away a little from what had happened, the dark-haired man asked Jajongbi why she had come. The girl said that she found out how the guy would participate in the battle, and how he defeated Go Chowel. The beauty said that the guy is developing quite quickly. The girl also added that she was also participating in the battle because she had an argument with Madame An. The girl said that she came here to tell him that she was supposed to follow him, but there was no point in that anymore. Then, after her speech, Jejongbi threw a box to the dark-haired man. Hanyul asked what it was, to which the girl replied that it was writing. The sage, the father of the main character, asked me to convey this, the girl concluded. Hearing this, Hanyul remembered how his father left and disappeared. Having come to his senses, the main character clenched his teeth. And then he turned to Zhejiangbi. The main character asked the beauty where she met the man who dared to call himself his father. The girl replied in a place called Shenfu. Long ago, Hwanung descended from heaven on a sandalwood tree to Mount Pektu and gave mugwort root and garlic to a bear and a tiger who wanted to become humans. Unlike the tiger, who ran away, the bear survived on a diet of only garlic and wormwood root in the cave and became a woman named Eungnyo. This is how Hwanung and Eungnyo gave birth to Tagun Wangom and created a new history of Korea. This is the most popular myth among people. But behind this myth, there is the fact that Eungnyo was not Hwanung's legal wife, and Hwanung, together with her family, in whom no animal blood flowed, grew the tree of life on the earth in Shenfu. And so, having returned to Jejongbi, she told him that Hanyul's father was married to the youngest princess of Hwanung and lived in Shenfu. When she finished all her business in Shenfu, the dark-haired man's father called out to her. He said the boy belonged to the palace, and then the girl added that her father told her to tell her that soon it would not be safe for Kanul here. After listening to Jejongbi, the protagonist smiled. The father squandered the family fortune for his own pleasure, and all his debts fell on the shoulders of Kanul's mother and grandmother. And despite this, he did not take the blame, and as a result, the grandmother died. After thinking about this, the guy came to the conclusion that now his father has a new family. The dark-haired man was pulled out of his thoughts by Jejongbi, who asked the guy to open the box, to which the main character decided to open it. Hanyul was surprised by what was inside the box. There was a closed mystical fan. The fan-shaped scripture was created to catch demonic creatures and evil souls with its help. A fan with 24 plates is considered to be of very high quality, and the more plates there are, the better the fan is considered. Looking at his fan, the boy counted 72 plates, and then he wondered why he got such a good item. Looking at the fan, Jejongbi said that it was quite good for catching most spirits. After listening to the girl, the guy said that he would use it, because how could a weakling like him not use it? Seeing the main character's reaction, the beauty smiled. She thought to herself, looking at the boy, that he, like her, was not looking for easy ways. 8 hours until the start. Something caught Hanul's attention. The main character felt a familiar feeling. Someone was coming. Damduck entered the 6th garden. Seeing a familiar face, the boy called out to him as if he were his brother Deok. Seeing the dark-haired man in front of him, the man told him that it was very beautiful here thanks to the master. Kanyul asked his brother why he came to him. At first hesitant, but then the man pulled himself together and asked for help in making a flute. History records that the flute that removes all the troubles of the world and brings peace appeared after the unification of power. But it was created earlier, during the time of the great King Kwang, and thanks to his power. When even the venerable sages could not intervene, it was the human age. However, with the cessation of the intervention of the sages, the dragons from the 3 seas started the war, as if this was what they were waiting for, and there were a colossal number of victims. In order to stop the senseless suffering, all 3 states joined forces. Thus, a tool was created that could be used against dragons. Because the flute had such great power, 2 restrictions were placed on it. First, it cannot be taken out of the country. Second, it cannot be used against the people of this country. Returning to the duo, Deok told them that the flute was very powerful, and its location was unknown. After listening to his brother, Hanyul asked him if this was the reason he wanted to create a new one, to which the man answered positively. And he added that he wanted to penetrate and get the Black Jade Cup because the battle was coming soon. If Damdeok succeeds, with the advent of the new flute, it cannot be ruled out that Lady Yuwa may have suspicions about this, that the Black Cup will be obtained, and also about the possibility of war with dragons who want to destroy the flute. But Brother Deok is going to take full responsibility, Hanyul thought. Still, he is different from other sages, the main character concluded. And after some thought, the boy enthusiastically agreed to help, and he added that he is very pleased with the thought that there are still people like Deok. Not expecting that Hanyul would agree, the man was very surprised, and then he laughed loudly, assuring the main character that he expected such an answer from him. At this time, Kanyul was thinking about how to find a place where a tree for a flute grows, and so Damduk suggested going right now, and the boy agreed. After some time, the 2 arrived. Looking at his surroundings, the main character was surprised, because he saw a fluttering island in the sky. Having recovered from his delight, the dark-haired man shared that he didn't know how to get here using the trash can in the basement. At this time, Damdok told the protagonist that it would not be easy, and then he took out a wooden statue of a horse from his bag. Deok ordered Garmi to come out, and the statue transformed into a real horse. The main character was very surprised by this, and the man asked him to take his hand. Looking at his companion, Hanyul saw a warrior in front of him. Within a minute, the duo were on horseback and heading towards the island. Damdok warned the guy that even his hair would not be touched. The dark-haired man did not understand, and then it dawned on him when he looked back. A horde of various sea monsters was approaching the duo, and after some time, the monsters were upset because they did not reach their target. Having sent Kanul down to the island, the man said that because of the monsters, he couldn't go with the guy. And then he told the main character to believe him. Deok rode away from the island on his horse. Looking at the forest, Hanyul thought that there were monsters here too. The substance was absorbed by the main character. The active ingredient was mandrake. Having released the smoke, The dark-haired man thought that while his brother Diok was covering him, he needed to finish quickly. Correct pronunciation and instruction for people. The longer and more meaningful the sentences, the more their power is enhanced. And the main character thought about it. How faster than anyone else he destroyed all the monsters along the way. As he ran, he noticed how an unusual aura emanated from these two places. While running away from the local macaque monsters, he thought it would be nice if there was a black jade bowl here. Suddenly something caught Kanul's attention. It was something like a huge frog that attacked the boy. The monster's attack cut down the tree as if it were ordinary grass. Seeing the dark-haired monster, he assumed that he was of the heavenly level, and maybe even higher. And there were a whole horde of these frogs. The main character decided to use his new weapon. The guy used a fan. Having seen their target, the lizard monsters rushed to attack, and Hanyul raised his fan to wave it. Then he swung and knocked down all the spirits around him. But among the frog monsters, another silhouette of a creature appeared. It was a huge brown bear that roared throughout the area. At the sight of Guanak's new appearance, the monsters ran away in fear. But the huge bear caught up with its target using the element of fire. Watching his companion, Hanyul thought about him and how he liked his new appearance. And it's not for nothing that he is called the mountain deity of fire, the guy concluded. Evil implies a large mountain. Among the mountain spirits, those ruling the mountains with the sign of evil make up a small part. One of them, Mount Guanak, has the shape of a mountain peak that looks like fire, making it a volcano. Ancestors believed that fires would easily break out with a view of this mountain. To extinguish the fire, a pond was dug on the top of the mountain, and a statue of Heda was erected. For hundreds of years, it suppressed the energy of the fire. Returning to the brown bear, he noticed that all his prey had run away. The main character asked where he was going. Guanak replied that he would run after the monsters. Hanyul himself began to think that the black jade bowl was eating up more than half of the island's nutrients. Suddenly, a wonderful thought came to the dark-haired man. And after that, the duo found themselves near the monster's lair. Sitting on a branch, the boy asked a question. The thing in front of him is a cup. The main character saw a huge black jade bowl in front of him. But suddenly something caught Hanbel's attention. The boy felt something inside the stone, reminiscent of a turtle shell. At this time, Guanak eagerly asked to be brought down to earth for battle. The dark-haired man asked the chibi if he wouldn't regret it if there was nothing there. And the bear cub replied that he was ready. And then, laughing, the duo rushed into the monster's lair. Guanaka's fire element and Hanyul's fan wave blew away all the monsters. While fighting with the lizards, the brown bear enjoyed the battle. But suddenly something caught his attention. It was blue energy coming from the black jade bowl. And then, in the complete darkness, two yellow eyes appeared. After which Guanaka was attacked with blue energy. While watching the bear, Hanyul saw how it ended up in a sphere. And then he freed his companion from the trap. Then the dark-haired man turned to someone and asked him if he was acting as fertilizer. Hiding behind the boy, Guanak was surprised by the creature in front of him. Because he was surprised to see Hat's puppy on this island. Kanyul asked what kind of animal it was. The bear repeated that it was Hat's puppy, and he was an adult. And then he added that these creatures are quite disgusting. It is not uncommon to encounter those who possess the appearance of a divine beast and tame them. And one of them was Mr. Lee. This cub was about 200 years old. Guanak suggested that the creature did not know the basics and could not get out of the technique. After which Hanyul said that everything would be fine. Seeing his companion's reaction, Guanak became afraid of his intentions. Then the main character waved his fan, and the puppy Hada was freed from the bonds of the black jade bowl. But he ended up with Guanacum on the fan. They were baked, after which the dark-haired man decided to get ready and move on. Go for the black jade bowl. After some time, the protagonist and Diok returned to the garden. Damduk thanked the guy and began to transform back. Having transformed on the man's side, blood appeared. Kanyul, seeing the blood, immediately rushed to his brother, asking what happened to him. Looking at the wound, the dark-haired man wondered how many hours it would take his companion to recover. But Diok distracted him from his thoughts, holding out the thing and asking the guy to take it. Damduk said that this was payment for the work done by Hanul. The man said that the garden was protected by bound twin dragons. Diok added that he was only able to obtain Yoju's one dragon. The main character was taken aback by this proposal, and then he took it, thanking his brother. The man himself assured that this was the price of his retribution, and, if he survived the fight for primacy, he would be able to create a new flute. But if Lady Yuwa finds out about this, it will be impossible to avoid her wrath. After listening to Diok, the main character picked him up. To this, the man told the boy that he would not refuse in order to protect his pride. And then the two began to praise each other. And after that, they laughed together. Hanyul himself thought how strong Damduk was, both as a sage and as a person. Hanyul decided to become stronger, so that he could confidently call Diok his older brother. After the work done today, the guy suggested that Sunbae go to Bongmachuksong. Chibi got angry at this proposal and said that he would not stoop to such a level. And then the guy asked how many jars of honey Guanak would eat, and he calmly answered 20. And finally, the day of the battle for supremacy arrived. A man in a life jacket announced the location of the battle, Dokdo Island. The mood of the Celestials is striking even before the battle begins. The two opposing sides looked at and assessed each other. Unlike previous tournaments, this is a competition, where the winner stays and faces the opposing team. People of different levels will participate in this battle. At this time, the protagonist looked at Diok and thought that he did not look injured. Before the start of the competition, there are currently representatives of the sages from each country. Send a congratulatory message to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. With this message, they hope that the Dragon King will understand what it means to hold the competition at sea, in the Dragon King's domain. They say it means making a sacrifice in return. Preparations for the battle proceed without a hitch. Then, work begins on temporarily filling the sea for battle. 2 islands get hotter in the blink of an eye. This is the power of the Celestials. And foreign observers Celestials appeared in the covered area. They are here for fair judging. One of the judges said that he, as the one who would speak on behalf of Shiva, would judge fairly. Until a winner is determined, she vows to protect Lady Yua's wealth with her life. The second judge declared that as the one who spoke in Odin's name, he would judge fairly. Until a winner is determined, he vows to protect the 7 blades with his life. After the announcement, 7 Blades treasure bag protagonist lit up. Hanyul was very surprised by this. It was a resonance. The dark-haired man realized that he was reacting to 7 cards. The blade of this hilt was a 7-pointed sword, the guy concluded. After which the 7-pointed blade felt its hilt next to it. The judge holding the box with the blade was very surprised by the resonance. And at that moment the judge's sword lit up in Odin's name. And then, using his sword, the man pressed the 7-pointed blade. He then said that this blade reacts quite violently to opponents. And despite the fact that the sword has no owner, it showed such a reaction. After which, the second judge apologized for everything that happened. Watching this scene, Lady Yua noted that if this sword could handle the swordsman's divine power, his spirit level was high. And the main character also saw everything and noticed the broken sword. Hanyul recognized the second judge. It was Beowulf. He is famous for the fact that no sword could withstand his grip. Looking at the bag, the dark-haired man realized that the sword had calmed down thanks to the hilt. And if it weren't for Beowulf's position, the resonance with the blade would have caused the hilt to pop out of the treasure chest. The reason for this is probably that Hanyul was the one who had the hilt of the 7 swords. Thinking about this, the main character began to sweat nervously. Finally, the battle for supremacy began. Li Yun comes out first. The first round of heaven was opened. Watching the upcoming battle, Hanyul believed in his master. But next to the main character, a man said, "What a pity." It was Go Hyunhwa who asked the guy if she said it right. She was a member of the Guo family that Hanyul saw when he was assigned to the heavenly level. And the girl said that the guy would find out everything later. She then told the protagonist to watch the battle. Li Yun's opponent was the wielder of Kamaichi, a weasel-shaped yokai. After using the skill, the opponent sent Kamaichi into an attack. But Mr. Li Yun did not lose his composure and was ready to attack. Dodging, he jumped up, fighting off the weasels. And then, in a matter of seconds, he found himself in front of his opponent. The man did not expect such a fighting technique from his opponent. But Li Yun didn't expect one thing, an attack from behind. And after that, the first blood was shed on the battlefield. Watching this terrible scene, Hanyul realized that the Japanese participant had used a Dharma tool. After Go Hyunhwa asked the guy, it finally dawned on him. And then she asked why they needed this student if they didn't have the Dharma that they could pass on. The girl added that if they got rid of him, the next opponent would be Chavel's brother. The Battle of Dokdo is also a test of the skills of the Korean and Japanese Celestials, with the entire world watching. From the very beginning, Li Yun was just an assistant. Suddenly, the main character saw something on the battlefield. And then Li Yun's stick hit the ground. Mr. Li Yun has not given up yet. The Korean participant almost lost consciousness after the attack, but he managed to endure. Li Yun's condition seems very serious. Perhaps the problem was the serious wound he received from Kamaichi. Does this mean that the Korean Celestial lost the first battle? But that wasn't the case. Li Yun clenched his teeth in anger. And then he jumped up to attack his opponent. But the Japanese, seeing this, took advantage of Kamaichi again. And after that, the weasel made numerous cuts all over the body. The protagonist's master felt a deep pain throughout his body. Leaning on the stick, blood began to flow from the Korean participant's mouth. But at this time, Kamaichi loomed over their target. Li Yun looked up at the creatures, and after which he fell powerlessly to the ground. Watching this, as in the first match Japan won, the main character was surprised. Hanyul clenched his fists in anger. Then something caught his attention. It was Go Hyunhwa who asked the guy why he wasn't happy. Because thanks to this, a stage appeared on which he could stand out. She concluded that this would happen, of course, only after his victory. Listening to the girl next to him, the main character felt hostility. And after that, Hanyul stood up and said that he would try. After all, he will be the winner, said the dark-haired man looking at the girl. Go Hyunhwa was very surprised by this answer. And the next participant to come out was Park Hanyul. He is known for killing Lady Yuhwa's beloved pet. The Japanese man, upon seeing the main character, said that he had once again encountered a worthless person. And then he declared that he knew all of his opponent's abilities. This means he can defeat him, the man concluded. Without finishing his speech, Hanyul appeared next to the Japanese man, who in a split second was next to him and struck. Watching the battle, Deok and Jejongbi were surprised. Ordinary people were also shocked when they saw this picture, all because the main character defeated the opponent in one blow. And in this battle, Park Han-yul emerged victorious. The watching Jejongbi shouted that the guy was about to fall down without strength, because he and Lee Yoon had lost a lot of blood. And Damdeok, seeing everything, said that it was quite effective and a very bold decision. After hearing the opinion, the man Jejongbi asked him if it was right to throw under as if he were immortal. Besides, the main character knows about the technique of fast movement, the beauty asked. At this question, Damdeok looked at the battlefield at Han-yul. And then he replied that in learning skills, Master Han-yul is like a bottomless cup. Suddenly the main character took a stimulant. The active ingredients were folic acid, calcium, and vitamin D. There was an increase in cell viability. And finally, blood production was increased. After taking the medicine, the protagonist thought that he should have taken something else. And so the young man noticed his new rival. And then he looked at him with an angry, confident look. Seeing the expression on the dark-haired man's face, the girl swallowed her saliva in fear. And then she took out a sheet for rituals. Saying that this battle would not be easy, she used force. And she summoned samurai warriors around her. Seeing everything that was happening, the protagonist thought that his rival was using puppets in a protective amulet to avoid the fight. Having thought about this, the guy made a decision for himself. And after that, the dark-haired man's fist lit up. The rival assumed that the guy wanted to use Shukichi again. But suddenly an attack flew past the Japanese woman's head. The girl was very surprised by this. It was the hand of the wooden warrior Han-yul, holding the samurai's head. The girl herself thought that her opponent could also use puppets. At this time, the main character said, "Let's finish the battle in Korean style." And after that, Han-yul's puppets began to break their rival's puppets. Watching this picture, the guy said, "Let's sing a battle march." Then, having gotten into the role of a military man, he began to sing. The people with cameras standing behind didn't understand what was happening. And the main character sang more and more emotionally. At this time, the wooden warriors walked towards the enemy, and then they began to cut and break the samurai puppets. The girl became frightened when she saw her warriors being broken, and Han-yul's puppets continued to puzzle over the samurai. The opponent finally resigned herself to her losses, looking at the pieces of her pawns. The people filming the battle were very surprised, because Park Han-yul instantly won his second victory in a row. The main character himself, looking at his fleeing opponent, thought that in this battle he had used only one technique. And because of this, the next opponent cannot assess his strength. The dark-haired man remembered Go Hyunhwa's words, who said that this competition was just a show, and most likely the organizers thought that the guy would become a victim, like Lee Yoon. But Han-yul wanted to become the main character of this performance. Due to the loss of 2 Japanese participants, next will be the magnificent Celestial. When the participants saw the Japanese, they grimaced. And all because he was a shinobi who should not be involved in the affairs of the sanctuary. Han-yul himself, seeing his opponent, agreed with the people, and thought why the heavenly and magnificent levels should fight. This fight will be tough, the main character concluded. After the battle began, kunai were immediately launched at the puppets, and then the wooden warriors were blown up. But Shinobi continued his attack, rushing towards the jumping Han-yul. The Japanese participant did not move towards full rapprochement, but only threw another kunai. The dark-haired man managed to react to this attack and dodged. The kunai subsequently stuck into the ground, and then they exploded behind the main character, sending him flying. Seeing how the target was in a hopeless situation, Shinobi rushed to finish him off. But the main character did not lose his composure and used the art of singing. Having created a sphere around himself to hover in the sky, the opponent swung his blade, but did not reach his target. Han-yul took out his fan and said that the opponent was still on a different level. The protagonist waved his fan and summoned Gwanak, and he, turning into a huge bear, rushed to attack. The boy, watching the fight, heard the little animal complaining because he was locked in with Hat's puppy. Hearing the angry Gwanak, the dark-haired man laughed. Looking at the enemy, the bear asked if the guy looked like that because of this shinobi. Looking at his opponent, Gwanak noticed the emblem of Naburai Suzuki, which few ninja wear. Seeing this, the brown bear declared that he would deal with him. Gwanak used his fire energy and began to melt his opponent's golden armor. Gwanak turned to the protagonist and said that the armor was already melting. The dark-haired man who was watching all this became alarmed, and so the Japanese participant's sword was knocked out of his hands, and then he jumped back. The shinobi looked very sad. Looking at his beaten opponent, Gwanak declared that he had lost. Then, with the words, "This will be a clear victory," he swung for the finishing blow. At this time, the main character told the bear to stop. The drops of recently melted armor seemed to come to life, and then, having united into one whole, they hung over Gwanakum. Then it poured in drops onto the brown bear. When he came into contact with Gwanak's fur, he began to get nervous. Listening to the cries of the bear, the dark-haired man said that he did not have the cold energy to cool down. And suddenly an idea came to the main character. Looking at Gwanak in liquid gold, the boy told him that the cold was already on its way. Afterwards, the brown bear felt a familiar feeling. And then it dawned on him where he felt it. Han-yul called on the puppy hat to help Gwanak. Seeing the hated creature, the bear cub became bitter. The huge bear cried and asked to remove the puppy hat. Watching the battle, the commentator said in surprise, "It's Teguki." The technique that Park Han-yul showed to the audience painted the battlefield in the colors of Teguki. Hearing the words of the commentator, Han-yul was surprised, and Shinobi at this time bowed in pain before the main character. Seeing the position of his opponent, the dark-haired man descended to the ground. It was clear from Shinobi's eyes that he would not give up, and the main character understood this too. But Kanul's thoughts were interrupted by the words of the woman, who said, "Let's end it here." Seeing the woman in front of him, he did not expect to see her, because it was Isonokami. The woman added that the main goal of this battle is to come to a peaceful resolution of the conflict, and she doesn't think there's any need to put someone's life on the line. The main character listened to the woman in front of him. After seeing Isonokami's entrance, Dioku and Jejongbi didn't like her, and Han-yul himself thought about the woman's words and concluded that Shinobi should not die because he is not part of the temple. At this time, the Japanese participant clenched his fist in anger, and the dark-haired one concluded that an agreement had been made, according to which Saikashu was handed over to the sanctuary. Suddenly, someone's voice tore Kanuya away from his thoughts. It was Lady Yuwa who said that since Lady Isonokami had decided that the student's life was more important than victory, the entire Korean side will follow the example of the Japanese and also admit defeat. And after that, Lady Yuhua praised Han-yul for being able to reach the third battle. After all, she couldn't even imagine that the guy had such skills, the woman added. Listening to the praise, Han-yul thought that she was just pretending, but in reality she was insulting him. And the dark-haired man himself said that if he had been warned, he would have given a more interesting show. Hearing this, Lady Yuwa asked the boy what he was talking about, to which the protagonist replied that the lady was probably worried that he had attracted too much attention from Bumgol. But he is sane, who else but him should know what ordinary people are thinking, concluded Han-yul. As he was leaving, the dark-haired man looked at Shinobi and thought how sorry he was. Suddenly, the main character unexpectedly saw Jejongbi in front of him, who pulled up a chair and called the dark-haired man over, and then she said how terrible it was, and the boy replied that he was fine. In response to the boy's response, Jejongbi said that she was not talking about him. After Jejongbi asked the guy if he knew that in the idol elimination show, these guys are called producer's choice. Regardless of their abilities, they will be promoted further. Go Hyunhwa wants ordinary people to worship her, but without understanding their nature. Hearing this, Han-yul understood what she wanted to convey to him. The public would not support him no matter how strong he was. Afterwards, the guy said that he didn't expect such knowledge from Jejongbi, to which the beauty replied that she herself learned it from social networks. After which the girl repeated that she had not seen this, and Han-yul said that he respected her very much. And then after his words there was a blow to the head of the main character. The next battle was about to begin, but suddenly an earthquake occurred. What caused the tsunami to hit people? Creatures emerged from the water, one of which asked where Yakto was, who dared to rebel against the royal palace. Seeing the guests who arrived, Han-yul and Jejongbi were very surprised by them. And then the guy asked his companion if she knew who these unexpected guests were. And again, one of the arrivals said that he would not listen to an excuse for how people dared to deceive the Dragon King. Did they really think they could hide the location of the blade of the seven-pointed sword? The guest asked. People started whispering among themselves at this speech, and the sea guest continued speaking, ordering him to give up the blade and hilt of the seven-pointed sword, and after which he added that if the people give it up, then his merciful father will take pity on them. Two judges were already preparing for the fight. Seeing the reaction of the people and the Celestials, the guest understood their intentions. Then he swung his trident, and he created water dragons on both sides of himself. Afterwards, he ordered them to send everyone to the bottom of the sea. The dragons rushed to attack, leaving only water behind them. Many people were engulfed in water. People were helpless against the waves. Seeing the commotion, the protagonist decided to steal the blade. And so the main character discovered Beowulf, who fought one-on-one with the guest. Looking at the man's back, Han-yul noticed a box, and then he took out the handle to create resonance. But a tsunami was approaching the main character, after which the dark-haired man was carried away by a wave. Covering his nose, he thought he hadn't pulled out the blade to finish. At this time, Han-yul's hand began to tremble, and the handle began to resonate. Holding the handle out in front of him, he said, "Now." And then the handle connected to the blade. Seeing his completed work in front of him, he was delighted. But he didn't notice one thing. Han-yul was in the air, and after that he began to fall. The main character found himself in the water. The boy himself noticed that the sword was pulling him to the bottom. Suddenly the seven-pointed sword began to glow. The boy felt the most powerful and pure energy he had ever felt. Han-yul assumed that due to the long separation, the sword began to emit so much energy, but there was too much of it. The main character realized that his body couldn't handle it like this, and he decided to release as much as he could. Having waved, the guy noticed that a crack had appeared in space. Then he began to be sucked into his own crack, after which the guy found himself completely in a spatial crack. Somewhere else the spatial wall was stretched tightly, and then the water gushed out along with the main character. Han-yul found himself on the ground. The boy leaned on his hand and began to cough up water. Suddenly, something in the distance caught his attention. It was a spatial hole from which water flowed. Hanyul immediately realized that he found himself in a space formed by a 7-pointed sword, because he entered another dimension, just like the time he passed through the pavilion gate. The dark-haired man wondered if he could swing his sword and return to the place where he was. Suddenly, the main character felt something next to him. His body was pierced through and through, which is why the main character started spitting blood. The stranger who sent out his attack headed towards Hanyul. Seeing the stranger's face, I immediately understood who he was. The boy, shaking with pain, rose up, and then he said, "This is that shinobi." Hanyul suggested that after his defeat he began to pursue, but the dark-haired man was torn from his thoughts by the enemy's foot. Shinobi said that there are many more torture instruments than the guy thinks. Hearing the ninja, Hanyul replied that he did not know Japanese. Understanding the reaction of the Korean celestial, Shinobi said that he would choose himself. Suddenly, the ninja's attention was drawn to a glow. It was the main character who started to grow a tree. Trying to pull out the plant, Shinobi asked the guy. He thought that he would not notice. Having pulled out the plant, Shinobi declared that he would make sure that not a single piece went to waste. Listening to his enemy, Hanyul only grinned, and he asked the shinobi to pick it up to eat it. The main character said he was sorry, but this plant was not fit for food. And then the easy-thinking ninja was overcome with pain all over his body, after which he began to choke from lack of air. Finally, after some time, the ninja fell lifelessly to the ground, and Hanyul said that one must be careful with plants that one has never seen before. But after his words, Hanyul began to cough up blood, and after which he fell powerlessly to the ground. He himself said out loud, "He dealt with shinobi, but he can't move." The main character reached into the bag, trying to do at least something. Suddenly, black energy appeared in front of the main character, after which a stranger appeared who insulted Kanul. It was Gwanak in a new guise, who was wailing like a carefree guy. The red-haired man came down to the main character and assured the guy that everything would be fine with him. But to this, Hanyul replied that everything was visible on his companion's face. Let him tell the truth. Gwanak was confused by this request, and didn't know what to tell the guy. And after thinking about it, he said that Hanyul's Diantian had suffered greatly. Hearing this, the dark-haired man only now realized why he felt like his energy was leaking out. Choking on blood, Hanyul suggested using one thing. Hearing this proposal, Gwanak exclaimed that the boy would not be able to bear it. That thing was the pearl received from Diok, in which is contained the energy of the divine or even supreme level, Gwanak said, adding that being consumed by this power is worse than death. Looking at the dying Hanyul, Gwanak said that even Damyok would not have given it. Hearing this, the main character extended his fist towards his friend, and after which the dark-haired man apologized to the red-haired man. But Gwanak, after listening to the boy, asked him if he was called here to use the pearl, controlled by a closed mystical bamboo fan. Moving to Lady Yuhua, she asked the maid to leave the room. Hearing the request, one of the girls called out to the lady. The maids were very scared. One of them even had her hands shaking. The woman reacted violently to the food she brought. Having thrown out the food, Lady Yuhua had already ordered to leave her room. As they left the room, the maids glanced at her again. Lady Yuhua herself clenched her hand and declared that she would tear someone apart. They don't even know what they've done, because everyone was on their territory. They attacked everyone, Lady Yuhua concluded. The woman wondered why she was helping them at all, if they still stabbed you in the back because of the rumor about the flute. Well, in the end, the only losses will be at the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea would not give his life for a lie. Where did this decrepit lizard hear such a thing, the woman wondered. Lady Yuhua thought she could trust him. The plan to make Go Hyunhwa the new hero. It failed miserably, but thanks to Diok, not all is lost. Somewhere in the news, Damdiok became a new hero. Lady Yuhua declared that soon the entire Eastern Sea would bow before her. Returning again to the main character, he began to wake up. He clutched his head and thought about how much it hurt, and suddenly he felt something in his hair. It was some kind of appendage. Having felt it again, one of the main characters wondered what it was. Later, Hanyul thought that they resembled animal horns. After which, the dark-haired man asked himself how much time had passed. Thinking about this, Hanyul noticed that his body was surprisingly clean. Looking around, the boy concluded that someone was looking after him. The protagonist assumed that this someone was Gwanak. Hanyul doesn't know where he is, but he remembers releasing Gwanak. Coming to this, the dark-haired man opened the door outside and called Gwanaka. But what he saw behind the door shocked him, because there he saw a dense forest. As he looked around, he remembered that he had erected a barrier of plants. But something distracted the main character from his thoughts. It was a clearing that looked like it had been a recent battlefield. Seeing the traces of the massacre, the main character considered them familiar. These were traces of Gwanak's power. But who was he fighting with, the boy wondered. After which the dark-haired man asked himself another question. Where was his companion? Suddenly the main character heard some sound. Hanyul rushed in pursuit. While running, the dark-haired man noticed something in the distance. The sound led him to some place. This place was a sanctuary. Seeing this place, the main character assumed that Gwanak lived there. Suddenly a blue paw stepped onto the roof of the sanctuary. It was Hat's grown-up puppy. Seeing his friend, Hanyul asked him why the puppy was so wary of him. Touching his newly acquired horns, he assumed that it was because of them. After which there was a short silence. But it was interrupted by a sudden jump from the puppy hat. The blue creature rushed to attack the main character. Seeing this, the dark-haired man smiled and used his power. The puppy's attack did not achieve its goal. Looking at the main character, the animal was very surprised. After all, a huge green dragon stood before her and made a remark that she shouldn't attack her master. The huge creature turned into a puppy upon seeing Hanul's appearance. After which, realizing its hopelessness, it closed its eyes in fear. Seeing this, the guy transformed and said that while the puppy is small, he needs to be shown strength so that he obeys. After which the guy noticed that even after absorbing the pearl, the abilities did not change much. The protagonist was interrupted from his thoughts by the discovery of his fan. Approaching his new things, the guy assumed that it was from Gwanak. Then Hanyul took his bag of treasures and decided to look at the contents. But what he saw there amazed him. The main character picked up some strange scroll from the ground. Seeing the Japanese characters, he assumed that this thing was a shinobi. The shinobi he defeated and who mortally wounded him. Holding the scroll in her hands, Hanyu remembered Gwanak's words. And after that, the guy concluded that this was the secret scroll of Yatagarasu. Having finished with the scroll, he looked at the rest of the things left for him. Clothes worn by shinobi. Taking it into his hands, the boy remembered that it could change its shape. While putting on his new clothes, the dark-haired man heard something. There was a strange noise behind the barrier. Realizing this, Hanyul rushed towards the source of the sound. Jumping from one tree branch to another, he made his way to the barrier. But what he saw there really struck him. One of the red-haired ones swung his pickaxe to strike. Looking at this whole picture, Hanyul assumed that they wanted to sneak in. He also noticed that they had blue skin, a large build, and red hair. But suddenly the guy saw a rather familiar mace. The mace was similar to the one the bear cub had given him. Having understood all this, the dark-haired man concluded that there were goblins in front of him. Hanyul did not expect to see them in the space of the seven-pointed sword. Looking at the goblins, the boy assumed that they wanted to break the barrier, since he had invaded someone else's land. And then there was another blow of a pickaxe on the barrier. Seeing this, the guy thought that they would soon reach their goal. Looking to the side, he found something that would help him solve the problem. After some time, the main character was noticed by one of the goblins. After which all the goblins stared at Hanul and asked him who he was. Hearing the question, the dark-haired man introduced himself as Pak Hanyulyam. Suddenly, the goblins began to whisper because their boss had arrived. The goblin leader stood in front of the boy and introduced himself as Malduk. After which, the goblin asked where the owner of the sword was, to which Hanyul asked why he needed it. Having heard the boy's answer, Malduk declared that if the boy did not tell him, he would have to kill him. But the main character stood his ground and asked again why they needed the owner of the sword. After which the goblins began to whisper among themselves again. After some time, the boss exhaled and said that he wanted revenge, because King Junchoga promised them that a man with a sword would soon come who was worthy of becoming their chieftain's mate. But he never came. After hearing the story, Hanyul assumed that the new owner of the seven-pointed sword was supposed to come here. But his thoughts were interrupted by a blow from a goblin's pickaxe, which reminded him that the owner of the sword had never arrived. After which he added, "This is why the owner of the sword must be punished." Malduk declared that he would personally take him to the chieftain for execution. Listening to the goblin, the boy thought about his words, and then he asked the goblin if he had seen a red bear. To this question, Malduk replied that their leader had captured this bear. Hearing this answer, the main character became very angry, and then he calmed himself down, thinking that he knew where Gwanak was and could save him. And then Hanyul declared that he was the new owner of the seven-pointed sword and their new boss. But the goblin asked the guy not to lie, because he would die from one blow. The goblin then asked the boy if he had studied martial arts at all. This made the main character very angry. But the goblins did not stop and asked the weakling to leave. Hearing this, Hanyul took out his fan, and then he used it to summon the puppy hat. The dark-haired man ordered his pet to spit it out. The blue creature's cheeks were very puffy, and then a red liquid splashed out of his mouth. The goblins were confused about what was happening, and after some time they became aware of it, and they ran away from the puppy. Within a minute, all the goblins were completely neutralized with the help of the liquid, and Hanyul told them that if even one of them stood up, they would again find themselves under a stream of red bean porridge. The red-haired ones were very scared by this, and then Malduk begged the guy to stop. Sitting down in front of the goblins, Hanyul asked if their leader was that strong, to which the goblin answered positively. The guy asked how Gwanak was defeated. Malduk said that the chieftain had a club and a shield in the shape of a golden pumpkin. Then Hanyul asked what abilities their leader had, but this question was answered by an unknown person who said there was no need to ask. And then a woman's fiery red hair appeared. It was the goblin chieftain who had arrived. Looking at her subordinates, she said that she could not trust them with anything. Pointing at Malduk, the chieftain told him that he had been fooled. Afterwards, she stated that everyone would be punished and locked up for 10 years. After telling his subordinates this, they were sucked into the girl's container. Looking at this whole picture, Hanyul assumed that this pumpkin was something like a seal. The dark-haired man became very interested in how strong she was. Hanyul ordered his puppy to splash out the contents of his cheeks. The red-haired one was able to dodge such a sudden attack. And then she said it was obvious. She swung her mace and summoned the goblins. Seeing his opponent's ability, Hanyul unfurled his new scroll. On the side of the main character was the power of the scroll and the puppy Hata, and so the two sides began to clash. The leader, watching the battle, asked the boy if it was okay, and then she added that it had been a long time since she had had so much fun. While in battle, the girl sang and used her mace. Seeing this, the guy remembered the conversation with Guanacum. The bear cub explained that the goblin's power lies in the embodiment of images from the imagination and a club. But the point is that goblins don't think about fantasy. They can imagine something specific, acting instinctively. Looking at his opponent, he thought how her level of imagination was far superior to other goblins. Hanyul concluded that the goblin chieftain was on a completely different level. The main character, watching the battle, began to think about what to do. As he walked back, the dark-haired man hit the barrier and an idea came to him. Suddenly the girl asked where the guy was looking, and then the attack followed. The leader asked the boy what time he had to distract himself, but then the girl noticed a mask in the sky aiming at her. Both enemy sides were separated from each other by a shot. The redhead dodged and used the skill again. She swung her club and sent the goblins charging. The main character was unable to dodge multiple blows. Unable to withstand one of the blows, Hanyul was slammed into his own barrier. Sitting on the ground, the dark-haired man was at a disadvantage. Standing over the boy, the leader asked if that was all he could do, and then she pointed to the main character, ordering his goblins to finish off the dark-haired one. And the girl herself thought that when the guy screamed, she would be able to lock him in. Lock him up like that angry red bear. But Hanyul didn't scream, but on the contrary said that he was having a lot of fun. After his words, he found himself behind the barrier with his puppets. The puppets had that red liquid in their hands. Seeing all this, the leader became very frightened. After all, waves of red bean porridge washed over her. Seeing the approaching substance, the girl began to sweat nervously. And then the chief screamed and disappeared into her own pumpkin, which then fell to the ground. Taking the pumpkin, the guy thought that's why she was waiting for his scream. Raising Hanyul, he said that she had fallen into her own trap. The dark-haired man tapped the neck of the bottle and called out to Guanaka. And after that, the bear burst out screaming that he knew the guy would save him. Clinging to the main character, Guanak began to cry. Then Hanyul asked how much time had passed, and the bear replied that about 150 days had passed. After hearing this, the guy shook the pumpkin and told everyone to get out of there. The goblins that emerged were writhing on the ground. Leaning over the leader, Hanyul asked her where the seven-pointed sword was. But the girl only looked at Kanul with disdain and said something about him being small and having narrow shoulders. To this, the dark-haired man cried out that he was of average height, and height did not matter. Sighing, the girl confirmed the words about the importance of height. She said that her mother said the same thing, and she thought it was nonsense. And then the girl acknowledged the victory of the main character. But after that, she said that she wanted the guy to become her husband. Hearing this, Hanyul began to sweat nervously, and Guanak thought that it turned out that he would be leading the ceremony. The brown bear cub was already anticipating how it would be. Guanaka was interrupted from his thoughts by the guy's question about what was going on, and he told the guy that he himself heard the story that Malduk told. Hearing the reminder, the dark-haired man remembered that a man with a sword would soon come to become the chieftain's mate. The story of the man sent by King Gunchogo. Thinking about this, Hanyul fell into long contemplation, and then it dawned on him that he had to marry the girl. Having realized this, the dark-haired man began to deny it, saying that the person they needed had already died. Looking at the girl, Hanyul realized that she didn't think so. The guy himself thought that now was not the time to talk about it. Afterwards, he asked the girl again where the seven-pointed sword was. The guy added that until she says so, he will eat red bean porridge. Then the wooden puppet brought the porridge to its mouth. To this, the girl said that they could do whatever they wanted, but she wouldn't tell. And then the girl said that she wouldn't tell until she and her boyfriend had 3 wonderful children. Hearing this statement, Hanyul ordered the puppet to pour the porridge on her. Guanak looked at the chief and told the boy that he was using the wrong methods. Hanyul replied that goblins were stubborn creatures and were not easy to convince. But to this the bear said, "Is there any reason why you cannot get married?" Guanak noted that only young goblins remained, and they did not realize their full strength. And even the golden pumpkin is a treasure of the highest rank. And in 100 or 200 years they will steal the power and then the boy will have a hard time, concluded Guanak. Hanyul looked at the girl and thought that they should not be underestimated. The guy decided that instead of intimidating them, he should subjugate them. Afterwards, the main character came up with an idea on how to do this. After some time, the red-haired girl woke up. Standing up, the redhead noticed that she was tied up, but then something caught her attention. There was a table with food in front of the leader. Looking at the food, the girl wondered what it was, but the main character suddenly appeared and interrupted my thoughts. Seeing the dark-haired man, the girl immediately said that she wouldn't tell anything. But the guy replied that he would have a snack first, and then think about it. And then Hanyul began to eat expressively. The girl watching this was very surprised. and then she started drooling from the description of the main character's taste. And the main character continued to pretend to eat the pies. The redhead screamed that she wanted it too, but before she could finish speaking, a rice cake flew into her mouth. After chewing the rice cake, the red-haired woman was surprised. After all, it was very tasty for her. Afterwards, she asked for another pie. Hearing this, the main character grinned ominously, and then he poured all the remaining pies into his mouth. The girl continued to talk about marriage and children, and Hanyul only said how delicious it was and that there were only 2 rice cakes left. Hearing this, the girl said that 2 children would be enough. But at this, the dark-haired man threw one of the rice cakes into his mouth. Watching Hanyul eat the pies, the red-haired girl said that 1 daughter would be enough for her. Hearing the girl, the guy already took the last pie to eat. Seeing this, the red-haired girl burst into tears. Getting down on her knees, she told the guy to just let her get married. Hearing what he was planning, Hanyul said that he would marry her, but not now. And then the dark-haired man handed the food to the girl. The dark-haired man said that these were corn tortillas, and he would tell him how to make them, and how to grow the ingredients for them. After listening to the guy, she asked her husband if this was a wedding gift. The dark-haired man answered positively, thinking what was the point of getting married if he would be 120 years old. After which the red-haired girl summoned a chest. The redhead said that she got it from her mother. Then she asked to wait a second. A second later, she extended her fist. The girl asked to take this. The redhead added that this was her loyal one. Seeing the objects, Hanyul asked what they were, and the girl replied that they were pine cones. Hearing this, the dark-haired man immediately remembered the tale of the pine cones. Hanyul took one of the cones in his hand. Taking it, he felt a strange feeling. Gwanak said that the main character of that tale was a famous singer of that time. Hearing this, the main character was very surprised. Goblins, giving people what they so deeply desire. They are taking away their greatest talent. They developed a method that allows them to give and take away even such intangible things as talent. But people wouldn't just give something like that away. These bumps are evidence that the person is faced with a very difficult situation. He decided to exchange his talent for something that would help him get out of this situation. Gwanak concluded his story, and then he told Kanul to attach them to himself as quickly as possible. Looking at the bump, the dark-haired man thought that everything should be fine. While eating corn buns, the redhead introduced herself as Sexy. The guy asked Sexy if she knew where these cones came from. The girl replied that it happened when Yulfaso died. Hearing this, Gwanak said that it was quite a good time. The girl added that in any case, the owner of this lump was a doctor. He was very famous for his skill in making medicines and his knowledge of acupuncture. But when he was wandering around the world, one powerful man forced him to cure an incurable disease. And as a result, he locked him in a dungeon and began to starve him. In fear for his family, he gave up his cone in exchange for his family being hidden. Hearing this, the guy was very happy, and the cone that Gwanak had belonged to a strong warrior. He was skilled in both martial arts and horse riding, but vanity destroyed him. Saexi added that he took his beloved to the battlefield and gave up his cone to save her. After listening to this story, the dark-haired man found it sad. He thought that although he had nothing to lose, it was a little disappointing. After finishing her meal, Sexy stood up and asked if she could begin. The guy was surprised when he saw the girl in front of him. The main character asked the red-haired woman why she needed the club, and then a blow was heard throughout the entire district. After which the guy grabbed his head. He noted that he felt no pain. The redhead said it was because she hit him. Hanyul shared that he doesn't feel any changes, to which the girl said that the talent will be revealed later. Turning back, the dark-haired man decided to move on to the important stuff. Behind him was a box containing a 7-pointed sword. Hanyul decided to take back what he came here for. Looking at the sword, Gwanak said that high-level treasures have consciousness, and this one is especially arrogant. And besides, the guy's attribute is wood, which means he needs to work hard. Because the 7-pointed sword has the opposite attribute. The bear cub asked Kanul not to overdo it. Looking at the sword, the boy thought he should try. The dark-haired man began to reach for the sword. Taking it, his sword began to emit golden energy. The guy strained hard and tried to suppress the sword. Watching this, Gwanak repeated that the guy should not overdo it. But what he saw surprised him greatly. The blade completely destroyed the dark-haired man with its energy. And Hanyul began to insult the sword, telling him that he would not back down so easily. After some time, Gwanak saw that the glow of the sword had changed. Looking at the main character, he thought about him. That usually he had a grin on his face, but now he was so aggressive. After some time, the sword completely calmed down in the guy's hands. Seeing this, Gwanak said that he didn't expect the guy to submit to the 7-pointed sword. But the main character himself was amazed that he was able to do it. Looking at the hand, he guessed that it was done with the help of a warrior's cone. Clenching his fist, the boy looked at his companion, and he asked him if it was time for them to return. After some time, the duo found themselves in the city. Gwanak sipped honey and kept saying how delicious it was, and the main character was looking for something on the computer. After a long time, they returned to Korea and they stopped at an internet cafe, although the two had originally planned to go to Mount Gwangsan. But in the battle with Sodom, the guy spent a lot of energy. 7 months have passed since the battle. but people still gossip about her. Hanyul thought that this was due to the invasion of the Dragon King's sons. The people were waiting for an answer from the Dragon King. Almost immediately, representatives of the Peiwa Garden and Inosakami Temple accused the Dragon Palace of interfering in the battle. About a month later, the Dragon King suddenly began to make excuses. He apologized, saying he made a mistake due to false information. But both sides knew that these were just empty words. Gwanak asked, "What about the Dragon Kings of the Western and Southern Seas?" Hanyul replied that they had not expressed any position. Hearing this, Chibi said that the East Sea was clearly being ignored. And then he added that they always unite when they encounter people or celestials. The guy himself thought that it was their own fault. The public did not understand where the seven-pointed sword had disappeared to. It is said that Beowulf notified the Northern Council that he was staying on the Korean peninsula and would soon take part in the war in the Eastern Sea. After reading this, the dark-haired man assumed that it was because of the oath, and it is strong enough to suppress the resonance of the seven-point sword with one blow. Reading the article, Gwanak said, "The East Sea is completely cornered," but the duo were interrupted from their thoughts by a notification about the end of the session. Gwanak asked what the guy would do next. To this, Hanyul replied that he was going to go to Mount Gwanak-san. Looking to the side, the guy assumed that he was now listed as missing or dead. "So he will calmly observe the situation of the parties," concluded Hanyul. Having heard the main character's plans, the bear said that he also wanted to go to the mountain to check the condition of his main body. Chibi shared that when they entered the goblin place, he lost his connection. After listening to his companion, the guy concluded that he had lost contact with his body for 7 months. And then Hanyul cried out why Gwanak didn't tell him right away. Then he told his companion that they were heading to the mountain right now. Finding himself at the tree, the boy was in shock. The tree was completely covered with beehives. Gwanak wondered how the bees were able to penetrate the barrier. Saying, "This is strange," the little bear jumped off the dark-haired man. Digging in the grass, the bear assumed that the bees had broken through or that the tree itself had called them. Watching the chibi, the guy was surprised where the pile of leaves came from. At this time, Gwanak himself was perplexed, because his body was sleeping in front of him. When the two saw the second bear, they were very surprised. Hanyul immediately asked why Gwanak's body was here, and at this time the bees noticed their guests. The duo also noticed the new inhabitants of the peach tree. Seeing them, the dark-haired man asked why the bees had become bigger. Realizing that there would now be a battle, the guy unrolled his scroll, and then he ordered the masks to shoot the bees. Many bees were killed by the onslaught. At first it seemed that victory was just around the corner, but it only seemed that way. The bees rushed to attack. Looking at his rivals, Hanyul noticed that they were not ending. Even iron guns can't cope. Suddenly, a rather familiar fire engulfed the battlefield. It was Gwanak who had turned into his enormous form. Absorbing energy from the second body, the bear growled, and many bees were enveloped in tongues of flame. Hanyul, observing this, called out to the drilling bear. To this, Gwanak said that he could hook both the nest and the tree, but the nests were full of bees. The bear asked the guy if there was another way. Hanyul began to think about how to win without damaging the tree, and suddenly something caught his eye. These were stunned bees, writhing on the ground from the pressure. The dark-haired man wondered why they were lying without a name. And finally the guy realized. But the main character was frightened by Gwanak's suddenly awakened body. Hanyul called out to the bear, telling him to move away. Then the dark-haired man threw the medicine towards the bee's nest. The balls, flying through the fire, began to char, and then they started to create a huge amount of smoke. Seeing the desired effect, the guy stuck the flagstick in, and he created a barrier around the hive. While in safety, Gwanak did not understand where the bees came from. And suddenly he remembered the story of how the golden queen bee raised something called Gumabong on Mount Gonjunsan. But it had been a long time since she had been seen, the chibi concluded. After listening to the story, the guy noticed that they had a peach tree, the tree of life. The dark-haired man assumed that there were still bees left from that time, and when they smelled the tree, they rushed towards it. Standing up from the ground, Hanyul said that the smoke had finally cleared. "Which means we can go inside," the guy concluded. The hives, which were abundantly filled with bees, turned out to be completely empty. And the main character took one of the hives and opened it. When Gwanak saw the honey, he said that it was full of yang energy. And if you eat his body, you will be filled with power. Holding a piece of the beehive, the boy thought that this honey was from a peach tree. The dark-haired man decided to see what Gumijinin mentioned in his book. While examining the hive, the boy found honeycombs with larvae, and he decided, while they were still alive, to move them to another place. Looking at the honey, the dark-haired man noticed that it contained many useful substances for further growth. The guy was very interested in what effect honey would give him. The substance was taken. The active ingredient was royal jelly. It clears the head and fills the body with strength. Abilities have been increased for growth. Having tasted the honey, Hanyul realized that it was not sweet. Seeing the reaction of the main character, Gwanak was surprised. And then looking at the dark-haired one, the bear said that the boy's head was glowing. Hearing this, Hanyul decided to show his companion the rock. When the bear cub saw them, he couldn't believe his eyes at first. Looking at the chibi's reaction, the guy said that it was because of the pearl's absorption. After listening to the guy, the walrus became angry and did not believe him. And then the main character added that he found something on his side. Looking at the chibi's scales, I wondered where it could have come from. To this, Hanyul suggested that it was because of the dragon pearl. Dragons are unusual creatures. These are creatures that are born from water, and after many years they are reborn. But the guy became a dragon, even though he was a human before. Even the little bear doesn't know what to say. And then Gwanak concluded that the guy had become a real monster. Upon learning this, Hanyul said that if he had the opportunity, he would not have swallowed the pearl. Looking at the main character, the chibi said that if the guy were a human, he would not have received any special advantages. Then the bear cub added that perhaps in the future the boy could become a dragon. The dark-haired man thought about these words. Looking at the honeycombs, he thought that at least the horns had responded. Then it is worth regularly consuming royal jelly. Hanyul thought that with the larvae he could produce honey. In the meantime, the larvae are growing. The guy decided to master a new technique. He was lucky enough to absorb the heavenly gunking extract. Because of this, his base is blocked. And because of this, he only needs to absorb elixirs. And if the guy learns techniques with other attributes, he will be able to absorb other elixirs. Hearing this, Gwanak asked where the boy could get other techniques. And after Hanyul, they dumped memoirs and writings in front of the chibi. Techniques that were used by the students of Choyol Jining and Nukcha Choswan. And the scroll of the Saikashu family that the shinobi had. Hanyul decided to try them out while they were still hiding. After his words, the dark-haired man took the scroll. And then he said that he thought this shinobi technique would be perfect. Hanyul already has 3 items that have the metal attribute, including the 7-pointed sword. Having understood the intentions of the protagonist, Gwanak praised him. But the guy shared that something was bothering him, a jade bowl. The guy asked if Damdok was able to get it. Hearing this, Gwanak said, why should the guy even care about this? Hearing this, the main character was very surprised. And then he took the scripture into his hands. But he was frightened by a bear cub that suddenly jumped on him. Gwanak asked what a gummy bear was. The little bear saw a comment about this somewhere. After some time, the main character did not understand. Why is Gwanak so serious? And Chibi asked the guy if he really thinks that if they get the flute, then all the problems will be solved. The bear added that there is no need to risk your life for the first person you meet. But the guy couldn't agree with his companion's words. Gwanak kept insisting that the boy could find someone who would do everything for him. Hearing this, the main character thought about the words. And then Hanyul asked Gwanak if he knew someone who could help. But Chibi said that even if the guy gets the flute, he will still give it to Damdyok. Suddenly, the dark-haired man said no to this. The brown bear was surprised by this. Gwanak asked the guy if he was lying, and Hanyul replied that he was telling the truth. And the boy himself thought why give him the flute if he himself would use it against the Dragon King. After some time, the chibi agreed, and the dark-haired man was happy, after which Gwanak said that he would introduce the guy to Hwadok Jigen, who serves his sister and nephew. The bear cub added that they needed to go to Mount Kuvalsan. Hanyulya was very surprised by this, because the mountain was located in North Korea. The guy asked Gwanak's sister's name, and he replied that she didn't have a name. But as for his nephew, he is usually called Tengun. Along with Lady Yuwa, he was one of the 3 leaders who ruled the peninsula. Climbing the mountain, the guy would never have thought that he would end up in North Korea. Looking at the views around, the dark-haired man thought, it truly deserves to be called a sacred mountain. But the guy was tormented by one question: where was Asadal? Looking at the dark-haired Gwanak, he told him not to be in the clouds. The main character asked when they would arrive, but suddenly what the guy saw in front of him surprised him greatly. It was a passage between 2 pillars with heads on top. One of the heads asked who they were. Asadal does not accept guests. To this, the red-haired man told the column to tell her that a red bear from Mount Gwanak-san had come to her. Hearing Gwanaka, the Kalana asked to wait a second. Hanyul, who was watching all this, thought how noble the redhead looked. Suddenly the main character was surprised. His head suddenly started spinning. The guy didn't understand why this happened. And then, looking forward again, he was surprised. A small Korean town appeared out of nowhere in front of the dark-haired man, in which people spent time like in the old days. Children ran through the streets and were happy. Hanyul assumed that everyone here was a celestial, but Gwanak said that there were also people here who decided to stay with Asadal. Having understood this, the dark-haired man thought that paradise on earth under the rule of the great leader was indeed located in the north. Suddenly, Gwanak noticed someone heading towards them. The people who arrived greeted the gentleman. The red-haired man asked where his sister was. The man replied that she was waiting for him at the monastery, and then the man suggested going to the lady. Walking throughout the town, the main character looked around, and suddenly the man said that they had arrived. Hanyul himself thought that such a place was located in such a remote place. Why should she be here if there is a magnificent palace over there? But the main character was interrupted from his thoughts by the arrival of a girl. That redhead was Unyo. The guy noticed how different she was from Lady Yuhua. Afterwards, the guy saw Unyo praising the man in front of him. After some time, the duo were left alone with the girl. When she saw her brother, Uno seemed to change, and he said how long it had been since she had seen him. And then, with a scream, she jumped towards Gwanak a long time ago. Hugging her brother, the girl continued to repeat that she hadn't seen him for a very long time. And after saying, "Let the brother rest," the energy of the red-haired woman affected Guanak. And a few seconds later, Guanak fell asleep in Unyo's arms. The main character, watching all this, was very surprised. Seeing the worried guest, the girl calmed him down, saying that she had simply put Guanak to sleep. The dark-haired man thought about it. Unyo added that this child was her only blood relative left from those times. But then the red-haired girl asked why the dragon was pretending to be her brother's servant. Hearing how they called him, Hanyul said that it was more like a monster rather than a dragon. After which, the main character took off his mask, revealing his face. After some time, the trio found themselves in the garden. Guanak slept lying on his sister's legs. After hearing the dark-haired man's story, the girl said that everything was clear to her. Afterwards, Unyo asked Hanyul if he had told her much, even before he became a celestial being. The guy answered this question in the negative, and then he added that Guanak is well aware of the situation he is in. True, despite the fact that he brought him here, he had to hide his identity. After listening to the main character, Unyo stroked her brother's head, and she said that Guanak trusts him very much. But whoever the guy is looking for is not here, the girl said. Hearing this, the main character was very surprised. The girl added that he has not lived in Asdal for a long time, after which Unyo said that since the boy cared about her little brother, he would make him a flute if he prepared a small gift. But suddenly an idea came to the main character's mind. If Hwadok Jigen hasn't lived here for a long time, then Guanak should know about it. Unyo looked at the man opposite and told him that he finally understood. Guanak planned to ask you to join Asdal. Hearing this, the main character was very surprised. And the girl added that, to be more precise, the guy would take the throne, which would soon become vacant. The dark-haired man was surprised when he heard that the throne would soon be vacated. The guy remembered Guanak's words that the East Sea was clearly being ignored. Hanyul guessed that this was the throne of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Having moved further away from the main character, a carriage flew in the sky, inside which were Damdok and Lady Yuhua. The woman asked what was wrong with the man across from her. Lady Yuhua assumed that the man was not happy with the leaders' meeting. The woman asked Daok if he was not the one who wanted to lead the offensive against the East Sea. When the sons of the Dragon King of the East Sea disrupted the Battle of Dokdo, they caused significant damage on land. Because of their actions, a huge number of innocent people died. Damduk himself, thinking about this, could not forgive them for their actions. The man decided that they would be punished, no matter what the cost. Understanding the man's intentions, Lady Yuhua shouted at him, ordering him to calm down. Everyone, even children, are their enemies and must be gotten rid of. After listening to Mrs. Daok, I agreed with her, and the lady herself thought about who would become the new Dragon King. The reason they brought this up at the leadership meeting, the point is that if the vacated seat is taken by a puppet of one of the factions, the consequences could be catastrophic. Luckily, dragons are rare, so it won't be easy for them to find a suitable candidate. Lady Yuhua thought that she couldn't let anyone else take advantage of this. We need to find the dragon quickly, which she will be able to control, Lady Yuhua concluded. Returning to the main character, he asked Unyo to help him leave Asadal unnoticed, so that no one would know that he was a dragon. Hearing such a request, the girl said, the guy can ascend the throne and achieve his goal. But to this, Hanyul replied that if he ascended the throne, he would simply become someone's puppet. And he doesn't want anyone to control his life. Then kneeling down, he asked for advice on his next steps. Hanyul said that he doubts he will meet anyone who can help him, and that's why he wants to be given advice. After listening to the guy, Unyo said that she was pleased to hear this, and she thought her brother would be saddened by this separation. The dark-haired man asked the girl what she meant. To this, Unyo replied that she would no longer allow her brother to leave these lands. Then the girl began to tell the story of how, a long time ago, her brother had to leave Asadal. Although she resisted this with all her might, he still became the guardian deity of Mount Guanaksan, and eventually lost everything, and became like this. After listening to the red-haired Hanyul, he asked if she wanted to exchange Guanak for power for him. The girl replied that she simply would not have given up her brother, and then she said that the throne could appear anywhere where there is water energy. Although the level of such thrones is lower than the sea ones, their energy is still quite pure. The girl said that she recently received her dragon friend from the earth. Unyo said that she would hand over the rights to him and he could take the throne. After listening to the girl, Hanyul thought that he needed to leave quickly before Guanak woke up. But the dark-haired one just wanted to say goodbye. And then, bowing his head, he thanked Guanak for everything he had done for him. 3 days have passed since then. Seeing his new possessions, the main character was very surprised. But first, Hanyul needs to absorb the water core of this lake. Realizing this, the main character dived into the water. Swimming to the bottom, the guy noticed that he could easily swim and breathe underwater. Suddenly, the dark-haired man was surprised at the sight of something. He was able to find the water core of this lake. Swimming closer, he was surprised because he felt the probable power. And then he reached for the core. As soon as it touched it, it began to emit blue light. Suddenly, the main character felt the energy of the core, which didn't want to end up in the guy's hands. Realizing this, Hanyul shouted that he could absorb him. After some time, the dark-haired man succeeded. Taking the core in his hands, The boy felt strange, and this feeling was similar to uniting with the dragon's pearl. But suddenly the main character looked up and was struck. The entire sky above the lake was covered with black clouds. Seeing this, Hanyulyu remembered the conversation with Uno, which warned that after the barrier was removed, Imugi would appear. Remembering this, the dark-haired man thought that they had arrived earlier than he expected. Soaring above the water, Hanyul saw a black eel in front of him. Upon seeing the monster, the guy decided not to stand on ceremony and go straight to the attack. The dark-haired man swung his blade, and he created a wave in front of him heading towards the target. Seeing the attack, the monster's eyes lit up and its whiskers began to emit lightning. The protagonist's attack came into contact with the eel's lightning. Hanyul was surprised by this contact, and then lightning followed into the dark-haired one. And then there was an explosion. The Imugi watching this said that this was simply ridiculous. Suddenly a snake appeared from behind, confirming his brother's words. The snake noticed that the guy couldn't withstand even one attack. But suddenly something caught the black eel's attention. Peach leaves appeared in the place where he hit, and the main character himself tried to get up. Looking at the dark-haired Imugi, he said that there was no point in resisting. And then he declared that let the dark-haired man enjoy these petals before his death. Hearing such a statement, the dark-haired man only smiled. And then a peach tree grew behind Hanyul. Seeing this, Imugi was very surprised. And the main character said that he would deal with these two. Hearing the words of the main character, the Imugi were surprised. But after that, the snake became very angry and sent her ice crystals. But this attack was met with the pressure of the guy's counterattack. Using the scroll, the dark-haired man created many cannons behind him. Seeing this, the snake was very surprised at how the guy was able to repel her attack in an instant. But suddenly Imugi couldn't find her brother. And then the two monsters tried to hide from Hanyul. The dark-haired man himself coughed in pain. And then I realized that I had used too much power trying to absorb the core. But the main character remembered that he received this opportunity in exchange for Guanak. At this time, the snake shouted at his brother, asking him to wait. But suddenly something surprised her. It was the main character who appeared in front of Imugi, using a 7-pointed blade, cutting through space. Seeing the dark-haired man in front of them, the monsters wondered how he ended up there. Black Eel decided to use lightning again, and Hanyul dodged this attack using his sword. Inugami was confused by this turn of events, but then he smiled and said that it was all useless. But the guy, cutting through space, made his way through the lightning, and then he, finding himself on top, raised his sword to strike. Standing next to the monster, he declared that this was his end, and then he plunged his blade into the black eel. The snake, watching all this, was in great fear. And then, having apologized to his brother, he attempted to escape. While trying to escape, Inugami thought she could become king. But her thoughts were interrupted by Hanyul, who suddenly appeared. The plant that Hanyul used to subdue the two Imugi is called black Chinese bamboo. Even in ancient times it was believed that it could be used to fight dragons. If you pierce the body with it, the dragon will gradually lose its strength. This is exactly what the main character did. Suddenly, Hanyul discovered a building next to him. It was the Dragon Palace. Hanyul suggested that it appears when the owner of the core approaches it. But the dark-haired man was torn from his thoughts by a snake calling him. Inugami assured the guy that she would do everything if he pulled out these sticks. Taking hold of the bamboo, Hanyul said that if she answered his question, he would get it. But if she lies, it will be very bad, the dark-haired man concluded. And then Kanul asked if there was anyone else here besides them. To which the snake replied that there were 5 hiding in the lair. Then Hanyul asked how the Inugami knew that the barrier had been removed. And the snake explained that they were connected to this place. Her name is Haylock. She and her brother Kanbei were originally servants of the previous owner. Hearing this, the dark-haired man thought that they would still be useful to him. Then the guy pulled out the bamboo as he promised and asked to show this place. And after which the snake transformed into human form. Seeing foxes around her, Haylock asked to remove them. And then the guy asked to start a tour of the property. The girl looked at her brother and thought how lucky they were to survive. And then she ran to the main character. After some time, Hanyul and the girl found themselves in a long corridor. The girl said that all devices and mechanisms are powered by the energy of the water core. Despite its small size, this palace has existed since the Sango era. The guy was surprised that there were fish swimming outside, but there was no water inside. But after that, the two reached the treasure of the Paektu Palace. Haylock said that only the owner can open this door. After these words, the main character decided to check. And then a huge door swung open in front of Kanyulyam and Haylock. When he came in, the guy said that it was cleaner here than he thought. But suddenly what he saw surprised him. Looking at the shelves, the dark-haired man wondered what it was. Pulling out the book, Hanyul noticed that they did not look like ordinary ones. Having opened the book he had recently obtained, the guy wondered what it was. The girl who was watching this said that this was martial arts. Hearing this, the guy asked if she needed to train to become a dragon. To this, Haylock responded that most were simply looking for a mentor. She and her brother were mentored by the previous owner, who passed away without teaching them. After listening to the girl, Hanyul wondered if he was teaching them his technique. So if they master this technique, they can become dragons, the guy concluded. After which, the dark-haired man said that he would pass this technique on to the girl, but in exchange, she would become his servant, and Haylock was delighted to hear such an offer. Then, slamming the book shut, Hanyul said that he would give her the first task. The first task will be to prepare to meet the guests. After some time, the Lord of the Divine Fire himself sat in front of Carnelium. Although he is only at the magnificent level, the guest recognized him as the Dragon King. The guest asked the Dragon King why he needed him. Hearing this question, the dark-haired man reached into his sleeve, and then he took out the bamboo, saying that he had a small request. The Fire Lord took the object in his hand and noticed that it was Chinese bamboo. Then the boy asked to make him a flute. Seeing the guest's reaction, Hanyul began to justify himself that he would not use it. Having heard the boy, the grandfather said that he knows how to keep his clients' secrets. Looking at the bamboo, he noticed the perfect size and assured that he could make a flute out of it. Hanyul, who was watching this, thought that 100 people were in front of him and understood the full value at one glance. After which, the guy asked to ask the Fire Lord one question. Having received consent, Hanyul began to summon the object, and a sword appeared from the air. The guest was very surprised when he saw the summoned sword, and the main character was waiting for what kind of item from the storage room it was. The dark-haired man thought he looked strange and decided to take a closer look, but when he took it, the guy felt an aura that began to confuse him. There was no anger or resentment in Hanyul, but as soon as he took it, he was filled with the desire to cut someone up to see their blood, flesh, and death. Hanyul thought that he could use this sword, but he was not able to, and the guest, seeing the blade, said that it was not from these lands. Then he suddenly grabbed the knife by the handle. Seeing this action, the main character became afraid for his grandfather, and then he tried to stop the Fire Lord, but the guest only calmly raised the sword for inspection. The main character, who was watching this, was very surprised. Hanyul thought that the man in front of him was a master of his craft. Looking at the sword, the grandfather said that this sword was a vile weapon forged by the dwarves of the Northwest. Holding the sword, the guest said that as long as it was in the sheath, there was no reason to worry. But let the Dragon King remember, no matter how hard he tries, he will only be able to calm down after tasting blood. To this warning, Hanyul replied that he remembered it. After which the grandfather said goodbye, and said that he would come when everything was ready. Sometime after that meeting, Hanyul became immersed in reading. While reading, the dark-haired man noted that this was a good place to read. The guy was sorry that Gwanak wasn't here, he could use his help. But the main character was interrupted from his thoughts by the arrival of Haylock, who said that a guest had come to see the gentleman. The dark-haired man was surprised by this notification. As he was leaving his palace, Hanyul saw a man in front of him. The guest introduced himself as Taebek Sonin, and asked the guy if he was the new owner of the Pektu Palace. During the Goryeo dynasty, the monk Myo Cheon founded 8 sacred temples. Each of them had its own deity, to whom they brought gifts. But in reality, everything was different. The Celestials settled on the 8 mountains. Soon they began to be called the Sages of the 8 Sacred Mountains. And suddenly a girl appeared next to the guest and introduced herself as Shin Somin. Seeing a familiar face in front of him, the main character was surprised, and after coming to his senses, he said that he would lead the people into the living room. Then the main character, lost in thought, led the guests into the palace. After her recovery, Shin Somin began to be called the Taebek Fairy. The silence was broken by the guest, who asked what the dark-haired man's relationship was with Uno. To this, Hanyul said that he received power from her, but on her initiative. Hearing this, the man began to praise the main character. The fact that in his young years he was able to achieve what some Celestials could. And then he began to talk about his student, how in her young years she had reached an almost heavenly level. After which the man asked Kanul how he looked, to give his student a few instructions. Once at the table, Hanyul suggested a friendly training session. Having heard such a proposal, Taebek agreed with the guy, and then he suggested out loud that perhaps this girl would become his concubine. The dark-haired man was surprised when he heard this from his guest. The man then added that this is the whole point of paired learning. The guest said that with the correct release of chi energy, one can bring the male and female principles into harmony. Listening to the man, Hanyul thought that he was using Shin Somin to try to tame the dragon. But the guy said out loud that he was not going to enter into such a relationship. But Taebek stood his ground and said that the boy could become his son-in-law. And he is not one of those who treats his sons badly, the guest concluded. Hearing this, the protagonist felt a familiar feeling. The dark-haired man remembered that this was the scent of gongqing extract. Hanyul thought that the rarer the elixir, the more valuable it is. And Taebek himself, noticing the guy's reaction, grinned. But the guy decided to refuse, saying that he was already engaged to another. To this, the guest said that it doesn't matter whether he has a wife or not. If you pay attention to each other, then there is nothing wrong with that. Listening to Taebek, the protagonist decided to look at Shin Somin's reaction, but he saw only sadness and fear on her face. But suddenly, the main character's words greatly surprised the girl. Hanyul agreed to the pair practice out of respect for her. A few days later, the boy was meditating in the office of Heaven and Earth. But suddenly, the main character felt something. Hanyul was able to create a cloud in front of him. Holding it in his hands, the dark-haired man was glad that he was able to do it. Looking at the cloud, Hanyul noted that it was not bad. The dark-haired man noted that he could cause rain using the energy of the air. When he reaches the 6th level, he will be able to combine different properties and create natural disasters. The boy thought it was quite funny, but Haylock was torn from her thoughts by the master calling out to her. The girl said that the mistress would like to join him in the bedroom. Hearing this, the main character grinned. And then he said, "Let him come in," thinking that it was time to use Taebek. Shin Somin, who was standing in front of the protagonist's chambers, sighed heavily. She herself thought that there was an ancient king in the room. The girl remembered the teacher's words. This is an amazing opportunity to become part of the Dragon King's family. If she puts in the effort, she can get the dragon. Thinking about the teacher's words, the girl fell into despair. But she collected her thoughts, thinking that it was for the teacher's sake. Shin Somin opened the door and apologized for disturbing the gentleman. But what she saw in front of her surprised her greatly. The main character greeted the dark-haired girl. And then he said that he had prepared the atmosphere around. And Shin Somin mentally calmed herself down, thinking that all this was for the sake of the teacher. But suddenly she was struck by the guy's question. She didn't want to do this. Hanyul added that he understood everything from her look. He was surprised that such a worthless mortal thought that she was his equal. And then the guy asked the girl if she really thought he would give her the most valuable thing. Hanyul suggested to Shin Somin that he would receive treasures in exchange for turning away from Taebek. Hearing such a proposal, the dark-haired girl became very angry. And then, grabbing the sword, she said that the guy might pay. But her insult to Kanul was stopped by the puppy Hata. Standing up, the boy said that a mortal could not compare to the Dragon King. And it doesn't matter what her teacher thinks. He is the Dragon King, and this is his palace. Realizing that the dark-haired man was too strong, Shin Somin did not answer him. Seeing the girl's reaction, Hanyul added that the girl would not be able to harm him. But at these words, Shin Somin clenched her fists. After which, the guy let the girl go and told her to follow him. The dark-haired girl was perplexed by this outcome. After some time, the Dragon King ordered the girl to eat the medicine. Looking at the main character, she did not understand what was happening. After traveling back in time, the boy told Haylock that this was a great opportunity to prank Shin Somin. With this proposal, the girl said that the guy was very handsome. Looking at the strange ball, Shin Somin thought, and then she guessed that it was the 8 Treasures Energy Preservation Pill. But her thoughts were interrupted by Hanyul, who said that this was a regular medicine. Looking at the guy's workplace, the girl noticed that this pill was of good quality, and then she decided to give it a try. After taking the medicine, Shin Somin felt a strange feeling. The pill had neither taste nor smell. In addition, the wounds received from the puppy Hedda are healing. The girl asked the main character what the trick was, to which the guy replied that it was all about good ingredients and skills. After which, Hanyul said that he did not intend to have sexual relations with her. But what about pretending? Hanyul asked. Hearing this, the girl asked if the teacher would guess, to which the guy replied she didn't think about it when she took the medicine for it. And then he added that he would give her the medicine, and she would give him the Gongking extract. Shin Somin herself thought that her doubts would disappear if her strength increased. She thought, saying that she had one more condition. The guy should tell her when he uses this extract. To which the main character snatched the bottle and said that everything would be fine. After which Hanyul said that now they would get down to business. When Shin Somin asked what business they were going to, he replied that they would move on to drinking alcohol. The dark-haired girl couldn't have expected such an answer. Sometime after that conversation, Hanyul was drinking from the container. And then he said that the effectiveness of the drug is decreasing. The protagonist suggested that the dosage needed to be increased. At this time, Shin Somin came to the boy. Swaying heavily, she walked towards the dark-haired man. And then, approaching the guy, she declared that she wanted more. Seeing her, the main character asked for a second keg, to which the girl replied that she could drink 8. After which he began to persistently demand more. Looking at the drunkard, the guy called Haylock to help. But Shin Somin had no intention of backing down. After beating up Haylock, she turned to some guy. By saying what she thought, he wouldn't know that she was going alone. Hearing such an address, Hanyul was surprised. And after that, Haylock was still able to pull her out of the room. Lost in thought, the boy seemed to recognize something useful in this chaos. The protagonist decided to use this knowledge later. And then Hanyul reached for the elixir. Taking it, he thought he would get this over with first. A few days later, standing in front of 2 barrels, the dark-haired man thought that this should work. The scent is too strong. If other celestials smell it, it will be bad. Thinking about this, the guy began to remove the lid from the barrel. The guy opened the barrel and the contents were revealed. Hanyul noted that only one aroma was so intoxicating. The alcohol consists of fig peach, and he used bee carcasses as a base to make the drink sweeter. Putting the bottle down, he wondered how much of a difference it would make. But suddenly someone's voice distracted the dark-haired man from his thoughts. Turning around, the guy put on a mask, assuming that a celestial had arrived. Seeing the guy's reaction, the unknown person asked him not to be so careful. The man said that he was just an ordinary passerby who liked to drink. Seeing the man's face, the main character was surprised, and a passerby asked the dark-haired man if he could drink this drink. After all, it's hard for him to resist such a provocative aroma. Hearing the request, the main character threw down a bottle of alcohol, The man was surprised by the whole jug and thanked him. The man said that he would accept the drink from the young man, and after his words he drank alcohol. Taking a sip, he said the drink was divine. Watching, the man Hanyul reminded him of his words that he would forever forget the taste of alcohol after death. Hearing this, the man was surprised by the guy's knowledge, and after which Hanyul apologized for the late greeting. According to Paktugon's records, he is a wanderer, who settled north of Mount Paktu after becoming addicted to the alcoholic drink Paktugon, one of the 8 immortals, a descendant of the Thunder Sword technique, having slain countless dragons and punished evil, Yodongbin. The man said that since he lost the bet with the previous Dragon King, the boy is now his adopted brother. After which, Hanyul assumed that Yodongbin had not drunk before receiving the drink from the new Dragon King, and then the main character said that he was the new Dragon King. But the man still admitted his mistake, because before that he didn't know whose drink it was. Hearing this, the guy cried out that the man had finally understood the level of the drink and had not shown any anger. Listening to the main character, Yodongbin was surprised, and then he started waving the guy off, asking him to stop. And then he, clutching his head, said that he was just a drunkard. Having heard the man's opinion, Hanyul thought that he had decided to keep his word after all. The guy assumed that the man was either too stubborn or too righteous, and then he shared that it hurt him to watch his older brother use such terrible words. Then the dark-haired man suggested sitting down for a good drink. Hearing this proposal, the man calmed down, and with a smile on his face he agreed to take part in this. Afterwards, he thanked Kanul and said that he was always ready to help him. After listening to Yodongbin, the guy asked him for a favor. Astronomical sword technique, martial art. The legends say that with her help the sage defeated the evil dragon. Using even the most ordinary sword in combination with this technique, it is possible to achieve strength far superior to other martial arts. While telling about this, Hanyul asked him to teach this technique. 2 months later, North Korea. A huge centipede has penetrated the lands, and the children, hiding next to the monster, calmed each other down. But suddenly the monster discovered the children. Seeing the food, the centipede growled, and the children could only wait for hope for salvation. At this time, the main character assessed the local lands, and then he rushed to attack the monster. One of the children's eyes lit up as he watched this. Having defeated the monster, Hanyul noticed the frightened children. The children couldn't believe his victory when they saw the dark-haired man, and the guy himself was perplexed. The protagonist realized that these children were used as sacrifices. Realizing this, Hanyul clenched his teeth in anger, but suddenly the monster under the guy shook. And after waking up, it said how the guy dared to touch, and after that it rushed to devour the main character. Seeing this, the children became even more frightened. One of them thought that even such a strong man could not do it. Now no one will definitely save them, the boy thought, bursting into tears. But what he saw next shocked him. It was the main character who was able to dodge the monster. The dark-haired man raised his blade to swing. The centipede's body was covered with numerous cuts, from which the monster became very ill. But the monster said that now the guy had nowhere to run, to which the guy used the heavenly escape, and he began to hide from the sight of heaven. Not finding the main character, the monster was surprised. But the main character continued to hum to use the technique, after which the entire carcass of the monster was riddled with cuts. Wiping the sweat from behind the guy, the monster fell down dead. Suddenly, the guy started to feel very sick. The guy remembered moments from training, but nevertheless it worked, thought the main character. Looking at the monster's carcass, Hanyul was pleased with the new fertilizer, but his joy was stopped by gratitude. One of the kids addressed the guy as an older one, which surprised the dark-haired guy. Hanyul asked the children if they were from Asdal, to which the child said that they were kicked out, although their faith was strong. Their family has worshipped deities and revered gods for generations. After some time, Hat's puppy jumped into the sky. The Korean military spotted the creature, and they opened fire on him to kill. But they didn't expect the puppy's quick attack. It was the main character with his pet. Returning to that conversation, Kanyul asked the boy if his mother was a shaman, to which the child answered positively. He added that when the creature appeared, the villagers began to make sacrifices to it. This monster even ate his father, but his mother made an iron spear to resist him. But somehow the soldiers found out about this and broke into the village, and the mother was killed, the child concluded. After listening to the boy, the main character became very angry, and after that, he tried to calm the children down. Kanyul promised them to take revenge for the death of his mother. And now we're back to the present time. Hat's puppy broke into the military headquarters. The soldiers were surprised by such a spectacular appearance. Looking at the water pouring out of the windows, the guy noticed that the puppy began to do everything he was told. The dark-haired man assumed that it was because he became a dragon. The guy felt like he and Gwanak got along even better than he thought. After some time, the puppy came down to the ground with soldiers in its mouth. Seeing this, the guy expected that there was a celestial being or a master here. But it turned out that the soldier was simply a monster who was disguised as a human. The main character noticed that the monster looked a lot like a dog, to which the dog cried out, "How dare the guy attack them?" To this, Hanyul replied that he had come here to ask for justice for the murder. Listening to the dog, the boy realized that they had infiltrated the people's circle and appropriated titles for themselves. And this one is dressed in an officer's uniform. Using his position, he manipulated the people to turn all the inhabitants into food for the monster. Looking at Kanul, the dog said that he didn't understand who he was dealing with. The officer added that they had already reported this, and that reinforcements would arrive soon. Hearing this, the dark-haired man ordered to bring him to their lair. Frightened, the dog continued to insist that the guy was finished. When they are demons. They fled from the Celestials from China and South Korea. They were based on the territory of North Korea, and they were all led by a 1,000-year-old white tiger, Tanga Durin, a great demon on the verge of reaching the supreme level. And so, after some time, Hanyul found himself near the demon's lair. The dark-haired man saw a picture of monsters greedily devouring people. Seeing this, the main character was horrified. A disgusting feeling filled him. Pointing to the demons, the guy said he would get rid of them. Hanul's finger lit up with blue energy, after which, an air element attack was sent towards the monsters. The officer who was watching this began to kick, and then he started asking to stop and eat it. But the main character was merciless. Suddenly a smoke screen appeared in front of the guy, after which the face of a white tiger appeared. It was the demon leader Tanga Durin. Seeing him, the main character noticed something and was able to dispel the dragon cloud in one fell swoop. The general asked the mask how he dared to attack them. After which, he sent his minions to attack. But suddenly one of the flying demons was killed. Next came the bear, who asked his general for help. Looking up at the sky, he was surprised to see an eel and a snake. Tanga Durin realized that it was the Amugi in front of him. Hanyul, who was watching this, said that he was a little hungry, and then he asked Haylock and Kanbai to hurry. Having finished the battle, the dark-haired man asked Haylock to collect all the whole corpses, and then she swallowed the bodies of the slain demons. Kanbai turned to the master, saying that he had collected all the trophies. Hearing this, the main character told him to go first and prepare everything. The boy remembered how when he was drinking alcohol. Seeing this, Kanbai immediately burst into tears and said that the boy looked very much like the previous King Pektu. Thinking about this, the dark-haired man headed towards the trophies. Seeing one thing in front of me, the children's words were confirmed. It was a supreme spirit that fed on iron and was able to drive away nightmares and evil spirits. Having handed the piece of iron to the spirit, he became frightened and did not want to accept it. Hanyul didn't expect this. He thought that he would relax if he was given something to eat. Noticing Hedda next to him, the guy asked him if he wanted to try. The spirit, seeing the puppy, was very frightened, and Hedda was only glad to see a fellow of the same species. The puppy handed the elephant a piece of iron, and seeing it, the spirit became interested. And then he began to eat it, and seeing this, Hanyul was surprised. Het's face seemed to ask whether he had tried hard enough. Having understood what he wanted, the dark-haired puppy began to praise and pet him, and then the main character took out a fan and began to suck in the spirits. After which a drawing of this duo appeared on it. After some time, Hanyul returned to the palace. Seeing Shin Soman lying in front of him, the guy was surprised. She and the teacher became real drinking buddies. Suddenly a child's voice called out to the main character. The children ran up and greeted their elder. And the dark-haired man held out several trophies, saying that these are their mother's things. The child began to cry when he picked up his mother's item. After which the dark-haired man asked what it was, if they valued it so much. To which the boy replied that it was a family heirloom of their house. Grandma received it as a gift from someone a long time ago. Listening to the story of this item, the guy felt sorry for these kids. And all because they lacked the knowledge and skills to use the spells engraved on this relic. Going down to the children, Hanyul said that he could help them use this item. Hearing this, the children looked at each other. And then they handed the relic to the main character. Taking her, her boyfriend poured a piece of his energy into her. After which a beam of light appeared between Kanyuliam and the children. The beam was so large that it illuminated the entire area around it. The guy noted that it looked like the signal flash talisman. But the guy thought there was one problem. Did the one who gave it to them remember the signal after several years? Suddenly a wave passed through the water of the lake, and then someone landed in the courtyard of the palace. The main character protected children from a wave. The dark-haired man was surprised that the owner arrived so quickly. Hanyul wondered who it could be. A rather familiar girl asked the guy who owned this hole. And then she ordered the release of the descendant of her benefactor. To which the mask replied that there was a misunderstanding. Why didn't she listen to him first? The fading flower of Surajajongbi. Seeing the children in front of her, the girl cried out of pity. After hugging them, she invited them and the children to leave with her. After hearing the full story, the girl asked what she could do to make amends. To which the girl said that it wouldn't hurt for her to rest after a long journey. And the main character himself thought that he managed to switch his base so that he would not be recognized. The mask asked the beauty what connected her with these children. Jajongbi hesitated at this question. After some time, the duo found themselves in the palace. The girl said that she was a student in Okaguk. The main character noticed that Princess Bari also lives there. It is said that Princess Bari made Jajongbi her main assistant. The princess was very kind to her, but the girl does not understand what she did to deserve this. However, she didn't even want to listen to her request to return the key to the garden. Seochon Bari. Jezjeongbi shared that she would like to revive them and kill them again. Exhaling, she added that she stayed in Okuguk to repay the debt, and then she met one girl, the ancestor of these children, the shaman Gemsoni. Jezjeongbi noted that Gemsoni was a very sweet girl, but then an unpleasant incident occurred. The key was made from a branch of a sacred tree, and in order to fix it, Jezjeongbi decided to perform a ritual. But he disappeared during the search. Princess Bari accused Gemsoni of stealing the key. She reasoned that no one except her knew where it was kept. But even if she had stolen it, she knew perfectly well that she wouldn't be able to get into Xiaochun's garden with just one key. And when Jezjeongbi voiced her objection, she was released. But during interrogation, she was badly injured. But when she met her again, she was already married and preparing to have a child. She was very persistent and could have achieved a lot, but life decided otherwise. The beauty blamed herself for what happened, because it would not have happened without her losing the key, and so she blessed her and gave her that pendant. But after that, Jezjeongbi could not stay in the temple and left it. After listening to the story, Hanyul asked where the key was, but the girl did not know. And then the guy said that he found something in the things of the mother of those children. Having taken the item from the treasury, the guy extended his hand. But what Jezjeongbi saw in her amazed her. It was the same lost key. The girl asked why he was there, after which she reached for him. Her hand, reaching for the key, was shaking violently. The main character said how the girl spoke, she was stubborn. And when he looked at this trophy, then I came across 2 books. They were diaries written by Gemsoni. Even though she couldn't continue living as a celestial, the knowledge didn't go away. She put all the knowledge into these 2 books. In the first one she wrote about Pulgasari, and the second one described the mystery of the disappearance of the key. Hearing this, the girl asked, "Do you mean to say that this burnt piece is the key?" The girl asked who did it. Hanyul replied that in the diary Gemsoni was called by her mother. The guy added that Gemsoni was a witness, not a thief. Because Princess Bari needed Jezjeongbi, Gemsoni saw a man in red robes try to burn the key, and next to him stood the one who ordered this to be done. And that person was Mom. To tell everything, she collected the remains of the key, but she was captured and tortured. They accused her of stealing the key from Gemsoni. She knew that they would not stop torturing her until she admitted her guilt. Princess Bari was possessed by Jezjeongbi, and because of this, I was very jealous that she was so close to her. When Gemsoni was ready to give up, Jezjeongbi burst into her cage. Jezjeongbi believed her and pulled her out of that hell. Gemsoni knew that if she told her the truth, she would try to take revenge. But the enemy is the head of Okuguk, one of the 3 deities. If Jezjeongbi were to act against the princess, it would further undermine her position. And she decided to keep everything quiet until Jezjeongbi regained his former status. And when this happens, return the remains of the key to the sister who believed in her. Even when Gemsoni is gone, the descendants must pray to the sacred tree, even if it takes several thousand years. Gradually the key returned to its original shape. The reason why the key was recovered. It consisted of the deep devotion of the sisters, that they valued each other as their own lives. Having learned such a bitter truth, Jezjeongbi clenched her teeth in anger. Seeing the girl's reaction, Hanyul tried to calm her down by making her one proposal. The key in the dark-haired man's hand suddenly lit up with the energy of the tree, after which he began to slowly recover. Holding the sphere with the whole key, Jezjeongbi was surprised. Looking at the girl, the guy said that he has water energy with which he can make a tree grow. The protagonist asked Jezjeongbi for help. The girl herself thought that the guy used his life energy to fix the key. Even if he were a divine being, it would take a lot of energy to repair the key. The main character asked the girl if she knew why he wore this mask. If his identity is revealed, everyone around him will be in danger. The guy was going to hide here, but when the girl burst in, neither the barrier nor the Amugi could hold her back. If someone else had come with bad intentions, he would have been in trouble. That's why he fixed this key. Although she has great power, but does not use it for selfish purposes, the guy felt a similarity with her. Listening to Kanul, the girl thought that he needed her power to confront the Celestials and take a position that would not be inferior to the 8 temples, and even to 3 deities. Does the guy really think he can achieve this with just her? But if the key to Xiaochun Garden is fully restored, they will have to reckon with her. Realizing all her benefits, the beauty agreed to help the mask, to which the main character said that he expected this answer. What the girl saw next really shocked her. The man's aura of energy covered the entire room. Seeing this, Jezjeongbi shouted whether the guy understood how much energy he was using. He will die earlier, before he restores the key. But after calming down, the girl thanked the main character, and she promised to help him lead the world of Celestials. And right now there is a good opportunity. Jezjeongbi said, the conquest of the East Sea. She invited the guy to take part in this. Because of all the atrocities committed by the East Sea during the last battle of Dokdo, the Western and Southern Seas, as well as the adepts of the Sanctuary, agreed to take part in the conquest of the Eastern Sea. They agreed to divide all the wealth between themselves in accordance with their contribution. But since the mask lacks fame and power, he needs to fix it. And after that, Jezjeongbi gave the dark-haired man a pass to Shinshi, telling the guy to go there and get ready. Holding the object, the main character remembered that his father was there. The beauty said that if she received the key, then she needs to recover. She herself thought about how to introduce the plant into the garden. After all, only she and Princess Bari can take something out of the garden. She said that she had the ability to take from there only the flower of life, the flower of reincarnation, and the flower of destruction. And so she needs permission to take out the fourth. And she needs to do all this now, concluded Zhezhongbi. But after that, she said that she wanted to transfer all her merits to the mask. She added that everything would be fine since she was in a good position with Lady Yuwa. Smiling, the girl said that if anything happened, she could set her mind straight. But someday she will go crazy again. The beauty asked the guy if he knew her past. The main character said that he knows about Jeju Island. Hearing this, Zhezhongbi said that her revenge had not yet been accomplished. Seeing such an expression on the girl's face, Hanyul was taken aback. But then Zhezhongbi added that she was helping him only because it would help with revenge. Having told this, the beauty turned to the mask. She said that the name Zhezhongbi was given to her by her father. He prayed for a boy to be born, but a girl was born. And when she first left home, she pretended to be a man. Zhezhongbi wanted to come up with a name for herself that would not relate to her family. Kim Down, it means all the blessings of the world. It's just a nickname, but she doesn't mind being called that by those close to her. Hearing this, Hanyul thought that he had learned a lot about her. Reading Jemsoni's diary, the boy learned how much Zhezhongbi values his loved ones. After thinking about this, Hanbal said that from now on he would call the girl Daun Nanji. Hearing this from the guy, Zhezhongbi smiled. Walking through the palace, the boy thought that the children had left with the girl. When he goes to Shinshi, he will leave the palace to Hailok and Kanbei. What about the peach tree? The main character approached the tree and looked at it. He noticed that the tree had grown a lot. Coming closer, Hanyul felt a disgusting smell. He said the smell was disgusting, even though he planted plants that remove toxins. Holding his nose, he swept 3 fruits from the tree. While picking, the guy thought that the monsters' bodies would make good fertilizer. It usually takes them about 100 years to grow to this size. The dark-haired man became curious about what would happen to him if he ate everything at once. Having eaten 3 fruits at first, the guy did not feel anything unusual. But after that, his mind seemed to become clouded, and then a deep pain pierced his whole body. The main character did not understand what was happening. He assumed he had made a mistake. After some time, the main character found himself inside the palace. The conlulium were given a substance. The active ingredient was menthol. An antibacterial and disarming agent was taken. The dark-haired man was stuffing himself with drugs. Having finished with another medicine, the guy finished. Thinking about the recent past, he remembered how horns had grown. After eating the peaches, the horns grew and immediately fell off. Touching the horns, Hanbal noticed that nothing had changed in the body. The dark-haired man thought he would get something useful out of this. Looking at the horn, the boy wondered if he was being too greedy. The main character felt offended by this. Suddenly, the dark-haired man was torn from his thoughts by Hailok, who said that a guest had arrived. Hearing this, Hanyul was surprised and thought that his flute was ready. After some time, the mask was surprised. The main character saw devastation before him. This was the residence of the Lord of Divine Fire. Looking at her, Hanyul wondered what had happened here. Seeing the king, the dragon grandfather greeted him, and he thanked him for his visit. But suddenly the guy noticed something behind the Fire Lord. In the room lay a celestial being with wounds, surrounded by servants. The dark-haired man wondered who could have done such a thing. Seeing where the Dragon King was looking, the grandfather said that this was his wife. He originally planned to make a scabbard and then pay a visit. To create them, he used steel infused with the energy of the sword, and to appreciate its power, tried to insert the Fire Spirit Stone, but there was a problem. He underestimated the blade, and to suppress its power he used a unicorn horn and a dragon's fang. As a result, the Fire Lord invited a craftsman from a Western lineage. During the process he had to show the sword. The craftsman was very surprised when he saw the sword. He saw before him the Lord of Fire, thirsting for death. The moment he took the sword, his mind became clouded and he killed the craftsman. Hearing this, the main character did not believe the words, but before he died, he managed to tell why this happened. The materials that grandfather used did not suppress the sword, but became a source of power, after which the sword burst into the estate, and he subjugated the consciousness of those who were inside. His wife tried to stop this sword. The sword and the Lord's wife faded away in the fight. A celestial being, thirsty for murder, attacked a woman for the sake of a sword, but suddenly she was able to grab him with her strength. But what the Fire Lord heard later shocked him. His wife asked him to use fire against the sword. Gathering himself, he sent a fiery explosion engulfing the two. Grandfather said he had no choice. If it weren't for his wife, everyone would have died. After hearing the story, Hanyul looked again at the woman's wounds. Grandfather shared that he was able to capture the owner of the sword, and he added that it was necessary to either break the sword or create a scabbard. And then the Fire Lord apologized for not being able to live up to expectations. Hanyul himself thought about the ingredients used for suppression, and then he asked if it was possible to use the dragon horn for the scabbard. But what the grandfather saw next surprised him. He saw the dragon horn that Hanyul himself had recently received. The grandfather asked where the main character found him, to which the dark-haired man said that it was better to get started. After some time, somewhere far away from everyone. The sword owner laughed while looking at the phone. Suddenly, the main character appeared in front of her. Seeing his sword, he asked who he was, and then he answered his own question, remembering that the guy was the first to pick it up. Mect asked Kanul. He wanted to put it in a sheath. Looking at the man in front of him, the guy thought that he wouldn't do anything to him. But suddenly, the dark-haired man's gaze caught on something. He noticed the mobile phone. Hanyul understood why the sword was using the phone. The guy assumed that the sword was influenced by the consciousness of the new girl. Coming out of his thoughts, the mask asked what the sword did, to which the new girl, waving her sword, tried to drive him away. Looking at his phone, the main character saw a novel, and then he asked the title of this novel, to which the sword said the name. Hearing it, the dark-haired man asked another question, what it was about. Then the sword began to narrate the novel. After some time during the story, the sword confessed how much he didn't like the heavenly sword in this novel. Looking at the angry new girl, the guy didn't know how to react to this. It seemed to him that he was no longer so evil. Khanut assumed that the sword simply had a harsh character. Leafing through the novel, the newbie wanted to tell more. But I saw on my phone that I was out of cookies. This means she won't be able to play any further. Suddenly, the battery on my mobile phone ran out completely. This finished off the sword, and he was very upset about it. And then he asked for the main character's phone number, to which Hanyul replied that he didn't have it. Hearing this, the sword became even sadder. The dark-haired man, looking at him, offered to tell him a story. In response to this proposal, the sword asked if the tale was interesting, to which the guy said that it was his story. Listening to the story, the sword was horrified. Kicking on the ground, he couldn't accept it. That the guy had experienced so much, the sword offered to kill all his enemies. He added that if the dark-haired man didn't have the courage, he would help. But in response to this proposal, Hanyul reminded that the sword was sealed. Hearing this, the new girl was filled with anger. Looking at the evil sword, the mask noticed that it was practically on fire. And then he asked if the sword wanted to let off steam. And he added that there is one way, and the sword knows which one. And then turning to the sword, he extended his hand. Seeing this, he confirmed the words of the protagonist. Putting the blade to the guy's neck, he agreed. And then he put the blade into Hanyulyu's hand. Because the owner changed, the previous shell fell, and the main character was overcome with hatred. The sword was able to absorb the body of the protagonist. And then he shouted that he would use his body to punish his enemies. But suddenly someone interrupted the speech of the evil sword. This was the Lord of Divine Fire, who directed his fire energy at the main character. From this, the sword felt the deepest pain. Using his energy, he asked Hanul to be patient, to which the sword asked the grandfather, he wants to seal it again. And then he added that the Fire Lord would not be able to do this. Grandfather's attempts are in vain, the sword declared. But suddenly a snake made of fire headed towards the main character's body, which the sword tried to fight off. And so the white-haired man and the snake made of fire found themselves next to each other. The sword was able to repel the attack of the Fire Lord. But behind the tongues of flame he saw some object. It was a new scabbard. Seeing their sword, I noticed that my grandfather had not yet given up. This means he will destroy them especially for him. Suddenly, the sword was greatly surprised by the moving hand itself. He realized that he had lost control. Turning to the owner of the body, he asked if he had planned this from the very beginning. But then he saw how he put the sword into the sheath with his own hands. Looking at this sword, Hanul asked to stop, and finally the scabbard completely hid the shimmering blade. After which the sword left the main character's body, and then the body fell to the ground without strength. Time has passed since that battle. Looking at the awakened Mr. Haylock, she was surprised. And then she started asking how the guy was feeling. The girl said that she examined the guy and he needed to rest. While thinking about what had happened, Hanyul heard insults. It was a sword that could not accept defeat. Covering his ears, the dark-haired man noticed that the blade was too noisy. Hanyul thought that the horns were like antennas to emit energy. Thinking about this, the protagonist asked the sword to calm down. Realizing that he was being heard, the blade was surprised. But Hanyul fell into thought about how, after eating the peaches, his horns grew. After which he asked the sword to calm down, because he understood why he was so angry. And then he invited him to go with him to personally deal with the enemies. Hearing this, the sword asked if the dark-haired man would top up the account, to which he agreed. After some time, the grandfather asked the boy why he was already leaving, to which Hanyul replied that he did not want to interfere with the Lord of Fire. After which the dark-haired man thanked his grandfather for the scabbard. But the grandfather waved it off and replied that everything only worked out with the help of the guy, and he could not even imagine that he would work with a dragon horn in perfect condition. Then he told the guy not to worry about his wife because she is not an ordinary person. After listening to the Fire Lord, the dark-haired man thanked him for everything. And then he asked if the craftsman had said anything about a sword. Hearing such a question from the main character, the grandfather said that the name of this sword is Tirfing. Leaving the palace, the main character noticed a familiar face. The girl greeted the main character. It was Shin Soman who said that she would go with the master. Hanyul was surprised by this and asked in Shinshi, to which the girl said that she had already received a pass from the teacher. Having learned about this, the guy remembered that the sage Taebek was behind her. After which, the dark-haired man asked why she wanted to go. To this, the girl replied that she wanted it herself, and that it would be a training session. After hearing the reason, Hanyul said that she could do whatever she wanted. Returning to the past, the girl was surprised where the master was. Kenbei said that the gentleman had been to North Korea and had saved children there. Shin So-min couldn't believe that demons hunted children. While she was getting completely drunk, he saved the children. How pathetic, the girl thought to herself. Back in the present, Shin So-min decided that she no longer wanted to give in to the mask. After passing through the barrier, Hanyul thought that there had been a lot of controversy about the existence of Mount Taebaek. But she was hiding under a barrier, the same one behind which Guval was hidden. Looking ahead, the dark-haired man noticed a large number of people. But then Shin So-min suggested that they stand in line. The people watching the two were very surprised by Shin So-min. After all, she used to be a simple person. Hearing this conversation, the guy realized that the local Celestials did not like her very much. But suddenly the main character was attracted by the white-haired man sitting behind the guard. This man was just sitting on a chair and sleeping. After some time, it was the turn of the two. Seeing Taebaek's student, he gave her a jade pass. Seeing the white-haired main character, he asked who he was, to which the dark-haired man introduced himself as the Dragon King of Paektu. Hearing this, the man sent the guy to another line, and he asked Taebaek's student to go further. The guy realized that that guy only lets through those who have a patron, and those who don't have it, they make them wait. But the guy doesn't have time. Looking at the two, the main character recognized someone. Suddenly the mask called out to the white-haired man, telling him to do his job and check it out. After which Hanyul asked if he was really here just to bask in the sun. Hearing this statement, the guy said that he was too brave for a lizard. And then he said that the guy shouldn't have made him angry. Suddenly, something surprised the main character. Suddenly, a very familiar man appeared and asked what was going on. It turned out that it was the father of this white-haired man. And Kanyul realized that even though he didn't remember him, he still recognized him. After all, he sees this face every time he looks in the mirror. Realizing who the dark-haired man was, I thought that I didn't expect to see him so soon. After which the main character asked the man if he was this man's father. To this, the man said that everything was correct. Hearing the answer, Hanyul shouted that he was the Dragon King of Paektu, and he won't allow himself to be humiliated in front of this brat. After listening to the boy, his father apologized, and said that he was ready to receive him as an honored guest, but only if he can prove his strength. Hearing this, the main character asked if the man would be the judge, but the man did not confirm these words. And he added that now there is no one who could prove his strength. And so a small duel will take place, the man concluded. Hanyul himself thought how long he had been waiting for this moment. He imagined the moment countless times. When he meets his father, the man who destroyed the family. But when I met his main character, I was filled with anger, and his mind went blank. After which he used the hated blade, and so he was able to be honest and merge with Turfing. After all, in the heart of Kanul, there was nothing left but the desire to kill. And so the main character stood in front of the white-haired man, waiting for the attack. Yellow Eyes said that his opponent would beg for mercy. But in the end, he will finish him off, the white-haired man concluded. And he rushed to attack, but the main character was able to dodge. Hanyul said that although the white-haired one was fast, he was not fast enough. But the yellow-eyed one was also able to dodge the dark-haired one's attack. And then the guy's fist with the sword was able to flow away, but the main character simply threw it away. The people watching the battle did not have time to see the movements of the two. And the main character himself noted that his opponent was not that strong, but he was irritated by the fact that it was difficult for him to attack. But he couldn't. Hanyul noted that the opponent uses space and can only act on those who have a material form. So he just needs to transform. And the white-haired one didn't want to agree with this. After all, his power was unraveled and they were able to inflict damage. Gumsan was perplexed by such power. But suddenly, during the battle, something surprised the mask. It was his father, calling out to his son. He asked Gumsan to surrender. But to this, the yellow-eyed man told his father not to worry. But what Father Connell's new family saw next surprised them. Seeing his Gumsan beheaded, the man shouted his name. This made the father very angry and he clenched his teeth. And then he ordered to capture the main character. But the guy, seeing the approaching people, rushed towards them, thinking about what if he cared about his family like this before. And in the seconds that passed, he destroyed all the attackers with water energy. None of this would have happened, concluded Hanyul. Looking back, the main character was surprised. His attack and the Celestials hung in the air. Hanyul didn't understand what was happening, but what he saw next amazed him. The celestial being who appeared asked the guy to calm down, because there is no point in continuing the battle. Seeing all this, the man asked why he was being stopped, to which the celestial replied that his father had personally given him the order. Clear up any disturbances and greet the guest personally. Hearing this, the main character was surprised. He himself thought that this man had received a personal order from the Heavenly King and possessed the technique of time. Having looked at the face of this celestial being, the guy realized, and he put his sword back into its sheath, realizing that this was the ruler of heaven and earth. The protagonist greeted Prince Himosu. Looking at the prince's face, he noticed a resemblance to Damduk. but the prince inherited the heavenly blood more strongly than anyone else. Seeing Prince Himosu, people began to whisper among themselves. After all, he is the closest relative of King La Huanwun. Huangwun came down from heaven and founded this city. Since the gates of heaven closed, no one has seen him again. Some believe that Huangwun has become a being superior to the Celestials, and others, that this city has become his new incarnation. But the only one who knows the truth is Huangwun's eldest son, Cheon Himosu Wanran. Returning to the dialogue, the man said that the dark-haired man killed Gumsun, to which the prince asked if he had not arranged this duel. Moreover, he did not set a condition that they should not take each other's lives. Listening to this, Hanyul noticed that the prince drew a fairly clear line between work and personal life. Isn't family the most important thing for everyone? Mosca noticed that there was a sense of mystery in Himos's behavior, and the prince continued to blame the protagonist's father for everything. He then added that the treasure house contained petals from Seochun Garden, and with the guest's permission, the head can be reattached to the body. But this didn't seem to suit the man, because he wanted the boy to be punished. Understanding what his father wanted, Hanyul said that he would apologize later, after which the man thanked the dark-haired man, and the main character only saw his father heading towards his other son. But the dark-haired man reached out and felt what he was looking for. He thought that instead of his life, he took his hand. Some time after that battle, the prince showed Hanyul the city, telling that these buildings are made in a unique manner. Looking at the city, it seemed like a paradise to Hanyul. Sindansu, a divine tree growing on the top of Mount Taebaek. According to legend, where the tree is located, Huangwun took his first step there. After some time, the prince showed his house. Entering it, Hanyul thought that the house looked rather simple, but suddenly he was surprised to see an empty cup in front of him. And Himos, as if nothing had happened, suggested that the main character try it. Because the main character is a guest, the prince concluded. Hearing the dark-haired prince, he was surprised how he really matched the image. The guy was surprised to feel such elegance in such a modest place, after which Hanyul thanked Himos for his kindness and mercy. But suddenly the prince said, "Stop thanking me, Park Hanyul." The main character was surprised by this. Seeing the guest's reaction, Himos assured that he would not tell anyone about his identity. The prince began to tell how 2 years ago in the pre-dawn hours, when the gates of heaven opened, he read the stars and saw a sign. And so he learned about the identity of the main character. But he didn't know the gender or age, but he was sure of one thing. A man who will wake up in the direction where the star fell. And this man will be the same as him, the prince concluded. And after which he said that he too was a monster. Monsters are created anomalies, not related to heaven, earth, or man. All those who were not part of these unities were called monsters. And because of this, they were hunted, and the monster became the protector of the main sacred place of the Korean peninsula. Listening to this story, Hanyul asked why he told this, to which the prince replied that anomalies are attracted to each other. But when he met a man who told him the laws of monsters, an elder is obliged to show kindness and help his relatives. Hearing this, the dark-haired guy didn't even suspect that they existed. To which Kimos said that he had been watching Kanyul's every step, starting with Ms. Yuhua's false accusations. Before the protagonist unites with Damduk, he hadn't felt such pleasure in such a long time. While listening to Himos, the guy felt embarrassed that he was being followed. But the prince's energy tore him away from his thoughts. Using force, he handed some kind of chest to the main character, and then he told the guy to accept this thing. The bundle above Kanyulyum opened and a sword appeared from it. Himos added that despite all the years, the sword is in good condition. Tirfing, seeing the sword, told the dark-haired man that it was good. But then he added that there was no point in taking an A-rank sword if it was 300 rank. But Hanyul himself noted that he could sense its aura from this sword. And looking at the prince, he thought that he did not have abilities like his. At this time, Hamos watched the boy's reaction to his gift. The main character noticed another package, and he decided to unfold it, and there he saw wormwood and garlic. Hanyul noted that these two bags were of equal value, and from these two he chose a bag with wormwood and garlic, after which he asked the prince how he could repay him for this. Hearing this, Kimos replied that he did not need anything from his relatives. Sometime after the conversation, Hanyul found himself on the street. Lost in thought, he turned back. The city center is a sacred place for the Huang clan and is therefore untouchable, but he was able to get here thanks to special circumstances. The main character still couldn't believe that he had met a celestial being who looked like him. And then he thought that someday he would come back here, to talk to the princes of Himos again. Walking down the street, the dark-haired man noticed a man in front of him. The white-haired man asked the boy if he was the Dragon King of Paektu. After receiving a positive answer, he bowed his head and said that his name was Sun Ok. He's here to help him get settled in, and then he asked for a token. Seeing the token, Sun Ok said that the Dragon King could stay here for 2,500 days. And then he asked what level of accommodation the guest wanted. But he will receive it on condition that he has as much money as he has. After some time, the main character found himself in his new home. When he saw the size of the apartment, he was horrified because it was like a studio apartment. Sun Ok said that this is the lowest class of accommodation in this city. There are a total of 5 housing ranks: Chesion, Salk, Solge, Bomb, Kirin. Higher rank housing will help your cultivation progress, so the higher the rank, the more it costs. Maranbu is the currency of the Celestials. The energy is transferred to the amulet and used as currency. Listening to Sonoka, the boy said that upon leaving the city he would lose all the days of his stay, and he himself thought why on earth this is a sacred place. And after that he decided to find out how much money he had in total. While counting the protagonist's money, Sun OK became thoughtful. After which he said that this room was bombs for 6 months. Then the man thanked me for the purchase and wished me luck. And the main character himself realized that he was now broke. He lost everything he had, but at least he was able to get an apartment. And first of all, he decided to plant garlic and wormwood. Opening the bag, Hanyul noticed a familiar smell. He bought this fertilizer for training and took some into town. Having thought about this, he set to work. And after that, I felt alive again. The boy was glad that he could now practice the star wind technique. Sitting on the floor, the main character decided to begin. Now Hanyul is at the pure level. Everything was the same as 3 months ago, when he wasn't the Dragon King of the Heavenly Lake. Even after he absorbed the energy around the Heavenly Lake, and he drank half of the elixir, Hanyul did not feel any changes. The dark-haired man assumed that it was because he had no talent, or he has reached his peak and even the elixir cannot help. Thinking about this, I decided to practice the star wind technique, and he doesn't need to be discouraged because his skills haven't improved. Entering his spiritual space, the guy was surprised. Although this tree is not tall, this wide thing is its strength. The main character's wooden puppets were busy working. Hanyul, who was watching the work, scratched his beard. The dark-haired man noted that he had been practicing the breathing technique for a long time. Looking at the treetops, the guy noticed that 5 years had passed in this world, and outside this world only half a year has passed. What the guy planted was able to produce a large harvest over the years, but even if he eats it, he doesn't feel any increase in his abilities. The dark-haired man suggested that the problem was in the star wind technique. Despite the fact that he was learning this technique, it reached its final stage. But this technique was originally created for the immortal level. Thinking about this, Hanyul wondered what would happen if he created the technique. In the heavenly arts, there is a skill that combines all types of attributes, but there is one energy attribute referred to as wood. Remembering this, the dark-haired man decided to try. First, you need to combine all 3 attributes into 6 stars. But before that, you need to pay again. Suddenly, the puppet's arm broke, and the piece of wood crashed into the boxes standing behind it. The guy who was watching this whole picture was surprised. He was perplexed. And then Hanyul thought what a strong man he was. Looking at garlic with Himosu, the guy thought that this garlic looked normal to him. The human physique is the physique that allows the use of the human body. If the heavenly body and the earthly body use chi as fuel, then the human body strengthens the body itself. Therefore, even if the human physique is on the same level as others, his power is still stronger compared to them. Sitting on a wooden effigy, the boy bit into the garlic. Having received the human body for about 3 hours, Hanyul thought that if he already knew the effect of garlic, he would try wormwood. After which, Sun OK contacted the dark-haired man and asked him to pay the rent. The main character promised to pay before sunset. And after that, Hanyul said that it was time to get his money. At the local market, a man tried to bargain. The man said the seller would regret it if he left, to which the seller handed over the item, thinking that he needed money. The buyer thought he had gotten a good product at a low price. Walking through the market, the man noticed that he was seeing this person for the first time. He decided to buy from this guy again on the cheap. At this time, the main character was laying out his medicines. People who saw the product were surprised. Hanyul assured that it would help in training. Suddenly, the buyer realized what kind of plant it was. After which, he asked whether the guy was really ready to sell medicinal herbs, to which the main character continued to talk about his product. People looking at the guy started whispering about him, and after Hanyul's words, they realized that with them they could achieve power. People thought that the dark-haired man had only one option, to sell these plants at a low price. But suddenly the buyers were surprised by the guy's words. Hanyul said he would give an hour to write down the amount people want to buy for. Hearing this, the man objected. But the main character replied that he does not violate the laws of the City of God. So perhaps let's get started, the dark-haired man said. The man was very angry under these circumstances, but his friend asked him to wait. The buyer asked why. The people standing next to Hanyul's goods began to whisper about him. The crowd concluded that all these medicines were from the palace of the Heavenly Lake. Realizing this, buyers wanted to get their hands on medicinal herbs. The protagonist, watching this, thought that everything was getting out of control. But suddenly something caught his attention. The guy noticed a strange man among the customers. Sun OK, who had recently approached, asked what was going on. Having seen him, the main character asked him to guard the goods. Having run away from the market, the beggar reached for the door handle. But suddenly the main character called out to him. He asked why the one who should now be in the Pewa Pavilion was here. Hearing this question, the beggar's expression changed. He asked, Pewa Pavilion. And then he clenched his teeth in anger. Seeing that the man was feeling bad, Hanyul called out to him. Suddenly the man said that he would not give him anything. Not understanding what the man said, the guy was surprised. And then the man fell to the ground in front of the main character. Seeing this, the dark-haired man asked if the man was okay. Having lifted the man's body, Hanyul realized who this man was. It was Lee Sunbae from the Beiwa Pavilion. The main character was perplexed by what had happened to his friend. But first he decided to find a place to lay the man down. And this place became the dark-haired man's small apartment. After some time, Hanyul poured medicine for Lee. The man himself was in a deplorable state. The dark-haired man thought that this should be enough for treatment. He decided to prepare the medicine in advance before waking up. But suddenly Lee Sunbae began to grit his teeth in pain from his chest. Seeing this, the guy assumed that these were symptoms of poisoning. It seemed to Kanul that someone had used poison on the man. Thinking about this, the guy wondered who it was and why they did it. Looking at the medicinal herbs, the dark-haired man thought that he could cure it. But if he uses them incorrectly, he will only make things worse. After which the dark-haired man gave the medicine to the man. Looking at Lee writhing in pain, Hanyul thought that he was only making things worse. But he's just trying to stop the poison from spreading. But he is confident that the detox worked well. The guy thought that if he gave a stronger medicine, he could get rid of the poison completely. And then he decided to try other methods. After a while, the room filled with smoke, and the main character began to list the most important places of blood circulation. Looking at Lee, the dark-haired man thought that he was doing this for the first time. Afterwards, he decided to just wait and watch. At this time, Lee Sunbae was writhing in pain, but suddenly he vomited blood. A white snake emerged from Lee's mouth. Upon seeing it, her boyfriend realized that the poison was tainted with bad intentions. Then the main character extended his hand to the spirit. To this, the snake asked who he was, and then she possessed the main character. The snake, making its way through Kanul's entire body, was looking for his core, and when I found it, I was very happy. At this time, the dark-haired man strained the energy of the core, and after which he finally swallowed the snake. Hanyul noted that he had neutralized the poison, which meant that Lee would be fine, but suddenly what he saw next shocked him. The main character couldn't believe his eyes. The dark-haired man thought that Lee Sunbae would die. Suddenly the man's entire body began to crack and emit a glow. It was so bright that it blinded the main character. But what Hanyul saw next was amazing. Lee Sunbae was able to transform into a new body. Upon seeing it, her boyfriend realized that this was Lee Yoon Sunbae's true form. After some time, Sunbae was curious about what happened. Trying not to see anything extra, the dark-haired man covered Lee, and after which he told him everything that had happened. Seeing Somba's reaction, the guy asked who poisoned him, to which the boy Lee said that it was his uncle. Hearing this, the dark-haired man asked why he was doing this. Lee said that his uncle was Su Yang, which surprised Hanyul. He couldn't believe that his uncle was Du Seijo, and the nickname Yoon was given to him by his grandfather Yi Hogvin, Sunbae added. The protagonist couldn't believe that Lee Yoon was the king of Danjong. He awakened and became immortal during the Korean War. Hanyul assumed that something had happened at the Baekhwa Pavilion. The main character wanted to know who Lee really was. If he had nothing to hide, he would have heard everything from him. Seeing the main character, Sunbae said something and looked upset. And since the guy saved him, he will tell about his identity. Lee asked the guy if he was probably interested in the palace. He began telling the story by saying that he was deprived of the throne. The reason why his uncle didn't stage a coup d'etat. It was about Song. He wanted to make Sunbae a puppet. And no matter what happened, Song fed him, deceived him, and fed him poison. And at first he didn't even know what it was. And he didn't even suspect that they wanted him. Every time he took the medicine, he felt dizzy and fell asleep afterwards. It seemed like Sonj was trying to tarnish their bloodline. They had to do this because the Yi family was afraid that someone, even an immortal, would come out against them. But later, Songye manipulated his uncle, and later his uncle changed his mind. And so his uncle became king. And he punished Sunbae with deadly poison. And after that, Lee realized that he had become addicted. But none of those remedies helped with detoxification. And when he came to his senses, he was already buried in the ground. And then Sunbae realized that he had become immortal. Disappointed that he could not fulfill his duty, he tried to commit suicide several times, until Sunbae found Soljam. Soljam is his savior, teacher and friend during the Songye era. He was called Kim Si-sup. Ever since he taught Lee cultivation, their relationship had become that of a student and mentor. Sunbae was sure that it was not easy for Si-sup to take care of him, and whenever he met, the teacher always gave him his money and the elixir. The teacher always believed that Lee would be able to regain his position. Sunbae was surprised by such faith in him. He never thought he had anything left. Lee always thanked Si-sup for everything he did for him. Having spent several centuries on cultivation, he absorbed the entire essence of the teacher. While Si-sup has aged greatly, knowing that he had little time, he worked to become the master of the Baekhwa Pavilion and then would give Lee a place. And so he became Si-sup's disciple and received the name Lee Yoon. In the end, he was unable to do anything for his supporters. After listening to the story, Hanyul asked how he managed to keep a low profile and how he was caught. It happened a few months ago, after the battle for the sword. Lee greeted Ms. Yuhua. The woman asked if he knew any of the teacher's friends, but he didn't. Hearing this answer, Lady Yuhua became thoughtful. And then she asked if Lee knew what his teacher's real name was. She added that his teacher was drawn into the conflict. This is a war with the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Hearing this, Li Yun was puzzled. The Battle of Chiljido that took place, he was also interested in this. Why did Dong He Wang's sons interfere in the battle? Hanyul wondered. It seems like Yuhua is trying to find out if Dong He was silent until the end. The guy thought about how far they had come, bringing Soljang to his knees. Looking at the thoughtful boy, Li added that the instigators were the servants of Dong He's grandfather and father. The protagonist realized that they were the ones who hid the activation mechanism inside the statue of King Senjong. And among them is Shi Sip, who never left under his wing. But when it was revealed that he was a loyal servant of the Li Seven, Yun realized that he too would soon be exposed. And so he gathered his strength inside the sanctuary and fled from there. Hanyul thought that they were the very things that could not afford to give away their thing. Having finished the story, the main character thanked for it, to which Li said that with his help, he was able to free himself. But he is ashamed that this is all he can offer. Li Yun said that the mask can train for even 50 years. Looking at the token, Hanyul thought that this was the best thing he had, after which Li Yun asked for help again. She said she wanted to hide with the guy. After all, the guy has strength, and it is enough to hide it. Much time has passed, but there are probably still pursuers, and she feels that with her return her strength has weakened. Besides, now the true form has been revealed, Li Yun stated. She added that it was good that she was no longer poisoned. The guy himself thought that the man who had been holding the line on the peaks for so many years was now so passive. Hanyul also understood that sometimes it was necessary to hide one's essence. He then asked if the petals wore out with use. And then the guy said he would keep half for himself. But on one condition, he will be under the protection of Li Yun. After receiving the item, Li realized that it was a dragon bone, to which the guy said he wanted to know where it was. Looking at the object, she noticed that it was an amazing pair of handcuffs. And then Li asked the guy to hide her in exchange for using her, to which Hanyul said, be it handcuffs or a security fence. It depends on the desire to be great. Hearing this address, Li Yun became angry, and she shouted out who dared to call her that. Hearing this, the protagonist grabbed His Majesty by the clothes, and Li asked if she knew why her loyal servant stubbornly defended her. He considered her his best friend and mentor. The guy asked if she thought he did everything under some kind of influence. The dark-haired man told Li that if she wanted to live, she should remember her friend, who sacrificed himself for her. Hearing this, Li Yun thought of the teacher, and then she noticed that Confucius' words were true. She confirmed that she was only being influenced, and he can't waste time like this any longer, even for the sake of her friend, Li Yun concluded. After which she thanked the main character. It seemed to her that her path had become clear. After some time, the main character looked at his new apartments. Hanyul said that for now, he suggests concentrating on training without disturbing each other. Li Yun also agreed with this proposal. The guy himself remembered moments from the past, and so began the joint conduct of 25 years of training. Looking at the new clothes, Li Yun was surprised. Li decided to learn to trust the guy for now. She was surprised at the sight of delicious food. She noticed that Hanyul brought her food every day, and disappears like a sorcerer. In 2 months, and the house has been there for 8 years, the main character was in deep thought while learning skills. Hanyul only has the ability to read magic, but he can't decipher it. The guy couldn't believe that nothing had changed in 4 years. The dark-haired man thought that he would have to turn to magic again. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard. It was Turfing who asked why the boy was so worried. The guy asked if this monkey was a monk, to which he answered positively, adding that he killed to become invincible. After which the main character said goodbye to the blade, and in the corridor she greeted him after a long separation. A familiar girl, it was Li Yun. When he saw her, her boyfriend thought that they had been seeing each other for about 4 years. Hanyul noticed how he had grown so much. Li Yun said that all this was possible thanks to the favor of Confucius. The main character did not expect such an answer. Li added that if it weren't for the guy's words, he would have been living underground. After listening to Yin, the dark-haired man offered him to drink some sweet medicine. But his sunbai was only interested in what the gentleman was holding. Hanyul said that these are his recordings that he is working on. Hearing this information, Li asked to take a look, after which the main character began to think, and he remembered the words of the sword. Look at his surroundings. Thinking about this, he held out his notes. Li Yun was stunned when he read it. He noted that this is a fusion of 2 methods. Realizing the full weight of the situation, Li Yun congratulated Confucius on his achievement. Hanyul was surprised that Li quickly realized what it was. When praised, the guy said that he had only gone halfway, and then he pointed his finger at the recording, showing where he had not finished. Looking at this place, Li Yun began to read the text carefully. Then he asked to put his hand to this work, to which the main character allowed to help him. Having received Li's consent, he unfolded all the notes in front of him. And then she said that she hoped that her recklessness would not become a threat. Seeing how Yun writes, the dark-haired man was surprised. Taking it in his hands, Hanyul was glad that he had finished the work. Somewhere in the town of Sunoki called for Confucius. The realtor knocked on the door calling out to Confucius. Sunoki said that he needed to convey something important to the mask. He brought an invitation to a meeting at the main palace of Huanong. after which he again began to beg the main character to leave. Suddenly the door in front of Sanoke opened. The light coming from the apartment blinded the realtor. He noticed how strong this gust of wind was. And then he was surprised to see something in front of him. Suddenly it started raining in Jingxi. One of the people said that someone was able to break through the protection of the gods, and it started to rain. The second person said he didn't feel any magic, it was just rain. The third person suggested that it was a dragon, since they deal with the weather. Suddenly his gaze caught on something. He thought that Shintoists were able to achieve the state of Zen. The person that caught the man's eye was Shin Somen. The man turned to the girl and said that she had earned her title of Taebaekshun. The most outstanding disciples of the masters of the 8 palaces were given the name of the 7 stars. Shin Somen herself thought that King Han Kang was not really her achievement. The man who had just appeared asked the people who had gathered to go inside. And here are the people outside the arena. Many outstanding celestial beings gathered on its territory. Looking at the arena, the man thought it was a view of the East Sea. The man noticed that he did not see anyone higher than 7 stars, but his thoughts were interrupted by a request to all the celestials to sit down. And then 2 important personalities entered the arena to be taken apart. One of them was the dissatisfied Jezongbi. After which, in her usual style, she announced the beginning of the explanation. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was too ruthless. And from this, the decision was made to unite forces against the Eastern Sea. But only those who had money received the rate increase, and there were many complaints about this. After which the beauty pointed her finger to the sky, having stated that all titles except the 2 lords and ladies are obtained by competition. Hearing this, the Celestials began to whisper discontentedly. The man thought that all the good places would go to the 7 stars, but suddenly something surprised Jejongbi. The main character arrived at the arena. Having asked if it was too late, he arrived. The vanguard of the conquest of the East Sea began. After some time, the main character sat down to listen. Hanyul himself thought that this was a competition to choose a place, because there were many members of the Pantheon and the Samwonsan clan in high positions. At first glance, it seemed that the choice was made in favor of small groups. But even among the younger members of the Pantheon and the Samwonsan clan, there were many representatives. The members of this circle will receive more support than others. So this is a big problem for the rest. Ultimately, it was a structure, in which those who had more support took high places. All this disgusted the main character. Jejongbi continued to explain that the rank would be determined based on the spirit level, and then she showed a ranking based on the participants' achievements. And if someone has complaints about the level, he can fight with the one from whom he wants to take away the rank. And the outcome of the battle will be decided by the participant's place in the ranking. Suddenly, what Kanyulyam saw shocked him. Seeing that the boy wanted to ask a question, Jejongbi asked who he wanted to fight. But she was surprised by the dark-haired man's words that he was not in the ranking. Hearing this, the girl asked if he had a different level. The dark-haired man himself thought that he didn't expect that his level would be measured. The beauty realized her mistake and turned to Confucius, asking him what level he wants in the rating. Hearing this question, the main character grinned. He thought that through this, he could show his strength, and after which he declared that he was choosing the first level. Hanyul asked to be given the first place on the list. Hearing such a request, Jejongbi was taken aback. Shin Samin wondered what the Dragon King was thinking about anyway. The man behind Hanul asked him if the guy wanted his place. He considered it quite a bold decision. The participants immediately realized that this was Baradagi's 3rd daughter. The man from the 7 stars noted that Sluku Dagun was on a different level compared to them. She focused all her energy towards Irine. The girl noted that she thought a lower level would suit the guy, to which the dark-haired man replied that you won't know until you try. The man declared Jongji Gonji against Nokdegi, and so the first battle of the competition began. Hearing the announcement of the beginning, the golden-haired one took out the artifact, and then he called upon him with the help of his spirit. After the creature's attack, the guy managed to dodge. Having seen the spirit, the main character noted that he had seen it in the novel. After another attack, the spirit lost control of the dark-haired man, and Hanyul took advantage of this and used the water element, after which the whole creature found itself under the wave. Sluku Dagon was surprised by this outcome, and Hanyul went down to his opponent, noticing that he looked too worried, to which the girl replied that she had underestimated the guy. And after her words, she grabbed the artifact, and the same spirit appeared behind the main character. The creature immediately rushed to attack. Having dodged one attack, he was pursued by the next one, but the dark-haired man was able to dodge again, and land on the giant's hand, after which, cuts were made all over the hand, which caused pain to the spirit. Standing on the creature's head, Hanyul said that he saw only a sage who had just awakened. The opponent himself thought that all the energy had been poured out, but the guy didn't use a single technique. It was the pure method of Guangni, called Manjong Shinkon. Hanyul noted that the opponent had only achieved such a level with the help of an artifact. Hearing this statement, Sluku Dagon became angry, and he declared that he had not lost yet. In the hand of the protagonist's rival lay a withered flower. Seeing the familiar plant, Jejongbi couldn't understand where it came from. And then she screamed, "Damn, Baradagi!" Out of gratitude to Baradagi who helped her, Jejongbi gave only once. Among the many colors, this one had exceptional energy, the destruction of Sura. The opponent squeezed the flower in his hand and absorbed its energy. Then he said that it was impossible for him to lose. And for the third time, the creature rose up against the main characters. A spirit attack was directed at Hanul. Maska was able to dodge, thinking about how quickly the giant's wounds healed. The dark-haired man noticed that the speed and strength of spirit had changed. The speed was now completely different from before. After another attack, the main character was able to dodge. He thought that the magic caster was as capable as the incarnation of a god. The dark-haired man fell into thought. At this time, Zhezhongbi asked the Heavenly One to be more careful. She added that this is a flower that can bring great power. Hearing this, the main character did not understand. If you pluck one petal, it will be the end of the army that destroyed the army. If two, then it is the end of the country that is destroying the country. But if you pick three, it will be the end of the world, and he will be drenched in blood. Returning to Hanyul, he thought about how strong Dao Nanja must be to rip it off. The dark-haired man was pulled out of his thoughts by his opponent's words. Sluku Dagon appeared behind the guy and struck him. Hanyul was perplexed as to how he ended up behind him. The dark-haired man thought that this way he could fall behind, and then he decided to use the element of water, sending several powerful shots at the opponent, but Dagon hid himself from Sluku with the hand of the spirit. After which, pushing off from the hand, he rushed into the attack. The opponent was able to achieve his goal and beat the dark-haired one. The guy was sent flying by such a strong blow, thinking about how recently he couldn't believe that this was the person who constantly lost to him. After which he grinned. The sword in its sheath called out to the protagonist. The dark-haired man noticed how the blade was asking to be taken out. Hanyul said that he only saw the sword reading novels, and did not see him learning spells. The guy's new attacks greatly surprised his opponent. Sluku Damgun did not understand where the leaves came from. And the main character, surrounding himself with leaves and water, said that he would show the destruction. So let him pay attention to it. After his words, Hanyul began to take out his blade. Swinging his sword, the boy sent out a water attack with leaves, to which Sluku Damgun said that it was all in vain, and he declared that Confucius had better surrender. But what he saw next shocked him. The protagonist's opponent's arm was wrapped in a vine, and after that the dark-haired man pulled his opponent towards him. Vilya in the air, the man insulted the boy, but suddenly the opponent came up with an idea on how to save himself. Using the artifact, he placed the spirit in front of him, and then he flew at full speed into the divine essence. Upon landing, Sluku Damgun felt the deepest pain. Hanyul was surprised that his opponent used the giant. Ascending into the sky, the protagonist asked Sluka if he now understood. The protagonist stated that this was the limit of the opponent and his magic. Having finished his speech, the dark-haired man sent out several streams of water, which the opponent could not avoid and accepted them all. The opponent's entire body was covered in wild pain, and the main character just watched as Sluku Damgun lost, after which he declared that this was the last time. Plants began to appear around the opponent who was writhing in pain. Seeing them, he began to beg for mercy. But it was too late. The vines rushed towards the opponent's body. The power of the plants was so strong that it broke through the arena. The spectators watching this battle were surprised. They all asked themselves questions. This is the power of the incarnation of God. The last attack destroyed everything, and even higher than the Sensen stage. And Turfing was impressed by the main character's new technique. Hearing this, Hanyul said that his voice was the only thing he heard. This sword, combined with the power of a dragon, was created by the boy's horns. Seeing the result of the battle, Zhezhongbi said that Confucius had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the girl was very surprised. People in the stands also began to whisper. Zhezhongbi couldn't believe her eyes. Petals began to fall from the tree. Hanyul suggested that this garden was influenced by his spell. Suddenly, an object fell in front of the main character. This is the thing that the Moon Prince held. Suddenly, the celestial being addressed the dark-haired man. He asked if the guy was going to go with him to the Chamber of Mirrors. Hanyul knows this man. His name is Haiden Min. Sometime after the battle, the mask followed the white-haired man. The guy himself wondered why he was invited to Bongung. The main character sweeps a very high ceiling. He assumed it was because of the paintings. Suddenly, the main character was surprised by what he saw. The drawings in the painting are moving. Seeing this, Hanyul assumed that it was a monstrous fresco, under the name Sanhaegyong, based on books found in Baekdugo. Creatures from Sanhaegyong. They came from distant space in ancient times, and they came to rule this world. But the wise men, who saw the way, closed the heavenly gates. And if it were not for the sacrifices of these sages, the world would have perished long ago. But after the opening of the heavenly gates at the present time, modern sages are too busy with personal interests and power. Seeing Hanyul interested, the white-haired man said that it was quite interesting to watch the deities. He also added that they are called external deities. They are the ones who were great masters in those days. Hearing this, Hanyul thought that if they were masters, then they were very strong. Looking at the picture, the guy became curious about where they had disappeared to. Suddenly, the main character saw a familiar flower. It was a 2-star solar rod. The white-haired man said that where the guy is looking is Imjasinan. Hearing this, Hanyul thought that this was one of the 3 emperors who ruled ancient China. So this man uses this technique, the dark-haired man concluded. Suddenly, the main character was overwhelmed by flashbacks from the past. How his first technique was solar wind. Suddenly the main character, staring at the fresco, realized that it was better than the 10th star. Staring at the man, he asked him to show him. And so the celestial being began to concentrate energy. But after that, the main character didn't see anything, because it was just a repetition of one section. Hanyul himself wondered if this sage had created the star wind technique. Thinking about this, he asked if this sage had any descendants, to which the white-haired man answered negatively and went forward. Hearing this, the dark-haired man assumed that no one knew about this saint. However, he was very happy to learn the clue about the star wind. After some time, the white-haired man said that they had not come. A huge room with roots intertwined in the center appeared in front of the main character. Hanyul suggested that these were the roots of Sandansu. The man said that the boy probably knew that he was called Haidongmyeon, and he asked Hanyul to answer the following questions without lying. After which he stated that he wanted to know what the guy did to Shindasu. The main character noticed that the situation had changed, but he answered out loud that he had contributed to the flowering and that this was not his intention. To this, the man thought that the mask was able to achieve the tension of wood, like a dragon with the wood element like Cheongryong. He had never seen his father in such a state even in 1,000 years. Hearing these, the owlman's main character was surprised, and the white-haired man added that his father used the power of the ridge and became a powerful tree. But only his brother Chemos has the right to hear the whisper of revelation, and they are allowed only what Chemos and this one root will provide. Listening to this, Hanyul thought, isn't this a secret of the tribe? And the white-haired man added that he thinks the guy has the qualifications. This holy blood that was spilled from the father, it binds the tribe. By accepting this blood, you become connected to his power. After which the white-haired man told Hanyul to drink and become happy. The main character did not expect such an outcome. Looking at the dark-haired man's reaction, the man said that he couldn't refuse. Looking back, Hanyul realized that he would not be able to escape because of the elders. The dark-haired man thought about the man's words that only Chemos could hear Shindasu's voice. He would have felt this power in battle if this holy blood was so powerful. He concluded that instead of denying all his views, he would rather die. Shindasu's energy would help him, but he was worried about the programming. Hanyul wondered if this was a poison that was injected inside to program. Even if he accepts this holy blood, it won't become the same as they want, concluded Hanyul. And after that, the guy drank the sacred blood from the cup. And then he felt pain. The people nearby expected this. The dark-haired man felt like the roots were piercing his body, and the main character's head seemed to be bursting. He heard a language that was clearly unfamiliar to him. He understood that. But then the boy began to emit energy around himself. The white-haired man couldn't believe his eyes, and the main character's assumptions were confirmed. The protagonist decoded this holy blood. The people gathered in the rows also did not understand why the guy did not become Snow White. Looking at the man, Hanyul noticed that the connection had been established. But is this possible? Thought the dark-haired man, but his thoughts were interrupted by a man asking how he did it. To which Hanyul reminded that he said that everything would not be as they wanted. The white-haired man thought that if the guy had something in mind, the connection would not have been established. The guy said that there were no dragons in their family, which meant they had to wait. To this, the white-haired man said that the amount of sacred water would have made him stand in the same row, and then he said that now the boy would be his younger brother. To which Hanyul replied that he hoped to cooperate with his brother. Returning to the arena, the guy noticed that Lee was still fighting for the title of Celestial. Lee takes second place in the youth competition. The dark-haired man approached Inu and asked what he had achieved. Picking up Lee, the guy said that he had many wounds and it was time to go back. The protagonist praised Sunbae for standing next to him. The dark-haired man noted that this guy was damn stubborn. A few days later, the main character was deep in thought, cultivating energy. Hanyul realized that Hongvi was also feeling well. The order of the participants of the Eastern Expedition has been determined. Details will be discussed at the next meeting. Hanyul has finished his studies in Cincy. Now he needs to quickly complete his preparations for the expedition. But he was worried about one question. Why Manpasikchok's flute was not here yet. The guy decided not to think about it and asked Lee to keep him company. The main character planned to go to the north of the peninsula, to meet with General Huadakam. The former absorbed one greeted the heavenly ruler. The girl said that her teacher was away on business. Hearing this, the guy asked directly about his subject. At first, the new girl hesitated, and then asked to follow her. Entering the palace, the girl led the guests to General Quadok's chambers. Hanyul asked what they would do here. But what he saw after his words surprised him. The new girl said that the item the guy ordered was in this hiding place. She doesn't know what happened, but the people from Bekwagak suddenly took the teacher away. And before leaving, he left an item in a hiding place, but it is impossible to open. After hearing this story, the girl was surprised. She noticed that the seal was placed so that only the master could open it. Hearing such a statement, the girl and Hanyul were surprised. Lee added that everyone here has fiery chi, but if the opposite is poured into it, the secret place will open. The new girl, hearing this, thought that her teacher's students could not figure it out, and the gentleman dealt with her with one glance. The girl, thinking about this, considered the main character incredible. After some time, the duo tried to infuse their chi energy. The entire room was enveloped in a red glow. And so they were finally able to achieve their goal. Taking out the flute, the boy named it manhwa. He himself thought that he expected to receive it from the hands of General Kavadok, but my thoughts were interrupted by Lee, who said that there was a letter here. There he read the Tevan Rock. Hanyul suggested that the general knew he would be captured, and then he asked Lee if he knew where this place was. To which he replied that in modern times it is called the tomb of King Munmu, the 30th king of Silla, son of Kim Chung-chu, a renowned ruler. Having told Halok all about this, she was surprised on behalf of the king. She confirmed that she knew about this ruler Munmu. She said that the flute went there when it decided to become a dragon. The 7 years' war between Silla and Tang ended with the Tang retreating. But Emperor Gaozui refused to admit defeat. He awakened something that should not have been awakened and brought it down on the Korean peninsula. To confront the unstoppable monster, King Muimu himself turned into a dragon. They say that the monster was defeated, but the details of that battle are still unknown. There were even rumors that General Kavadok knew the secret of transformation. Hearing this, Hanyul assumed that Lady Yuhua knew this secret and ordered him to be brought, to create a dragon that will obey her. Moving to Yue, he asked if he would speak. She addressed the Lord of Divine Fire. Hearing this question, the grandfather looked at Lady Yuhua, and after which he replied that he knew nothing. The woman thought about how she could ask him without making too much noise, and suddenly an idea came to her. Yuhua asked if it was true that hands were the master's main tool, and then she ordered the man's hands to be cut off. Having realized the whole situation, the grandfather began to ask to stop. Returning to the main character, I thought about what Yuhua would do. He realized that his grandfather had left him a note in the hope of help, but the guy was tormented by one question. Does this secret exist? However, if there is a conflict, communications will help him. The problem is that he doesn't know anything about King Munmu's transformation, and Bekwagak can force information out of him. And after much thought, the right idea came to Connell. The main character remembered that he has someone who always knows the answers. Coming to his peach tree, the dark-haired man smelled the aroma. The guy noticed that the tree ate all the spirits he brought. And after that, he realized that the fruits were ripe. Holding a peach, Hanyul asked what revelations he would reveal. The main character took the medicine. After eating the fruit, golden energy formed around the guy. The peach from the peninsula had the property of an elixir. The dark-haired man felt a familiar feeling. The energy of metals was formed in the phalanges of the fingers. Realizing that he had received a new element, Hanyul was delighted, but he considered this too small. Looking at the fruits of the peach tree, the guy assumed that each peach bestows one of the 5 elements. But now he's just the one who ate the delicious peaches. While eating the peach, he remembered how he had learned a lot with their help. He remembered Guanak's words that the larger a tree grows, the stronger its fruits. But his tree stopped growing long ago. The dark-haired man assumed that it was cramped for him here. He also thought about how nice it would be to expand the space. And then the main character came up with an idea. He remembered the presence of one item. This is an artifact that controls space. Hanyul became curious about whether it was activated by chi. Having poured energy into the artifact, it flew above the tree and increased the barrier. Watching this, Hanyul thought that now the space was finished. This means the new task is to find fertile soil for the tree. A few days later, touching the soil, the main character thought about it. One of the most important granaries of the Korean peninsula. While collecting soil, the dark-haired man wondered whether his tree would like it. Suddenly, the boy's bag of treasures began to shake violently. Looking at this, the guy felt a familiar feeling. And then a 7-pointed sword suddenly flew out of the bag. As it flew out, the blade was completely covered in golden energy. Throwing down the shovel, Hanyul grabbed the sword by the hilt. Seeing this sword, Turfing asked the boy why he didn't tell him about the other sword. Looking at the sword's reaction, Hanyul thought that it was the first time he saw Chiljido. But Turfing still couldn't calm down and shouted at the boy. Suddenly the blade was surprised to hear something. He said that this 7-pointed sword, by its speech, was just a baby. Turfing added that she was very happy to be back home. And then Hanyul remembered how Chiljido was forged in Baekje, and Naju is the former land of Baekje. The main character noticed that he felt a surge of strength again. Realizing this, the dark-haired man decided to swing his sword. Expecting to see something, Hanyul cut through the space. And then the dark-haired man saw an old palace in front of him. Entering the palace, Turfing repeated the words of the 7-pointed blade. This is Virasan. During the reign of Kero, the 21st king of Baekje, the state fell under the onslaught of Konguryo, and the city was wiped off the face of the earth. To this day, no one knows where Virasan was. Knowing this, Hanyul thought that he did not expect to find him here. The guy remembered how, having swung his sword, he met the spirits associated with Childijo. The dark-haired man suggested that the blade reacted to places that stored memory. Suddenly, the main character felt a strange feeling. Hanyul realized that there was an incredible concentration of metal energy in this place, but he was torn from his thoughts by silhouettes that appeared nearby. The dark-haired man saw metal-armed skeletons. The creatures surrounded the protagonist and examined the stranger. Seeing all this, Hanyul thought that perhaps these skeletons were guarding the palace. Looking at the troops of creatures, the dark-haired one was surprised by something. The skeletons carried the flags of the personal guard of the royal family of Wang. Suddenly, a skeleton emerged from the crowd of iron objects. The creature pointed its sword at Hanyul and told him to introduce himself, to which the guy pulled out a 7-pointed blade and introduced himself as its owner. But suddenly Childijo flew out of the protagonist's arms and said goodbye to him. Tyrfing, seeing all this, only laughed, saying that he was a bad owner. The skeleton then demanded the name of the man opposite. Hearing the dark-haired creature, he introduced himself as Park Hanyul, a citizen of the Republic of Korea. After listening to the main character, the Iron Man's eyes turned red. Seeing the creature's reaction, Hanyul made a decision. Try to negotiate differently. The main character took the medicine. Garlic has the property of an elixir. A temporary boost was obtained, after which the main character grabbed the blade, preparing to attack. Having received the power of Turing, the guy said that it was time to start. Then after his words, he used the element of water and wood, with the help of which he sent vines to the enemy troops. The skeletons did not expect such a huge influx of attack. Watching the carnage, Hanyul thought that the vines had weakened. Also, the energy of metal in this place suppresses the energy of wood. And there is one more bad factor, the guy thought, looking down. The bones lying on the ground were covered in a dark aura, and then they rose into the air and headed off to the side. The bones all headed to one point to be reunited into a skeleton. As some skeletons were knocked down, others appeared. Seeing all this, the dark-haired man thought that if they all came back to life, it would not be easy. Smiling, he noted that this was a real immortal army. Tyrfing shared that these skeletons remind him of Dronzer. These are creatures that live in the north and they have the same ability. And in order to put them to rest, you need to break the shackles associated with this creature. Therefore, in order to kill them, you need to break these shackles. Having heard from Tyrfing what was needed for victory, the guy began to take the blade out of its sheath. And after that he accepted these fames and decided to do so. Having completely removed the blade from its sheath, Hanyul's hair turned red. Then the main character rushed into attack. Breaking through the creatures, Hanyul chopped through the metal bones. Having finished with another batch of skeletons, the guy felt the threads break. Tyrfing's words about defeating the skeletons turned out to be true. Looking at the sword, Hanyul thought, this is what death means. But his thoughts on philosophy were interrupted by the blade, which said that it had always dreamed of doing this. At this time, the skeletons with bows were pulling the bowstring, aiming at the guy. Seeing the fiery arrows flying towards him, he decided to use the element of water. By causing a wave, the protagonist repelled the opponent's attack. Seeing the many creatures, Hanyul thought that he would not be able to break the shackles of each one. If there is an army, then there is a king who commands them. Inside the palace, someone began to break through from the outside. After a few swings of the sword at the door, it exploded, and from it appeared a surprised main character. Hanyul felt an incredible metallic aura from the skeleton opposite him. The dark-haired man folded his sword and noticed Childijo lying in the king's hands. Looking at the skeleton, Hanyul wondered who this king was, but his thoughts were interrupted by his glowing eyes. The king said he could smell Hwagak from the man across from him, and then he accused Hanyul of stealing the sword and destroying Baekje. Surprised, the main character saw crowds of skeletons around him, and the king continued to insist that he would kill the guy and take back his crown. The skeleton demanded that his crown be returned to him. Without waiting for an answer from the dark-haired man, the king's warriors rushed forward. But suddenly dust rose up under the creatures. Hanyul was able to react and dodge by jumping up. Thinking about the king's words, the boy assumed that over these many years he had gone mad. But after that he called the puppy Hedda and declared that he would not give up without a fight. Smiling at the appearance of the puppy and the elephant, Hanyul greeted them, and then he ordered them to kill all the skeletons. Hearing the order from the owner, Hedda rushed into the attack, breaking the opponent's bones. At this time the elephant was involved in something. He ate the skeleton's weapons. They were like treats to him. Seeing how big the elephant had grown, Hanyul was surprised, and I thought that this creature only wanted metal. An indestructible metal beast capable of growing to incredible sizes. In Kumsan's book about Pulgasari, it is said that he can appear out of nowhere, from the last breaths of a dying monk or a rice ball. In order to subjugate these creatures, the Celestials tried to create them with their own hands, but all their attempts were in vain. So when Kumsan heard about Pulgasari, he considered it nothing more than a fairy tale. However, strangely enough, Kumsan found the answer to this riddle. Let Pulgasari be born from human suffering. It is not created by one person, but by time. When the people groan under the yoke of tyranny, and greedy officials line their pockets by sucking the lifeblood out of ordinary people. The people who gave birth to Pulgasari were filled with hatred and pain. When the country is plunged into chaos, despair, hopes and dreams of the people, the Pulgasari egg is formed. That woman, the boy's mother, used the knowledge from the book to summon Pulgasari. The main character was interrupted from his thoughts by archers who were not aiming at the guy. Seeing the fiery arrows flying at the elephant, Hanyul screamed. But the arrows that flew in did not cause any damage to Pulgasari, but only made him angry, and he spat fire from his trunk, who headed towards those skeletons who had angered the archers. The crowd was broken upon contact with the target, And the main character, having gone down, thought that he had worried in vain. Seeing the owner come down, the puppy jumped towards him. Trying to fight off Heta's tongue, the dark-haired man asked where Pulgasari was. Seeing the miniature elephant, the main character was surprised, and Pujasari himself, running up to Kanul, began to tremble. The guy, holding back his laughter, wondered where the elephant's size had gone. He suggested that by spending strength, the elephant becomes smaller. Saying it was time to go home, the dark-haired man used his fan. But suddenly he noticed the king crawling up. The skeleton did not want to accept the loss and insulted Ko's descendant. And after that, he ordered Hanul to give him the body. Hearing such an order, the main character was horrified. But suddenly something inside the palace caught his attention. There stood two skeletons holding a crown and clothes. Seeing this, Hanul wondered why the king was not wearing this. But then the main character realized the skeleton's intentions. Why did he crave his body? Judging by his words about losing to Goguryeo, it's Kero. Hanul realized that he was cursed for defeat and could not wear the crown. Taking the crown, the main character declared that it was now his. The guy added that this was retribution for coveting someone else's body. Seeing the dark-haired man putting on the crown, the skeleton was horrified. He started begging the guy not to do it, but the main character put on the crown and found himself in a strange place. Opening his eyes, Hanul saw the same palace around him, only more intact. Looking around the interior, he noticed that it was Virusan. But one thing bothered him. Everything looked as if it had been built recently. Suddenly, something tore the main character away from his thoughts. Hanul saw in front of him a man in the robes of a king. The stranger greeted the unexpected guest, and he added that he was now in a dream world. After which, he asked why the dark-haired man was wearing a crown. Having said that, it is very reckless, and his actions are a real power grab. Hearing this, Hanul said that he expected anything but this, and he added that he was glad to meet Onjo, a descendant of Buyo. And then the dark-haired man said that he was ready to pass any test, from the one who usurped the crown of Baekje, to which Onjo said that he found it funny to hear this from the owner of the crown. The man told the boy to leave. Hanul heard this, and said that he was not a descendant of the Baekje clan. But Onjo interrupted the guy, saying that he was born a commoner, but by the will of fate, he became a ruler. And then he asked the guy if he knew why he still hadn't handed over his throne. Onjo said it was his duty and his burden, and few people are able to easily give up the power they themselves have built. And he regrets that that madman didn't get here. He would have gladly tested him. Seeing the boy's reaction, the man explained that he had met King Kero. He was never able to wear the crown, so he decided to take over another body. And his obsession with the throne turned him into a monster. After which the man said that he liked Park Hanul, because he is strong in body, although he was born a simple man. His older brother Piryu was the same, Onjo concluded. History says that unlike him, Piryu was founded by Michikol. But considering his possessions too modest, he committed suicide. Initially, it was the brother who was supposed to lay the foundation of Virasan. He was worthy of the throne, but his power attracted the attention of the Celestials. After his death, Onjo was able to rule in peace. Fortunately for the Celestials, it was his strength that interested them, not what surrounded him. But if his older brother were alive, then they would rule together. Hearing this sad story, Hanul became thoughtful. The man turned to the boy and said that power has its own laws, and after which he added that he would repay the guy for his brother. Onjo added that if the guy wants to take away someone's throne, he should use the imperial seal. Having heard this parting word, the guy started looking for this thing, after which he took out the recently received item. After seeing the seal, the man said that it was more effective to use than just wearing a crown. Looking at the thing, Hanul thought that it belonged to Noctagon, the son of Peridigi. The protagonist assumed that this was the state seal of Ogu. The dark-haired man thought that it would come in handy when Lady Taeon decided to take revenge. Onjo pointed to the throne and told Hanul to come up to it. Hearing this, the main character was surprised. Looking at the dark-haired man who had risen, the man called his name, and he names him his descendant Onjo. Hanul was taken aback by this turn of events, and the man added that this was all he could do for him. Then he said goodbye to the main character and asked him to go. Returning to the real palace, the guy's eyes were closed, but when he opened them, he realized that he had returned back. Looking around at his surroundings, he heard the voice of the Skeleton King. I still couldn't believe that I still hadn't been able to get the body. Looking at the dark-haired skeleton, he saw that it had begun to crumble, which surprised him for a second. Turfing said that the skeleton was held together by the will of desire alone, and the guy destroyed everything. Suddenly, Hanul noticed a rather familiar thing behind the wall. Tirfing noticed that she was shaking and suggested melting her. But the guy was thinking only about his own thing, that he needed to visit all the places where the sword responded. Leaning over Childijo, the main character asked her not to worry, and he assured her that if she continued to be obedient in showing him the way, he would not melt her down. Hearing this, the sword immediately became happy and agreed to such work. But there was one problem. If the sword began to shine in front of people, it would not be able to hide. We need to come up with something, but for now, we need to do what's right in front of us. After which, raising the 7-pointed sword above himself, the guy attracted attention. He declared in front of the skeletons that from that day on, he would be the ruler of Virasan. There he will be, Park Han-yul, so give him honor. The skeletons rejoiced when they heard the speeches of the new ruler. In the big cities of Korea, people talked about only one thing. That Lady Yuhwa is going to create a dragon, and all this is live on air. The people told each other that this dragon would be Chumon. And all this will happen in Gyeongju, the man on the news said. Somewhere near the tomb of King Munmu, many important people gathered to see the appearance of the dragon. Among these people were journalists who were very worried. They were curious why the Celestials sat closer to the stage than the big shots, to which the man said that even here they are divided into first and second class. The man said he felt this event would come back to haunt them all. Among the gathered Celestials were also 7 stars. Looking at the redheads, the journalist wondered if they were also from Asdal. He thought that he had only heard of Tengen from the Celestials of Asdal. Looking at the red-haired girl, he noticed that she looked very similar to Unyo. But what the journalist saw later was very shocking. People saw a huge black dragon in the sky above them. This was the main character along with his companions. Upon landing, he introduced himself as a descendant of Anjo and congratulated everyone on this significant event. When people heard that the heavenly ruler had become the ruler of Baekje, they were surprised. Upon hearing about Baekje, the local guards appointed by Yuhwa did not like it. They immediately rushed towards the main character. But when they went to the guy, they stopped, seeing something. Koryon asked the guy if he was the new king of Baekje. He also added that he remembers how he cut off the head of the ruler of Baekju. Suddenly, Koryon's intimidation was stopped by a familiar celestial being. It was Damduk who ordered the weapons to be put away in front of the special guest. Switching to Koryon, he ordered him to calm down. Hearing this, Koryon said that unfortunately, he would not be able to cut off his head. It was Chansu who killed King Kero. Kanyul noted that he was worthy of the title of Tamdek's son. He had already reached the stage of Jisung. He needed to be more careful, the boy thought. Daok apologized for his snot brother's rudeness, and said that he was very glad to see Anjo's descendant. But later he added that the lady was waiting for the main character. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised that Yuhwa was waiting for him. But out loud he agreed to go to Mrs. Damdioka. After some time, the two found themselves at Lady Yuhwa's. Hearing that the heavenly ruler had been brought to her, she said, "Good." Seeing a man standing next to Yuhwa, the guy recognized him. It was the missing General Kavadok in a pitiful state. But what the main character saw next surprised him greatly. The right hand of the Lord of Divine Fire was missing. Hanyul realized that they cut off his hand so that he would give them the secret of turning into a dragon. Realizing this, the dark-haired man became very angry and clenched his teeth. And General Kavadok also noticed a familiar Dragon King. But after that he just looked away, pretending that he didn't know the guy. Seeing the reaction to himself, Hanyul was surprised. Looking back, he noticed that there were too many eyes here. He needs to wait for the right moment and get him out of here. And Yuhwa said that she was very curious about what kind of descendant of Baekje this was. To which the dark-haired man said, "Does the younger brother need a reason to come here?" After all, the names of these states and their enmity sank into oblivion 1,000 years ago. Hearing this, Yuhwa replied that in a measly 1,000 years they would not forget this. To which Hanyul said that it was impossible to forget, but one could try to let go of the past. But this was the last straw for Mrs. Yuhwa. She overturned a jug of green tea in front of the guest. And then she screamed that such speeches were making her ears ache. The woman ordered Damduk to throw out the guest immediately. To which the man said that this man came here to end the feud. But hearing this, Yuhwa asked how he dared to say that. Diok added that if it had been 1,000 years ago, he would have agreed with her. But now is a different time, and many have also suffered at the hands of the mistress. And after the gates closed, the Celestials fenced themselves off from mortals. And after all, her descendants are people. And it turns out that she is robbing her own descendants. So why doesn't the lady just talk to the heavenly ruler? But Yuhwa stood her ground and asked if Daok dared to go against her will. After which, she ordered the servants to throw out the heavenly ruler. To these words the man said that he had something to say in response. Daok declared that whoever dares to raise a hand against the heavenly ruler will answer to him. After all, his master is an honored guest, and any insult inflicted on him will be regarded as his own. But this was the last straw for Lady Yuhwa. Standing up abruptly, she ordered that 2 of the insolent men be seized. But Kavadok stopped her dissatisfied speech by asking her to stop. Seeing the general whispering something to the woman, Hanul wondered what he was saying. After some time, Yuhwa calmed down and said that she didn't want to ruin the party. After which, she politely asked to take the heavenly ruler away. As the main character was leaving, Damduk was called out by his mistress. The man heard from her that he would soon understand how right she was. After walking for some time, Yuhwa stood in front of the assembled people and began her speech. To protect these lands from an ancient monster that came from China, today they will revive ancient magic and create a new dragon. After these words, a wheelchair was brought onto the stage, in which lay Yuhwa's son, Ko Jumun. And then something unexpected happened. The woman's son suddenly began to cry frantically like a child. The celestial being and ordinary people were terribly surprised. They couldn't believe that it was her son, Shumon. Approaching her child, Yuhwa stroked him, and asked him to be patient a little longer. After all, soon he will be reborn and become a strong dragon. The woman asked her son if his death was not in vain. The main character himself also watched this picture in surprise. Hanyo thought that this woman was forcibly keeping her son's soul in this world. The approaching Lord of Divine Fire was ordered to proceed. Hearing the order, he went ashore and stared at the rocks, and then chanting a spell in an unknown language, he created an aura of fire around himself and Munmu's burial place. From this effect, the recently created quiet water began to rise and beat against the rocks. But suddenly, huge algae rose from the center of the rocks. A strange fruit appeared on one end of it. Emitting a green glow, it trembled occasionally. Seeing this fruit, the spectators were very surprised by what was happening. And Yuhua rushed towards the general who was picking the fruit. Having snatched the divine fire from the Lord's hands, she was very happy. And then, standing in front of the crowd, she pulled out the fruit, saying that this was the key to turning into a dragon. This statement caused people to start whispering about how uneasy they felt. Looking at this key to transformation, Hanyo could believe that with its help, one could become a dragon. And the woman, turning to the side, headed towards her son. When I brought it to my face, the fruit began to emit dark energy. But Yuhui didn't care, and she forcibly opened Jumong's mouth. And she said that the long-awaited time had finally come. Seeing this whole picture of mother and son, Hanyul was horrified. But then he exclaimed, asking Yuhua what she was planning to do. The main character asked to stop, but it was too late. After swallowing the strange fruit, the woman's child began to scream incessantly. Suddenly, a lot of seaweed gushed out of his mouth. Seeing something coming out of her son, Lady Yuhua was shocked. She asked fearfully what was happening to her son. Suddenly, Kvadok said angrily what a pathetic woman she was, and how she was condemning her own son to suffering. Did she really think that his friend Munmu could transform into a dragon before? Manpasachok is a weapon created from the egg of an ancient goddess to kill. These fruits do not grant the power of a dragon. They give birth to a monster. Kvadok added, let her rejoice. Her son, who already has 1 foot in the grave, will gain power. Suddenly something interrupted him, and Kvadok coughed up blood. It was Koryan who pierced the Lord of Divine Fire through and through. He said that this was retribution for Kvadok daring to challenge the lady. Seeing that the general was mortally wounded, the dark-haired man rushed towards him. Having lifted Kvadok's body, the guy asked him to wake up immediately. The general himself said that he did everything to ensure that this woman got what she deserved. What he gave to the Dragon King was an artifact that only a boy was worthy of. After which the general apologized and asked for revenge, and he must have enough strength to destroy this monster. The monster, seeing the two, directed his seaweed at them. Realizing that his grandfather had died, he decided to fulfill his last request. Suddenly the vines began to move strangely and twist around the owner's body. They began to envelop Lady Yuhua's entire body. Within a few seconds, Chuman's body was completely covered in seaweed, and people saw a real monster with many tails. Seeing a bunch of targets around, the monster roared terribly. Then he launched his seaweed tails into attack. The entire area around was subject to multiple strong attacks. At this time, Yuhua's servants tried to drag her away from the battlefield. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Daok told everyone to take cover. And after that, he stood between the tails of the monster and the people. Picking up his sword from the ground, the man addressed the goddess Mago, telling her that her greed had awakened an ancient evil. After his words, he jumped towards the monster's toothy tails. Insulting him, he rushed to attack one of the tails. A second later, behind Daok, there were only remnants of the monster. But everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. The recently cut pieces of tails began to reconnect. Damduk himself noticed this when he looked at the restored parts of the algae. The man said that the wounds he received from the monster were being healed. It looks like he won't be defeated that easily, Damduk thought. While trying to fight off another attack, the man saw something. These were the fleeing people at whom the algae were directed. Looking back, they were afraid, thinking that this was their end. Suddenly, Shin Soman appeared behind the duo, covering them with an umbrella. She shouted to Daok to take care of the people and let him deal with the monster. Looking at everything happening in front of them, people were very surprised. Shin Somin thought that even the best Celestials couldn't defeat him. This is a monster, although it has only just been born. She assumed that this was where the power of the gods lay. Mago, according to Korean mythology, she is the goddess of creation, who is often called Grandma Mago. And this is what Hanyul thought about, assuming that this was the goddess in front of him. The dark-haired man noticed how the monster was becoming stronger with each passing minute. The main character thought about what to do in this situation. He remembered the last words of the Lord of Divine Fire. Looking at Lady Yuhua, the protagonist promised one thing to his grandfather. He will fulfill his last request and take revenge on this woman for him. And in the end, he will take revenge for the pain brought to the Lord of the Divine Fire. While rummaging through the treasure bag, he asked Li Yun to cover it. Having found the things she needed, it turned out to be General Kvadok's latest work. The protagonist decided to use the flute in this battle. The dark-haired man's playing on the instrument noticeably affected the monster's strength. Seeing the state of the monster, Damduk cut the tails into pieces again. and this time the monster was unable to restore its severed body parts. Seeing how the monster could not heal, the man was very surprised. And after that, he shouted to all the Celestials that the monster's regeneration was not working. Hearing this, all the Celestials in the area rushed to attack, cutting off every part of the monster. Due to the damage received, Chumon's former body began to writhe and emit dark energy. But then the monster stood up on his feet like a human. Grabbing one of their tails, he tore it off, growling in pain. And from it he made many boughs of seaweed. Then arrows were fired from them at the Celestials, causing them to lose their grip. One of these arrows headed towards the main character, but it was reflected by Li Yun, who called out to his master. Turning to Hanyul, he asked if he was okay. Not receiving an answer from Li, I thought that this monster had one more trump card. This meant they needed to take cover. But something interrupted his thoughts. This was another arrow, only it was aimed at him. A second later, Sunbei's condition was unclear, but his mask was broken. Li thought, as befits the legendary Juman, son of Yuwa. Every arrow hits the target right on target. Having received minor damage, Li Yun took his spear. Putting it in front of me, it lit up with a golden light. And then the spear completely turned into a bow. Sunbei thought that Jumon was just a faded legend. Thinking about this, the Celestial's gaze changed to a frightening one. Back in the past, someone asked to accept this item from Li Yun. The then Majesty was very surprised at the sight of the weapon. And all because it was the Gongwa Gongqin bow. It was his family's treasure, and he thought he would never see it again. The teacher told him that he needed to lie low, but that this bow would definitely be useful to him in the future. And the day will come when he and his Majesty will return to their former glory. Recalling this conversation, Li thanked Sisip, and then he sent his arrow at the seaweed monster standing on the stage. The arrow pierced the monster's chest and emitted a golden light. This made Chumon loudly roar in pain, and the arrow came out just as quickly, creating a huge hole right through. At this time, Li thought that he would never forget Chumon's sacrifice. Srenbi saw how the recently formidable monster was now shaking from one shot. Unable to heal, the monster's body began to deteriorate. A human face appeared under the broken layer of algae. It was Chumon himself who thanked him for finally being freed from his torment. After which, Li only saw a small pile of seaweed on the stage. Seeing how the monster was defeated, the Celestials could not believe it. Damdok saw it too, but something made him wary. Looking at the archer, he seemed to him to be a rather familiar celestial being. He realized that the person in front of him was Li Yun. Taking the remains of the monster, Hanyul realized that it consisted of ordinary clay and seaweed, and he thought that foreign deities were made of something else. The guy assumed that his ability was to expand his possessions, but he cannot penetrate here from the outside, and for this he uses organic matter. Suddenly, the alarmed Lady Yuva came running and interrupted his thoughts. Running up to the pile of remains from the defeated monster, she began to scream. Sorting through the remains and crying, she howled for her son Chumon. She couldn't believe all this that had happened recently. But suddenly she looked intently at the main character and the archer. And then she pointed to the dark-haired man, turning to him. The woman said that the guy was to blame for everything, and that he was guilty of killing her son. To which Hanyul recalled how she had asked the general for the secret of transforming into a dragon. Hearing this, Yuhua said that he did not dare contradict her, and if she said so, then so it was. The crowd watched as Yuhua ordered the boy who dared to deceive her to be captured. Among these Celestials was Guanak and his sister. She reminded her brother that this woman was one of the 3 deities. And even if everyone knows the truth, Yuhua's lie will become the truth. Looking at her servants, she asked what they were waiting for and why they were not grabbing him. But the servants only looked pitifully at the mistress. They were in a deplorable state. Seeing that they did not obey Yuhua, the dark-haired one was surprised. But then they took up their swords and asked the guy for forgiveness. Seeing this, Li exclaimed, "How dare they do this after being saved?" But suddenly the main character heard a familiar voice behind him. The Celestial said that nothing would work out for them. It was Daok who said that he would not allow these people to do this. The woman exclaimed how dare Damduk contradict her again. To which the man replied that he could no longer watch Bekwagak commit evil, and let the same blood flow in his veins as hers, but he will take responsibility for her sins. By injuring himself, he declared that he would become the new head of Bekwagak. After which he told Yui's former servants to listen to him carefully. They are obliged to tell everyone all the truth and lies that happened today. But the woman did not like this, and she exclaimed how dare he claim his place. Does he really think he can control Bekwagak like she can? But her complaint was interrupted by the main character. He said that he recognizes Damdok as the new head of Bekwagak. Hearing this, the woman objected like such a pathetic little fish. Dare to decide the issue related to the governance of her clan. To this question, Hanyul reminded that he was the new Wang Baekjae, and the fiancé of Lady Xing, one of the 7 stars. One of the non-celestials said that same Shin Soman, Taebaek's student, and then the guy added that Mrs. Sinsi personally accepted him into the clan. Hearing this, the celestial being from the crowd said that she had seen it personally. After which Hanyul asked if this was enough to support the new head of her clan. Yuhua herself thought that she had heard about all this too. She wondered how the dark-haired man managed to do all this. Hearing how the guy stood up for him, Deok thanked him, to which Hanyul congratulated Behwagak on the beginning of a new era. Headko Damdyuk, the man was taken aback by this. After some time, the news announced Yua's atrocities. During the celebration in Bekwagak, new details of the former chief's atrocities emerged. Bekwagak announced the stripping of all titles from Lady Yuhua, and soon there will be a hearing on this woman's case in the court of hell. And now to other news today in real time. A journalist is at the Khanal Palace. Watching all this news, Tirfing noticed how famous Hanud had become. The dark-haired man asked the Blade if he found it funny. At this time, many Celestials wanted to break into the palace. All of this was observed by a guy who said that they all wanted to become his friend after learning about the connection with Taebek. Tirfing noted that he was not only strong, but also charmed everyone. There are also rumors that the dark-haired one has reached the Jisung level. Hanyul said that he could become Jisung for a while, but then nothing would be left of him. And to the elder Damduk, it's like walking to the moon. During the fight, Deok fought as if he had already surpassed the Jisung stage. It's no wonder he defeated Nekchachanwan so easily. Hanyul thought that it would be a long time before he would be able to call him older brother. Blade asked what he was going to do with these guests. After all, they brought so many valuable gifts for him, to which the guy replied that he would not accept anything and let them stand as long as they wanted. Having descended to the ground, the main character noticed a scroll lying there. The dark-haired man wondered what it was. He missed something. Hanyul read that this scroll was from Yung Wu-Chi. Seeing this, the guy thought that this was the same strong man, but he was dead. Although they didn't know anything about Hamos either, so the rumors about Yung Wu-Chi shouldn't be believed either. He made everyone turn away and left this scroll right in the center of the throne room. Realizing this, the main character grinned. And he thought, how can he ignore such a challenge? Having accepted the challenge, he came to the designated place in the scroll. He was surprised to realize that he was in a club. Suddenly, the guy was greeted by a female voice. The girl said her name, Sari, and thanked the guy for his visit. And after that, she asked the dark-haired man to follow her to her master. Walking through the entire club, Hanyul looked around. The guy asked who all these people were here. The girl said that these were all the Celestials who had come to express their admiration to her master. Her master is not averse to worldly pleasures, so they all enjoy themselves day and night. After some time, Sari brought the protagonist to her master. The blonde greeted the heavenly ruler, after which he noticed a terrible mask on his face. But his meaningless speech was interrupted by Hanyul, who asked him who he had called. The man said he left it, but the guy opened it. Hearing this, Hanyul thought, if you are strong in body, you have no shortage of impudence. The dark-haired man asked how the blonde knew his strength, to which he replied, the guy opened the scroll of the famous strong man without hesitation. And why ask this then? Or he came to grab him, the blonde suggested. If so, he will tell everyone about the secret of the heavenly ruler. But if he doesn't want to, then let him fall on his knees before him. Taking hold of the sword, Hanyul thought that this man was trying to blackmail him. But he messed with the wrong person, the dark-haired man concluded, swinging his sword. Seeing the guy's attack, the blonde asked him if he thought he had enough strength, to which the main character responded positively. And he asked what the blonde could do with his useless illusions. The man was surprised when he heard this statement. Hanyul said how he needed to come up with something more original, and who did he want to deceive by putting him in front of a crowd of celebrities? Hanyul waved his blade and said that next time, don't waste his time. Chanuchi, having said this name, the dark-haired man found himself in a completely different place. The main character saw a disabled person on the floor among the chaos. Seeing this whole picture, Hanyul was surprised for a second. But then he wondered if this was really Jung Wu-Chi's true appearance. But his thoughts were interrupted by the man's question, whether the guy was satisfied with just the sight of him. He's probably wondering how such a strong man ended up in such a life. But there's no need to worry about it, Jung Wu-Chi told the boy, because if he contradicts, the same life awaits him. Listening to the man, Hanyul recalled what had happened recently. And then he asked why Jung Wu-Chi staged this performance. To this, the man asked the boy why he thought the three princes of the Eastern Sea had come out against Baek Hwagak. The dark-haired man replied that as Yuhua said, someone had taken the Dragon King away, after which the disabled man asked if the guy knew who did it. Hanyul assumed that this was unlikely to be revenge. Jung Wu-Chi added that wherever you look, there are only those who want to profit from other people's happiness. Hearing this, the guy asked if the man wanted to say that someone held a grudge against him and wanted to take revenge. When asked how the disabled person was connected to all this, he smiled maliciously. But seeing this grin, the main character removed it from his face by raising his sword. The man then shouted, Honggil Dong from Hwalbinden. Hearing this, the main character remembered the defeated white-haired girl. Chung Wu-Chi added that they do not know how to control the energy of the universe. But Honggil Dong is a different matter. With just words he can make the Celestials act. And so he thought that he should unite with his enemy just in case. Hanyul asked if he wanted to intimidate him and force him to cooperate. Looking at the disabled man, the guy thought that he felt he was not telling him something. Hiding the blade, Hanyul concluded that it was clear how sincerely the man spoke. Looking at the surroundings, the main character thought, what's more, Jung Wu-Chi knows where to look for information. When asked how he does it, The disabled man replied that it's all with the help of illusions. After which, Hanyul asked that among the treasures of Bekavagak, there was an item that interested the Dragon King, and Zhong Wuqi said that this thing is the liver. The dark-haired man was amazed by this answer. Seeing the guy's reaction, the man reminded him that among watermen, this is a fairly well-known thing. Kanulya immediately remembered the tale of the tortoise and the hare. Seeing the thoughtful guy, the disabled man asked him if he knew this story, to which the main character joked and justified himself by saying that he was still young, and the man decided to tell the story to the dark-haired man. In ancient times, there lived a great celestial being named Woljong. One Dragon King, having coveted his gift of foresight, decided to take possession of it by eating Woljong and become perfect. But the wise celestial being, foreseeing his intentions, outwitted the Dragon King, and the deceived one could only watch helplessly. How Woljong soars above the sky, right up to the moon. Since then, a legend has been told among sea creatures, that whoever finds and swallows the liver will become the new ruler of the seas. Young Wuqi added that the Eastern King believes in this fairy tale, and he wants to get this liver. The main character himself thought that the tale of the tortoise and the hare appeared with the help of this legend. After which the disabled man said that the guy was too young. Having received a negative response to the agreement, he began to ask. Looking at the man, Hanyul thought that he had recently threatened him, and now he was whining. The dark-haired man remembered Himos' words about their connection. Then he thought, first Chong threatened him because the Celestials hurt him. The dark-haired man decided to forgive him. After all, it is not just useful, but a treasure trove of information. Thinking about this, the protagonist called out to the man. The guy hung over him and asked him to tell him everything he knew. What is his true goal? Why did he call the heavenly ruler? At this moment there was a flash in the door. While searching for Amugi and Lee, they were looking for the owner of this scroll. Lee thought how dare someone deceive them and steal their master. But suddenly the main character appeared behind him. Seeing the missing heavenly ruler, they were surprised. And then, saying maybe this is an imposter, they rushed towards the guy. Grabbing the main character, he began to justify himself by saying that he was real. After some time of thorough investigation, Lee was surprised to learn of the meeting. He couldn't believe that the same strongman actually survived. After which Sunbai said that Zhong Wuqi is a master of lies and should not be trusted. To which the guy said that he fed him his horn as a sign of friendship. Hearing this, Lee assumed that it was time for the master to get ready. Handing over the piece of paper to Lee, he said that a messenger had arrived with an invitation to a council of clan heads. Hearing this, the main character was surprised. The Stargazer's Palace, once the Olympic Stadium in Seoul, was taken over by the clan leaders' council. Entering it, Hanyul thought that it was as if he had been watching a sports competition here yesterday. Looking at the clan leaders, the guy thought how early they had gathered. He assumed that everyone here wanted a piece of the pie from the Bekwagak situation. Suddenly the main character felt a strong aura nearby. Turning towards the outgoing force, the guy saw a woman in luxurious clothes. The main character realized that Paridagi, feeling her strength, he thought it was no wonder she was allowed to enter the Seokeon Gardens. That's why Yuhua wanted to get Lady Town. Suddenly the guy was pulled out of his thoughts by familiar celestial beings. Seeing the main character, Gwanak looked at him with resentment. Having met Hanul's gaze, he abruptly turned his head away. The boy himself thought how glad he was to see that the bear cub had regained his strength. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, Senior Gwanak, the dark-haired man concluded. Having taken his seat, the Council of Heads was to begin in a few minutes. The people who appeared on stage amazed Kanul. There the main character saw the elder Punbek. At that time, the boy thought that he was Yuhua's subordinate, after which he assumed that Yusa was next to him, and a strong-looking Unsa. Hanyul thought that among the Celestials, this trinity was the highest. After some time, Yusa greeted all the assembled guests. White-haired announced that from now on they would all gather here. Now let's get down to business, said Yusa, snapping his fingers. After which, a huge map of Korea appeared before the Celestials. The white-haired man shared that he had already prepared a plan for the trip. But as everyone knows, a few days ago an unpleasant incident occurred in Bekwagak. Hearing that there was a shortage of Celestials, the audience began to talk. The Celestials were alarmed. There was little glory in defense, and no one wanted to do this. Having heard these statements, Yusa agreed with them. But after that, on behalf of the Trinity, he asked the Heavenly Ruler for support, to which Hanyul said that, as a result of the selection, he ended up in the attack. Usa said that she saw his strength at Munmu's tomb, and his strength would make up for their losses. In response to such a request, Jajongbi shouted from the stands, "This is outrageous. After all, he achieved this position, and they just want to take it away." The beauty said that this was a very bad proposal, but suddenly unexpected words were heard. Hanyul agreed. The main character declared that he would defend the entire peninsula alone. Jajongbi was very surprised by this statement. Gwanak and even his sister were shocked by these words. USA also didn't believe that the guy would do everything alone. The silence of surprise was interrupted by Unsa, who said that this was all nonsense and that the guy was the master of the lake. And even though he received the power of Pektusin, he is too arrogant. Hearing this, Hanyul asked if Unsa knew about the path of the dragon. So for many years they perfect their power to achieve harmony with the heavens. And even though the Celestials are called gods in the legends of mortals, but deep down they are no different. Hearing this, Peridigi grinned. And then she asked the dragon if he couldn't do it. Would he be able to pay with his head? Hearing this, the main character replied that she should try to get it. Returning to the palace, Zhezhongbi's cry was heard. She asked if he understood, and the guy could die. Seeing the beauty, Turfing admired her and asked her to take him away. In response to the girl's question, Hanyul replied that he had a plan, and let her not worry. In fact, he is bluffing for another reason. The boy heard that Hualbinden was planning to attack him during the campaign. Hearing this, Zhezhongbi was very surprised, after which Hanyul said that they pretended to disappear. And here is the proof, the Hualbinden coin. Looking at the coin, the girl remembered how they were ordered to destroy them. The beauty assumed that the dragon's informant was Zhong Uchi. Hearing this, the main character invited the girl to go with him. Young Wuchi told him that there were 2 artifacts that could help him, to which Zhezhongbi asked if the guy really believed him. Shaking the dark-haired man, she told him that Chan was blackmailing him. But the guy assured the girl that everything would be fine. Hearing this, Zhezhongbi calmed down and believed the dark-haired man. But suddenly she realized that those who are strong in body help other strong people, because that's how it is for them. Then Hanyul said that it was all about the phalanges of his fingers. She was surprised to learn that the guy had a strong body, after which he asked if she would kill him, to which she replied no. Having understood the full clarity of the situation, the girl asked what kind of treasures it was. Hanyul said that this was the treasure with which the last prince of Silla, Ma Wei, went to the afterlife. Hearing this, Zhezhongbi was very surprised. She said that Tan goes there every time to get to the Western Paradise Garden. But in order for the ruler to get there, he must die. The afterlife, otherwise known as the Yellow Spring, is the world where people go after death. It is divided into levels depending on their distance from the mortal world. The higher the level, the further it is from the world of the living, and the more difficult it is to get there. The first level is closest to the world of the living. It contains worlds created by the Celestials, such as Asadal or Sinsi. On the second level, both the environment and the inhabitants are little different from the mortal world, but in itself it is smaller, and there is significantly less energy there. From the third and fourth levels onwards, the landscapes are strikingly different from the human world. Monsters live there and mere mortals cannot survive there. The fifth and sixth levels are dangerous even for Celestials, and even high-level Celestials cannot enter there unless the conditions are met, as in the case of the Western Paradise Garden, so they try not to poke their noses in there. The seventh level and above are the domains of other gods. What lies behind them is unknown even to the Celestials, but Ma Wu is at least at the third level, and even the Celestials cannot return from there after death, the girl concluded. After which Hanyul said that Mrs. Taon could return him. Hearing this, Zhezhongbi reached into her treasure bag. She asked if the guy was talking about the flower of rebirth. The girl added that the flower does not work as he thinks. It is called the flower of rebirth, but in reality it only absorbs negative energy. If you take it with you to the afterlife, it will be able to protect you from death for some time, but eventually it will wither. And if the guy doesn't make it back before that, he's finished. She wouldn't want the Lord to wither there like a flower. Hearing this, the protagonist agreed with Zhezhongbi. He also said that if she doesn't want it, he will try to find another option. After listening to the ruler, the girl asked if it turned out that he did not need this treasure. Having heard a negative answer from the dark-haired man, she said goodbye. And the main character waved at the girl as she left. He clutched something and thought. Looking at how Zhezhongbi put the plant in the bag, he thought of something. After which, Hanyul used the heavenly sword technique, and he stole the flower of rebirth, asking for forgiveness from Zhezhongbi. After some time, the main character found himself in a very familiar place. From that day on, he was interested in how the gates to heaven opened, and where did those terrible monsters come from. Having learned about the afterlife, the main character understood. The further from the mortal world, the more monsters there are. They must have come from the afterlife, from those places closest to the realm of other gods. Hanyul suggested that in this case, one could get to the afterlife through the tunnel, to get to the place where countless monsters live. But he didn't care about it because he was no longer such a weakling as before. Thinking about this, the main character jumped into the tunnel below him. Flying down, Hanyul noticed a different air and the smell of sulfur. But suddenly seeing something, he was very surprised. When he got down, he couldn't believe that this was the afterlife. The dark-haired man found himself in the wasteland and did not feel a strong aura of death. The boy wondered how he could find Ma Wu in this wasteland. Seeing the district, Turfing assumed that there must be a place familiar to the seven-pointed blade. And after his words, the bag caught fire and Chiljito began to respond. Seeing all this, Hanyul thought that even here there was a place related to the sword. Thinking about this, the protagonist grinned. And then the guy said that the afterlife begins from this place. Having cut the space with his sword, Hanyul saw a stranger, which left him stunned for a while. The two looked at each other and did not understand what was happening. And then the stranger, sobbing, rushed towards the dark-haired man. The boy, wiping away his tears, said how long he had waited for the ruler of Baekje. The main character himself thought that this kid was unlikely to be waiting for him. Having calmed down, the stranger said that here he created weapons and armor. But one day the ruler of these lands stopped coming. The main character asked again, he created weapons. To which the stranger said that it was true, and he created Chiljido. What the main character heard left him in shock. Emperor Sujin, the 10th emperor of Japan, as well as Dangun in Korea. His reign is considered the beginning of Japanese history. Having said this, Hanyul asked him not to tell the story about Japan. After which the stranger told about his Tenno family, who inherited the appearance of the patron god of Amatsumar. But unlike his brothers, he does not possess the bones of the heavens, and the strength in his fingertips awakened. His father was very disappointed in him and tried to kill him. And then he met Anjo Ara. The man was very kind to him, and they became like brothers. Anjo's children also began to serve him and even created armor from tiles for him. But then he suddenly disappeared, leaving him alone. Tenno burst into tears and said that he thought he would never return. But why did he come back only now? The boy asked. Suddenly Tenno noticed the main character's clothes. He said that these clothes were made very roughly. He said that he needed to sew new clothes, and the gentleman brought the materials. Gidel grabbed the bag and began to rummage around in search of materials. A minute later, Hanyul saw Tenno take out his shinobi clothes. Taking it, Gidel noted that it was very good, and he could make a clothing lining out of it. And after his words, he began to pull the clothes off the dark-haired man. After some time, assessing the new clothes, Hanyul noted how good it was. And from the remaining treasures, Gidel made jewelry for the master. Tearfing relayed Chiljido's words that this boy was a descendant of Amatsumari, the god of the blacksmith. He also added that this boy is a worthy son of the divine blacksmith. Seeing the sword, Gidel said that it too could be melted down. Hanyul wondered why such a master was hiding here, after which he suggested that the boy go to the mortal world. The gentleman refused this offer, explaining that he feels good here and no one sees him. Taking his hand, Gidel remembered his ancestor. He said that the more he hammered, the stronger his aura became, and that's why he hides here from prying eyes. And here his ancestor does not see him, the blacksmith concluded. Hearing this, the boy asked if it was bad that his ancestor would see him, to which the boy told about Anjo's words, as he had spoken, that his ancestor god is a foreign god. 2,000 years ago, Anjo went to Japan to learn new celestial techniques. Since ancient times, this country has been isolated from the rest of the world. At that time, Japan was an unexplored land. She was full of energy, not inferior to the energy of the Taebeksan Mountains in Korea. However, what was disconcerting was how strong and powerful the Tenno clan was. But for the opportunity to learn more about Gidel's ancestors, and for the prosperity of Baekje, a peace treaty was concluded. Anjo quickly became close to the Tenno family and began to study their history. And soon he learned something incredible. The gods from whom the Tenno clan descended. The inhabitants of Takamagara, the heavenly realm. What she said was that these gods were from another world. One thought how people accepted them without any resistance. He assumed that they worshipped these gods. Gods from another world possess alien powers. And if we take into account his energy, then this version seems the most likely. That's what Anjo thought when he finished searching for an answer. But this theory collapsed as soon as he saw one sword. Sword of Amatsu no Murakuna or Kusanagmi. This blade was one of the 3 sacred treasures, which defeated Yamato no Orochi, the most terrible demon of Japan. And this sword, created from demon energy, emitted pure energy. Anjo decided that such pure power could not be possessed by a demon, which was not cleaned. He began to carefully study the ancient records, and I discovered the terrible truth. Yamato no Orochi is not a demon, but a guardian deity who protected these islands. He was defeated by gods from another world and turned into a demon. Hearing this story, Hanyul thought that it was all true. After all, even in Korea there is a creator god who is actually a foreign god. The kid added that Anjo spoke of how the Japanese gods foresaw the imminent closing of the heavenly gates, and so they divided Orochi's body into 8 pieces and hid them in the ground. And Anjo secretly collected body parts to restore Orochi's power. Hearing this, Hanyul thought that Yuhua had interfered with him and Baekje had fallen. He also suggested that Anjo recognized him as his successor in order to restore the greatness of Baekje, and to use his power, which he had so collected, against foreign gods. The guy asked if Gadal knew who Maui Teja was, to which he replied that he did not accept any other orders except for Anjo. The kid told about the rumors that Teja had made his way into the world of the dead, and he hides in the lands granted by the founding mother. After that conversation, the guy went to that place. When I saw the island of Hanyul, I noticed how black and white it was, and so the main character found himself on the shore. The dark-haired man thought that he had crossed the border, and that this was truly the world of the dead. The heavenly ruler extended his hand across the border into the black and white world. He also suggested that if you go inside, you will lose your colors. Lands granted by the 10 kings of the underworld to Mother Ogu. They say she was in close relations with M, the lord of the underworld. The main character was interested in what Paridagi had planned. But in any case, he has little time and he needs to hurry. The main character thought and squeezed the flower of rebirth in his hand, and after which he invaded the territory of the world of the dead. Having entered these black and white lands, he set out in search of the right person. After some time, Hanyul found himself at a waterfall. Walking along the rocky outcrop, he thought that this was what Giddle had spoken of. Entering the cave inside the waterfall, he was greeted by a sage, which made the main character very surprised. Looking at the man, he thought that it was the last prince of Silla, Ma Wu Teja. The prince said that he felt the aura of the Buyo clan on the Dragon Lord, to which Hanyul replied that he was not born with this power, but his ancestor Anjo made him his successor, and he came here to take 2 artifacts that belonged to the prince. The sage immediately allowed them to be taken and asked the guy, surprised at how quickly he agreed. Looking at Maui Tej, the dark-haired man noticed that he had lost all his colors. But the prince interrupted his thoughts by saying that everything was lying in the chest next to him. Having received the final agreement, the guy decided to open the chest. There he found the golden ruler, which could cure any illness, and the fire pearl, which is created to gain immortality. The main character asked again if the prince was sure, to which Maui Teja suggested that many years had passed in the human world. Silla fell and a new era began. Having said this, he asked why hold on to the past. He said that he had decided to give these things to whoever would come for them. Hearing this, the main character was taken aback for a second, after which the sage noticed that the guy had guests. And then he wished good luck to the descendant of Buyo and began to crumble. Seeing this whole picture, he asked the prince to stop. But it was too late. The cave began to collapse. Connell's surprise was interrupted by a voice that suddenly appeared. Black and White welcomed the guest to his lands. He added that he was very glad to see the heavenly ruler. Seeing the stranger, the main character asked who he was, to which he apologized for his mistake. He then introduced himself as Hectagon, the Black Great Prince, 5th son of the founding mother of Ogu. After finishing his introduction, he asked the guy if he knew why he was so happy to see him, to which Hanyul suggested that the Black Prince wanted to avenge his brother. Hearing the mocking tone the guy said, Hectagon gritted his teeth. After which, he said that he needed to tell his mother that a new Congress of the Celestials was coming. Having said this, the Black Prince sent his attack towards the protagonist, but the dark-haired one did not miss and dodged all the charges aimed at them. Then Hanyul used the water element, but his attack was dispelled by Hectagon without any weight. Having asked the question, this is all that the heavenly ruler can do, he sent out more charges. As he dodged, the guy thought that in this place his strength was not working at full capacity. He assumed that it was all because this was a different space. But Hectagon didn't waste any time and created a huge dark ball in the sky, to which the main character only grinned. After which Kanyulyam took the medicine. The property of the elixir was the flower of rebirth. Then Hectagon saw a colorful aura around the dark-haired man, and even the Black Prince himself was completely painted in colors. And the main character said that it was time to start the battle. Hectagon immediately realized that the dark-haired man had used the flower of rebirth from the gardens of Sacheon. He asked Hanyul how he managed to get the plant, but after the words of the Black Prince, shadow warriors appeared. Seeing the main character, they rushed forward with a thirst for murder. Hanyul himself met the puppets and cut them with his sword, which left Hectagon very surprised that they dared to touch his spirits. Realizing that it was time to use his trump card, he took out one thing. The object resembled a ritual leaf in shape, but with dark intentions. Using it, Hectagon's minions were covered in a dark aura. Seeing how the Black Prince enslaved his own servants, Hanyul was surprised. And recent people have turned into completely different creatures. These creatures were composed entirely of dark energy. Hectagon ordered his new puppets to kill the protagonist, and the former people rushed again at the dark-haired man. Seeing this, the boy assumed that the Black Prince was using death magic, and with her help, she transforms living beings into spirits. It's disgusting witchcraft and disgusting how it's used, the heavenly ruler thought as he cut the bodies of the puppets into pieces. Having finished with the servants, he rushed towards the again surprised Black Prince. The main character said that he recently saw one, just like Hectagon. And after that, the dark-haired man wanted to use Gidal's sword. By concentrating energy into the sword, it became filled with the element of water. Then Hanyul released water foxes that resembled a fan. The animals achieved their goal and bit into Hectagon, from which the Black Prince rushed to the ground. When it flew into it, there was a strong impact that raised dirt, and Hectagon himself lay helplessly writhing in pain. But then the main character kicked the Black and White man in the chest. Looking at Kanul, the Black Prince insulted the dragon race, but Connell didn't care, because he noticed something near the enemy. As the boy picked up the item, he noticed Hectagon's reaction. The main character immediately determined that this was a memorial tablet, and it was in her that the enemy kept spirits for his power. Having understood this, the guy remembered the words from the scroll of Kiro, with the mention of a ritual tablet. He decided to use this thing as described in the scroll of Kiro. Looking at the Black Prince, the main character thought that was enough, because he looked completely wounded and tortured with pain. Hanyul asked Hectagon who he was, to which he introduced himself. Hearing this, the boy asked what the prince knew about these lands, after which the Black and White one told the main character something, which made him very surprised. After some time, Hanyul burst into Jung Wuchi's room. The disabled man asked the guest what was going on and who had come. But once I realized that the main character was there, the questions disappeared completely. Having come to Chung Uchi, the guy immediately threw him an artifact, which made him happy. Looking at the golden ruler, the disabled man became even more joyful, thinking about something. Hanyul asked, "Is this the artifact that heals diseases and even resurrects the dead?" But then he added that it is not as the man thinks. This item only shows health indicators. It does not heal. Realizing that this was the case, young Wuchi burst into tears, losing hope of recovery. Leaning on a chair, Hanyul said that he now had better information. The guy asked if he knew about the flowers from Xiaoqian's gardens, especially those brought by Peridigi, healer of flesh, breath, bones, soul, and life. To which the disabled man looked confidently at the main character, and he shouted that he had already tried all these flowers. The dark-haired man reminded the man that it wasn't just his body that was crippled. "And his soul is torn apart," the main character concluded. What young Wuchi heard left him in shock. Hanyul asked the disabled man who did this to him, to which the man replied that it was Kanem, a figure associated with the afterlife. After which the guy said that Kanem used a power that affects the soul, but the flower of rebirth does not grant rebirth, but protects the living from the energy of death. That is why it is called Ta, because it allows one to return from the world of the dead. And the flower that heals the breath actually calls the soul to the world of the dead, and gives it the opportunity to breathe. After listening to the guy, young Wuchi asked why no one knew about it. The protagonist explained that the flowers belonged only to Peridigi, but the flower that heals the soul exists, and Peridigi's son told him this. And finally, the day of the operation to destroy the ruler of the Eastern Sea arrived. All residents of Korea were asked to take refuge in a shelter via gramophone. A few days later, at the site of the destruction operation, a multitude of celestials gathered, ready for a real battle. One of the celestials said that this day had come, to which the celestial being added that this ruler was to blame himself, because how many people died because of him, and even her cousin, who lived on the coast, died in the tsunami it caused. The girl wondered if this dragon would be able to protect the entire peninsula. The celestial being noticed the heavenly ruler's confidence in his own powers. Hearing this, another celestial recalled the incident at Munmu's tomb, how the dragon saved everyone. And as soon as his connections became public, everyone wanted to be his friend. After listening to the statement, the man with the spear said, "After all, this celestial is not so bad." People started talking about preparing for battle, but their discussion was interrupted by the announcement that 2 princes of the East Sea had attacked Seoul, and he destroys the city. What he heard shocked the celestials. The warriors were very worried that their plan had been discovered, and then one of the celestials told the heavenly ruler to quickly create a barrier. But suddenly the whole crowd stared at the sea, and a huge shadow hung over them. The celestials saw a tsunami in front of them. Looking at the approaching wall of water, people became frightened. But suddenly the tsunami stopped, without reaching the crowd. It was all with the help of the main character. Having finished with the sea, Hanyul said how good it was that they had prepared in advance. But the celestials still did not understand how the ruler stopped the tsunami. And the dark-haired man himself decided to use the energy of the metal. By directing their energy into the sand beneath the entire crowd, cracks of light appeared. This made the celestials very surprised, and suddenly a bony hand appeared from the sand. And then the whole skeleton appeared among the people. The celestials who had gathered around noticed that the skeleton was made of wood. But then they were surprised even more when they heard the flute playing. The red-haired man told the others that this melody also sounded at Munmu's tomb. The celestial was told over the earpiece that a skeleton playing the flute had also appeared in Ulsan. The same story happened in Daegu. A wooden puppet was also spotted in Daejeon. Eventually, flute playing could be heard throughout the country. Hearing this, the celestials were amazed that there were skeletons everywhere. One of the crowd wondered if this was how the guy was spreading his energy in flute music, while other celestials are only trying to denigrate him, fearing that he will take power. Suddenly the protagonist noticed Jejongbi running up and asking how the Lord does it, to which Hanyul explained that he put part of the horn and energy into each of his puppets. There was just a problem. The prince destroyed the puppet in Seoul, and that's why he's there. The dark-haired man asked to fill the puppets with his power, and then the barrier would not fall. Hearing this, the celestial objected. Why was the guy changing the planned tasks? To which Jejongbi shouted, "Is it really that hard to just fill the puppets with energy?" The beauty said that whoever is not satisfied with this should fight with her. But then a familiar voice was heard asking to leave it to him. It was Damduk, the new leader of Bekwagak, who had arrived to fight. The man reminded that he promised to send his people here to help. He added that he would help with the defense, and he would leave Seoul to the heavenly ruler. Hearing this, the main character nodded his head, and after some time, together with Lee, he found himself near Seoul. The main character noticed the incredible force that created the gusts of wind. He thought that it was not in vain that this power belonged to the son of the ruler of the Eastern Sea. Having moved away from these thoughts, the guy turned to Hanvi, and then, having handed over the flute, he said that he would go up, and they should go down. Having received the flute, Lee asked what the master would do without it, to which Hanyul asked his companion not to worry about him. He added that he has a plan and that very power. Hearing that the master would use that very power, Lee was surprised. And then, bowing his head, he wished good luck to the heavenly ruler. She then turned to the other celestials, telling them to follow him. And then the main character saw the backs of the flying away celestials, and he himself decided that it was time for him to go too. At this time, a huge blue dragon enveloped the building with its body. Looking at the white-haired girl, the prince of the East Sea insulted her, and he asked how she dared to interfere with him. After which, looking at the celestial being, the dragon roared. He stated that now there would be punishment from the Azure Dragon of the East. The girl, listening to all this, thought about how she could avoid punishment. She couldn't believe that there wasn't a single celestial left in this place. How did the enemies know that the strongest had gone to the shores of the Eastern Sea? And they decided to attack them when only the weaklings of the defense forces remained. But her thoughts were interrupted by the dragon's question. She thought that she could cope with him, which made the white-haired girl scared. And the prince of the Eastern Sea declared that it was her end. After which, a strange object began to crawl out of the Azure Dragon's mouth. When she saw it, her girlfriend realized what kind of object it was. She cried out, asking if the prince had gone crazy. Why is the Azure Dragon trying to drive a pillar of chaos into the ground? Does he really want to destroy this world? The white-haired girl asked. But the prince did not answer, and the girl was blinded by the sharp glow of the column of chaos. She couldn't believe the dragon's actions and that it was the end. And the prince of the Eastern Sea wrapped himself around the pillar and ascended into the sky. Gripping the pole tightly, he declared that this was the end, after which he tried to drive the pillar of chaos into the ground. Seeing all this, the white-haired girl thought that she couldn't allow him, and she sent many of her ritual sheets to the dragon. The sheets completely surrounded the Azure Dragon of the East, and the girl thought only of one thing, that she needed to endure a little longer. Seeing the power of the girl around him, the prince did not like it, and he sent the white-haired girl flying with the help of water energy. Unable to withstand the pressure, she flew into the nearest ruins of the building, from which the celestial being received great damage. Looking at the Azure Dragon, she thought that its strength was too high, and the dragon himself said that it was enough to resist her, because he would still achieve his goal. And with the help of the pillar, he will flood the lands of the people and expand the possessions of the Eastern Sea. Hearing this statement, the white-haired girl considered it madness, and then she saw a ball of water energy created in the dragon's mouth, after which a huge rush gushed from the prince's mouth. Looking ahead, he said that he had heard rumors about a small dragon. The white-haired girl was protected by the main character using the wood element. The Azure Dragon, looking at the dark-haired one, realized that this was the dragon, and he invited the guy to join him. The dragon asked the protagonist if he agreed, to which Hanyul replied that he was not like a prince. The dark-haired man himself thought that this power was capable of destroying even a sunbeam, but he didn't want to use it until the very end. Clutching his side, he thought he had no choice. Returning to the past, the disabled man asked the Lord if he wanted to know more about dragons, to which the main character responded with consent. After watching the footage of the Mask's battle, Jung noted that he was not bad. He also added that, judging by the footage, the guy already knows almost everything. So just take care of your back scales, the man concluded. This place is the one he doesn't want to touch. And so the dark-haired one held his side, because there were reverse scales there. Having touched it, Hanyul decided to rip off his belt. The Azure Dragon watched as the boy pierced his scales, and thus he took advantage of his main trump card. Having transformed into a dragon-like creature, the boy rushed to attack. Closing the distance in a matter of seconds, he struck at the head, after which he jumped back, sensing danger. The prince, looking at Hanyul, asked him a question. He pierced his reverse scale. He growled and added that in this way the guy was only bringing death closer to him. Having said this, the Azure Dragon sent the little dragons out of the water. Seeing them, the dark-haired one smiled and took hold of the artifact. And then he unrolled the shinobi scroll. Having created the masks, he declared that the prince would go to the grave. And then a massive volley was released to attack the Azure Dragon. And in this way Hanyul got rid of the water dragons. And he rushed into the attack, breaking through the splashes of water. Seeing all this, the prince did not like it, and he used this power again. Having surrounded the protagonist with dragons, the prince declared that he had lost. But the guy didn't give up and decided to use turfing. As a result, Kanul's hair turned white and he broke through the defense. Seeing his brothers being cut down, the Azure Dragon was surprised. But suddenly something surprised the Prince of the East Sea. It was the main character who got close to the dragon. Swinging his sword, Hanyul said that he would destroy the prince. But the guy didn't head towards the dragon's head, and on the contrary to the tail part to break the pole. The prince growled as he experienced extreme pain. Standing on the pole next to the severed part, Hanyul realized that he did not have enough strength, and the main character decided to use another method by creating tree roots. Choking on blood, the Azure Dragon was at a loss, and after some time, the prince's entire body, along with the pillar, was covered with roots. And the Azure Dragon asked, the guy pierced his scales to defeat him, to which the dark-haired man agreed with his assumption. Hanyul added that he did not fight alone. He himself thought that Li and the other Celestials had also managed, but then the prince asked if the guy thought they only needed these lands. What he heard greatly surprised the main character, after which he completely buried the dragon under the roots, and the guy felt it in his gut, how the energy of the East Sea becomes stronger. But after a fierce battle, Hanyul felt severe pain in the area of his scales. The white-haired girl walked towards the guy, kneeling down. When asked how the gentleman was, the guy replied that everything was fine. But looking at the woman, he was surprised. Hanyul recognized this white-haired girl. After all, in the past she tried to kill him. The white-haired man became even more frightened when he realized that he was not wearing a mask. Hanyul realized that he had lost her during the battle. And if she finds out about him, she'll kill him, the guy thought. Standing in front of the main character, the girl reached out to him. But she didn't want to kill him, she just started shaking him, asking him to wake up and come to his senses. The white-haired one said that the master had spent too much strength, and she would heal him. Looking at the white-haired main character, the hero thought that she did not recognize him. Then the guy looked at his reflection in the sword. He realized that by piercing his scales, his appearance had changed. Hanyul considered this very good. At this time, the subordinates arrived to the heavenly ruler. Hanvi asked the boy if he was feeling okay. Having picked up the guy, he shared what he had recently felt. To the cries of the white-haired Hanyul, he shouted that he didn't have time. At this time, the shore in Pohan was filled with defeated celestials, and among them was a wooden skeleton, which was broken into pieces. The celestials were unable to fully resist the sea, but among them was the wounded Jejongbi. Looking at the sea hurricanes, she did not understand what it was. The beauty wondered what the Eastern King had done, and suddenly the main character and his companions called out to her. She said that she was very happy for the heavenly ruler, after which Hanyul said that the Eastern King intends to flood all the lands. What Jejongbi heard left her in shock. The dark-haired man said that they use pillars of chaos for this. The white-haired girl who came up said that the guy was able to stop it on his own. But it looks like they managed to do it in Japan. Jejongbi said that everything was over here, but he never showed up. If only there were a way to dive into the sea and pull him out, the beauty concluded. Hearing this, the protagonist declared that he would go to the Eastern King. Grabbing the ruler's hand, the white-haired woman told him not to do this until he was healed. Pulling his hand back, the guy said that he was the only one here who could fight. He himself thought that, besides this, he had to do it alone. But suddenly the main character was stopped by a very familiar red-haired man. Gwanak said, "Again the guy wants to do everything himself." The red-haired man asked Kanul not to go alone, because he could die. Seeing Gwanak cough up blood, the boy told him that his wounds were too big. The main character himself thought that Gwanak was, as always, kind and sympathetic. He remembered the words of the white-haired woman from the past, how she said that the guy would only bring destruction. But out loud he said to move away from him. They were bothering him. Hearing this, Gwanak at first did not believe the words spoken. But then he called out to the main character. He told the departing Hanul not to go there. But the dark-haired man did not stop, because he decided to figure it out himself. After some time, having descended to the depths, the guy discovered something. Hanyul found the palace of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Walking through the palace, the dark-haired man noticed that there was no one there. He suggested that the Eastern King had sacrificed all his sons. The guy thought that someone would stop him, but this place was as quiet as a grave. Suddenly, the main character felt a familiar energy. Immediately realizing that this was the energy of the tree, he opened the door from where it came. But what Hanyul saw in the room shocked him. There were people lying on the ground, with energy being sucked out of them by the trees. The dark-haired man noticed that it was as if the heavenly bones had recently awakened within him. And then it dawned on him that those people who were sacrificed for the Eastern ruler. After touching the tree, Hanyul realized that there was foreign energy in it. But then the guy realized why these people were here. The king of the East Sea was experimenting on them, Hanyul concluded. But the dark-haired man wanted to know one thing, why the king was doing all this. Suddenly the main character noticed one interesting thing, a bundle on the table with ingredients for a potion. But why does he need this statue? Hanyul wondered. He noticed that the statue was emitting a faint wood energy. Turning the statue, the dark-haired man read, Yandi Shen Nong. The main character was surprised by the last inscription. Shen Nong was a great master who taught the art of stellar wind, a technique based on wood energy. The guy assumed that the Lord was studying the energy of the tree. But then he was torn from his thoughts by a voice begging for salvation. Among the many people, there was one who came to his senses. In response to the request, Hanyul replied that, unfortunately, he could not do so now. He thought that if a person could return to the world of the living and get rid of the energy, then he could. But to do this, you will have to accept the invitation of the ruler of the Eastern Sea. After some time, the dark-haired man entered the hall of the Eastern King. What the main character saw surprised him. In front of the boy lay a huge carcass, radiating the energy of a tree. Hanyul wondered, this is the king of the Eastern Sea. Tirfing was also surprised, and could not believe that this was the Eastern King. Blade noticed that every seaweed of this body is a living creature, and here there are millions, and even tens of millions of them. Hearing this, the main character was amazed. Suddenly, this creature greeted the little dragon. Hanyul asked why the king of the Eastern Sea had called him, to which the dragon asked how the guy could be okay with such energy. Not understanding this question, he asked the Eastern King what he meant. The dragon replied that the dark-haired one was so small, but had the energy of metal and water. So far, no one knows how to control opposing energies. He also has the liver of a moon spirit. Hanyul himself thought that this dragon had determined everything just by looking. And is the liver that he got from the peach not just an organ that changes the elements? And that same liver of the moon spirit? The dark-haired man wondered what was so special about her. The dragon said that he didn't even think that this liver really existed. And after that, the king of the Eastern Sea ordered the guy to give it to her. After all, with her help he will become stronger, the dragon concluded. After these words, he directed the algae at the main character. And he asked the king if he thought he would give her away so easily. Saying, "Try to take it away," he jumped towards the dragon. And then he summoned the mass guns and started shooting. Cutting a lot of seaweed into pieces, Hanyul made his way to the dragon's head. But suddenly sharp seaweed appeared behind the guy. There were quite a few of them, all of them aimed at killing the guy. The algae were directed not only into him, but also into the masks. The main character didn't like seeing this. Tyrfing said that there were too many of them, and at this rate his teeth would fall out. Hanyul himself thought that he was using metal energy that was superior to wood. But he still can't win. The dragon is too strong. Suddenly the guy's body was pierced by a lot of algae, which he did not expect. Due to such severe pain, Hanyul spat out blood. Taking the algae out of the reverse scale, he said, "Why exactly there?" And so the main character felt what he was very afraid of. The white-haired man's strength was completely exhausted. Taking advantage of the boy's helplessness, the king of the Eastern Sea decided to eat him. And the guy himself thought that he had no strength left to use the artifact. Is it really possible that the main character will die like this, and that this is his end? Having become food, Hanul ended up with Tyrfing in his stomach. Looking at the sleeping guy, the blade began to call out to him. Tyrfing asked the boy to get up, because he didn't want to die here. At this time, the main character was in a spiritual space, but felt pain throughout the body and could not move even a finger. But then the white-haired man began to open his eyes. He realized that there was a lot of wood energy in this place. Concentrating the energy in his hand, he thought, "What a stupid dragon." Gathering his last strength, he began to climb. And then Hanyul declared that he would take the power of this dragon for himself. The king of the East Sea growled in pain. He asked the guy what he was doing, and now the glow from the belly reached the dragon's head. And after which the main character was freed from the king's body. Once free, Hanul told Tyrfing that they could finally do it. The East Sea King asked the white-haired man if he knew the star wind technique. But why then didn't the guy turn into plants like him? He spent hundreds and even thousands of years searching, but still could not. Hearing this, Hanyul thought. And so the king made everyone bow to him. Having stated this, the main character took out a strange object. It turned out to be a 7-pointed sword, which the boy swung at the dragon. Hanyul said that if the dragon wanted to return to his previous life, then let him go to the next one. Seeing the approaching golden attack, the king did not understand what it was, and the targeted attack enveloped the East Sea King in golden energy, after which the carcass consisting of algae began to tear, and the huge dragon headed upward. The awakened celestials noticed that the sea had calmed down. Jajongbi thought that she hoped that the Lord was okay, but suddenly one of the celestials pointed to the sea, and a strange thing appeared in the sky resembling a hole, from which another strange thing appeared, only disgusting. It turned out that it was the king of the Eastern Sea who fell out of the hole. Having landed on the shore, a strong wind arose. Opening her eyes, the beauty immediately understood what it was. It was the fallen carcass of an ancient dragon, above which was Kanyul, who declared that it was Achkan, an ancient dragon who sowed chaos. Listening to the main character, the Celestials did not understand at first. But then the dark-haired man added that now the king of the Eastern Sea would no longer threaten the world. Hearing this, the crowd rejoiced that they were able to defend the country. Jajongbi ran up to the ruler and congratulated him on his victory. Hanyul assured that he was able to find the 7-pointed sword, and with its help pulled the dragon onto dry land. Hearing this, the beauty objected. The dragon had had the sword all this time. All this time, Lady Taeon demanded it from them. But in any case, she is grateful to the heavenly ruler. But now it's time to take care of his wounds. Jajongbi didn't have time to finish, because the main character was covered in blood. After which he said that he was probably late. Then after his words, he began to turn into himself. Seeing this, the Celestials were surprised, and Hanvi, without wasting time, rushed to the master's rescue. Covering his face with his body, Lee said that the master was feeling unwell and needed to share energy with him. And Kanulya remembered the words of the disabled man, that in extreme cases, pierce your own reverse scale, and then the strength will increase many times over. But after that pain will come. The dark-haired man grabbed his shoulder and turned to Hanvi, and then he said that he trusted him with everything. After which the Celestials were surprised, and some were horrified. Jajongbi couldn't believe all this was happening. Ali addressed all the celestial beings, and she declared that the heavenly ruler had spent all his strength and left this world. Hearing this, the Amugi could not believe that their master was dead. Jajongbi also couldn't come to terms with this, and the rest of the celestials did not believe it. Even Paridigi thought that this guy fought so hard and just died. She was tormented by one question. What would happen to the treasures of the Eastern Palace? Realizing that he would go to Cheonji, she declared that this was nonsense. Approaching Lee, She also could not believe in the death of the ruler. The woman suggested that this guy faked his death in order to take possession of the treasures of the Eastern Palace. Hearing this, the white-haired woman objected. The woman wants to say that the Lord did nothing. Pointing to the dragon's carcass, she asked what it was then. The girl added that the facts speak for themselves, and she is a witness to this. She turned sharply to look at the girl. Hearing these words, Paridigi did not like it at all, and the white-haired girl continued to defend the ruler, saying that she saw everything with her own eyes. How he instantly increased his strength and killed the son of the Lord of the Eastern Sea. And she suggests that dragons have the ability to use power in exchange for life. To which Imugi asked, the man thinks he knows everything. But after that, Hanvi said that his master wanted to divide the treasures among everyone. What they heard surprised the two. They did not understand why he had taken part in the battle then. Lee himself thought that the master wanted to equal Sam Wonson in strength, but this cannot be said. But out loud he said that the Lord did all this for the sake of the people. These words touched everyone. The Celestials did not understand how there could be such a humane person among them. But this answer did not satisfy Mrs. Paridigi, and she objected that this was a lie and let them tell the truth. The woman added that he killed her son to increase his status in Xingxi, and if he did not have ulterior motives, he would not have done it. Zhezhongbi became very angry upon hearing this, and she asked how a woman dared to insult a hero. And after the beauty's words, the Celestials caught the wave and also tuned in. But Paridigi's response was simply to turn around and head off to the side. And Hanvi noticed a 7-pointed sword nearby, and he thought that the Lord wanted to divide the treasures among everyone. After which Li decided to take this sword, into which the master had put his last strength. To which Zhezhongbi said that they still cannot resolve the dispute with Sigung. To what did he explain that these were treasures from the Eastern Palace, and he was taking them. And suddenly, the leader of Behwagak Damdok appeared among the Celestials. The girl began to object that problems would arise after this. The man recalled that the Eastern King used pillars of chaos, and now there is destruction and chaos in Japan, and they will take advantage of this, and take the sword. Hearing this, Zhezhongbi was very surprised. I myself thought that this was the artifact for which the Battle of the Celestials began, but for the sake of the memory of the heavenly ruler who sacrificed himself. Very well, Zhezhongbi concluded, embarrassed, after which she agreed and even offered to help. And then Damdok thanked her and thanked the new owner of the sword, Li Yun. Hearing this, the beauty was greatly amazed. Damdok said that after Yuhua was removed, they stopped searching. The chief of Behwawag offered to join them back. Taking off his mask, Hanvi thanked everyone for appreciating his strength so much. He would have agreed before, but the heavenly ruler helped him understand. What is his purpose, and now he has no place in Behwagak? Hearing this answer, Damdek smiled. And then he said that if they were destined, they would meet again. After listening to the man, Li Yun thanked Damdok's father. And then the Celestials saw how Li and Imugi flew away. Even Zhezhongbi burst into tears, and she followed Li Yun with her gaze. The red-haired girl, looking at her brother, turned to him, to which Guanak replied that everything was fine, and that his sister shouldn't worry. After all, his friend is alive, concluded the owner of Mount Guanaksan. At this time, Hanyul, lying down without strength, told how everything hurt him. Dragons have a special feature. Using the reverse scale, they do not die, and they return to the state they were in before passing through the Dragon's Gate. This is exactly what Park Hanyul did when he returned to his previous state. When he woke up, the guy noticed how good it was to eat after a hard day at work. The dark-haired man thought that he had obtained Chiljido, and now he didn't need to hide. And besides, this is the pearl that he received. When he escaped from Ochkan's body, he will help him regain his strength. Thus, the main character lost almost nothing. And the most important thing is that now he can openly declare that he is alive. Hanvi, standing behind the door, asked the gentleman if he had woken up. Li Yun said that things had calmed down more or less outside. As the master requested, Kanbei and Hiroku accepted his energy and became the masters of Cheonji. Hearing this, the protagonist thanked Hanwi, Kanbei, and Hiroku. Suddenly, the dark-haired man was surprised by one question. He wants to leave Cheongji, to which the guy reminded him that he was supposedly dead. But if he stayed here, they would quickly find him. In that case, the master will allow him to leave too, asked Hanvi. Hearing this, the main character was amazed. The dark-haired man asked where Li Yun wanted to go. The guy asked if he was that bad, or if he had done something bad to him. But the reason is completely different. Li Yun wanted to go his own way. He said that he had made this decision a long time ago, and that he would do it just as the teacher wanted. And so he wants to go to Zhongyuan and study the way of the celestial being there. After listening to Hanvi, the main character was surprised. After which he thought that the moment had come when they needed to say goodbye. The dark-haired man apologized for putting so much pressure on him, and how rudely he behaved with Li Yun at first. Hongvi said that he understood who Hanyul was back in Baekwagak Garden. The dark-haired man was surprised by this and asked since when did Li Yun know this, to which he smiled and decided to tell. Hanyul had changed so much that he didn't recognize him at first, but there was one thing, the smell of his tea. When Hanyul learned that he had been exposed from the very beginning, he was surprised. But he had done so much in front of him, and Lee had remained silent the whole time. Hanvi praised the dark-haired man for how well he portrayed a dragon. But knowing that he was not a human, Hanyul still told him that he was a dragon. Lee Yoon said this while stroking the main character's head. After which, Hanvi thanked the guy for his silence, and asked for forgiveness for everything. After which Lee said that Jejongbi was very upset after his death. The dark-haired man is going to tell her the truth, Lee asked. To which the main character thoughtfully replied, why not? But a bad outcome came to Kunul's mind. The guy shared that he was afraid of the consequences. And if she starts asking questions, then don't say anything, the dark-haired man asked. The main character himself concluded that this was their last meeting. So let Hanvi take these items as a farewell gift. Seeing the signs, Lee Yoon realized that it was Yeoju. The main character added that all this time he wanted to return this thing. The Hangul activation formula created by King Senjong. Holding the items, Hanvi said that it was quite a generous parting gift. But after that, Hanyul stood up, saying that he had come to his senses a little, and that meant he could go. The dark-haired man held out his fist and said to the man opposite, take care of yourself, brother. To which Lee Eun did the same and wished in return. And so this pair separated after so much time. Walking through the Eastern Palace, the Celestials talked. The final inspection of the palace was supposed to take place today. Entering that very room with the trees, the Celestials were horrified by the unpleasant smell. But what they saw next surprised them greatly. They found many people wrapped in roots. The Celestials began to try to help people wake up. And among all the people there was the main character, pretending to be a hostage. 3 weeks have passed since the war, but the city still has not recovered. At least in Korea, the situation is better than in other countries. It is said that one of the heroes who defended Korea was the heavenly ruler. Because of the driven pillar, the land gradually goes under the water. And now the level of the East Sea is rising, and the area of the sea is becoming larger. And it's all true. The Eastern King wanted new lands and powers, and the Lord is dead. But the pillars of chaos still flood the lands. For example, in Honshu, one of the 4 islands of Japan, there were 2 pillars. A viewer watching the news said that at least they had learned to prevent the worst. The main character sat at the table and listened as they talked about his death. But he had no time for that. He was talking to his mother, who was angry at the guy's negligence towards her health. He had been gone for several months. The main character's mother suggested that he join the defense forces. After all, why would he need such dangerous tasks? To which Hanyul replied that he had a strong body. And then the dark-haired man's mother invited him to come to her in America. But the guy wanted to end the chatter and said that his battery was running low. Tirfing, who was nearby, noticed that his mother had a voice. The main character himself thought how good it was that his mother was okay. It's been 2 weeks since he was rescued from the laboratory in the Eastern Palace, and he returned safely under the name Park Hanyul, and the one who helped him escape from the Eastern Palace prison. The main character was called out by a familiar person. This hero was the elder Damdok, who asked if they could talk later. After some time, the two went to a cafe, just like in the old days. Hanyul asked if something serious had happened, to which Deok asked the guy if he had heard about what was happening in Chiljido. The dark-haired man answered positively, adding that they were talking about it everywhere. And so Damduk came to the main character for help. In Korea, everything worked out with the help of the heavenly ruler. But in other countries, everything is sad. And so Japan said that if Korea helps them, they will give up Chiljido. Hearing this, the protagonist thought how this complicates everything now. The man said that he went himself, but he couldn't, and asked the guy. The protagonist asked if more Celestials would go there. Deok responded positively, adding that he had selected the very best. Hanyul himself thought that with this, he would be able to get Chiljido and also a reward. And then the dark-haired man asked when they should leave. After the meeting, looking at the calendar, the guy concluded that he was leaving after his own memorial service. He thought that he was still going to Japan to search for the remnants of Orochi. Hanyul still couldn't believe that he had returned to his name. And now he has the opportunity to get to Japan. All countries have banned Celestials from freely crossing their borders. And considering that in history, there were cases when the Celestials fought with each other, security measures were tightened, and even dragons were forbidden to leave the country. Therefore, newly awakened Celestials can receive permission to leave. Hanyul thought that now all the problems were solved. He could try Yeoju. He became interested in how he could speed up the process. The protagonist decided to ask Harak and Kanbei. After some time, the guy found himself at the palace. Kanbei greeted the master. The main character asked where Haruka was, to which the man told how she absorbs the prince's Yoiju. And he fights with the spirit of the owner. Hearing this, the guy was surprised. Hanyul asked again. In order to absorb, the owner must be defeated. Kanbei responded positively, adding that there was no other way. Hanyul asked how long it would take, to which the man replied, Harak will handle it quickly. The guy himself remembered how he absorbed Yoiju after the battle with Shinobi and simply slept a lot. He remembered how his dungeon was destroyed and he was on the verge of death. Hanyul assumed that he slept for a long time to get rid of the spirit. But the Yoju that the dark-haired one wants to absorb belongs to Ochan, and it is unknown what will happen if he meets him in the world of illusions. The boy asked Kanbei to explain in more detail the feeling of fighting a spirit. The man said it was like a battle of imagination and willpower. Hearing this, the main character thought. He mentally declared that with the help of his imagination, he would definitely win. After some time, Kanyolyam took the medicine. The protagonist absorbed Ochun's Yoju. When he found himself in front of the king of the Eastern Sea, he thought that this moment had come. And now he faces a real enemy, the spirit of the ancient dragon of the East. Looking around, Hanyul thought that he was in a white space. And this is his world, a world invented by none other than him. Okun spoke, noticing the incense that calmed the mind. It looks like the dark-haired man is prepared for the meeting. But he is not just an illusion, the spirit declared and rushed to attack. Shortening the distance a little, the Eastern King generated water energy in his hand. And then he directed the stream at the main character. And he was surprised to see the mouth of a water dragon. The dark-haired man could dodge the attack without fail. After doing a somersault, he decided to defeat the dragon with his own weapon. Jumping towards the king of the East Sea, he created a water ball. But suddenly the dark-haired man found himself in the water, after which a huge pressure swept away the main character. Hanyul thought that when Ochun used the tree's energy, his attack was visible. And with the element of water, his power is as if invisible. A real master. Not at all like before, the dark-haired man thought. This is the true power of Ochanu, the ancient dragon of the East. The main character couldn't believe that he actually defeated him. The Dragon King himself noted that he was a tough guy, but he will make the guy feel even better. After saying his words, Ochkun snapped his finger, and he sent a water ball at the main character at breakneck speed. As a result, the guy received numerous cuts all over Kanyul's body, which is why he spat blood from his mouth. Writhing in severe pain, the dark-haired man remained on his feet, and he thought that the dragon attacked him in the world of illusions, but he had problems with his body. Ochkun told the boy that he saw how confused he was, and that everything was not going according to plan. He also said that the body is a reflection of the spirit. Hearing this, the boy assumed that the wounds he received here could affect his body. The main character began to calm himself down. Focusing and calming down around him, blue energy appeared. And then he turned into the form of a dragon with the thought that he already possessed it. But suddenly, there was a strong explosion in the place where the dark-haired man stood. This was the true power of Ochun, the king of the East Sea. After which the dragon's sharp hand grabbed the main character by the neck. And Ochkun said that he would kill the guy and use his body. Eventually, he will finally obtain the coveted liver of the moon spirit. After which, the hand of the king of the East Sea directed its killing intent at Pak Hanyul.